still trying hard to get close to Oliver Webb, of course, to maybe wrestle the lead back from the fellow Brit. But at the moment, the gap is up to almost 5 seconds now between Webb and Dolan. We're waiting to see Michel Frey's time at the end of lap 144. It was significantly better than Simon Dolan last time around, finding about 4 seconds on Dolan, but Michel Frey will have to go some to keep that pace up. Still, this relentless run from Christian Klein to try and chase down Tom Kimber-Smith.
It's relentless, but it's unrewarded, and another car pushes Christian Klein wide in that little kink behind the pits, and Tom Kimber-Smith will hang on to 5th place for another lap, lapping faster than the leaders, it's worth pointing out, but 3 laps adrift. Greaves Motorsport number 41 with Tom Kimber-Smith down in 5th position, and less than a second behind is Christian Klein, trying to make up ground for Moran Racing in the Morgan Judd, number 43.
How are the McLarens doing? Still 4th and 5th in GTC. Ricardo Gonzalez ahead of Gregoire Demoustier. Demoustier way quicker than Gonzalez. One thing that certainly on the last lap shouldn't have to worry about is losing out on Demoustier managed to 133.0. Still trying hard, second and a half slower was Gonzalez. So there may be a place change for 4th position with one McLaren getting ahead of the other in the not too distant future. Christian Klein much closer to Tom Kimber-Smith this time at Weymouth Corner, and they swing through that right-hander. And then on towards Rougefort, and will Christian Klein be close enough towards the end of this lap? I don't think he's going to be quite there. Finding about the next right-hander to squeeze past the 41 machine, but keep that pace up. Certainly Christian Klein is winning the competition for the brightest headlights so far between those two cars, dazzling Tom Kimber-Smith chase down Tom Kimber-Smith into a potential mistake, but so far TKS is standing firm.
Yeah, driving a very clean series of lines. He's not letting himself get flustered by Klein, and I'm really surprised that Klein hasn't been able to get right on his tail. He's half a second down, but Tom Kimber-Smith seems to have the answers to anything that the Austrian can throw at him. The gap between 1st and 2nd, however, is really starting to go out. It's just over 7 seconds. Now, a few laps ago, it was 3.5 seconds. Oliver Webb working the traffic well, but he does seem to have the race-winning pace in him with 20 minutes remaining. Simon Dolan, is there anything left in the locker? 20 minutes to show.
20 minutes to fend off Michel Frey as well, who is at a reasonably comfortable distance, about half a minute behind Michel Frey, although still lapping quicker than Dolan. Mark Szulzicki is in 4th position. He's gained a bit of time, something like a second on Michel Frey that time around, the Russian driver. Tom Kimber-Smith still far more concerned with Christian Klein behind him rather than any cars in front. Michele Rugolo leads GTE with 20 minutes to go from Matteo Cressoni, and Cressoni is able to keep Rob Bell at arm's length for J&W Motorsport. So it's AF Corsa from Kessel Racing from J&W Motorsport. GTC still in the hands of SMP Racing. 1st and 2nd for Luca Persiani and David Markozov. And it's Cedric Spirizzuoli who completes the provisional GTC podium for AF Corsa.
Yes, just talking there about Michel Frey, whether he'd be able to chip away at Simon Dolan. He has been running faster. He had a traffic-affected lap that time, but the gap is surely too much. It's half a minute and a little bit between 2nd and 3rd places. Simon Dolan gained a second back from Oliver Webb in the seesawing battle for the lead, but the fact that it's 6.8 seconds and has been going out certainly makes it seem very strong indeed for the Senior Tech Alpine team with Oliver Webb on board. The feeding him with raw meat and the beating with sticks has clearly worked its powers and its magic thus far, but have they fed him too much meat or not enough? We will find out.
This, if they stay out in front, will be the first win of the year for Signatech Alpine.
3rd winner in 3 races, which is great.
Yeah, very much so.
If indeed they get to the finish in the lead. Not counting our chickens before they've hatched.
Silverstone, it was a win for Thierry by TDS Racing in the Morgan on that occasion. And the 2nd race of the season at Imola was taken by Jota Sport. So it'd be great to have a 3rd winner of the season, but as you say, still 18 minutes and 45 seconds to unfold.
Yeah, but as you point out there, it's not just three sets of drivers for 3 teams. It's 3 different chassis winning races in the European Le Mans Series, and that is very, very healthy indeed for sports car racing. And Oliver Webb responded on that lap. He took nearly a second back out of the advantage that Simon Dolan had gained the previous time around. But every time you look at the screens, you'll see the LMP2 cars ducking and diving and swerving and just trying to find a way past the GTE and GTC runners through the sweeps and swerves of this Red Bull Ring that started in full sunshine, and now it's getting in towards the shade of the evening, as of course with these high mountains behind the circuit, the sun can dip behind them long before it's ready to set anywhere else, but certainly feels a different place to how it was at the start of the race.
That time around, the 140th lap for Matteo Cressoni, very respectable indeed. He's actually edged out the gap back to Rob Bell in the JMW Motorsport car, so further cementing his potential second place finish. Cressoni driving brilliantly well with Thomas Caminata a little earlier on, and the 81 Kessel Racing team on course for their second place in a row.
Fastest runner in GTE last time around was in fact Marco Chiocci, second fastest Stuart Hall, but they're down in 5th and 8th positions in GTE. But again, just trying to pick off those ahead, but since it's all the hot shoes, with Rugolo, Cressoni, Rob Bell, Pierre Caffa, Marco Chiocci, Andrea Bertolini, Stuart Hall, very, very hard indeed. For 5th place, but Tom Kimber-Smith holding on, and in fact pulled out about a car length's advantage as they went down into Rauch, and holds it as they start to go through the right-hand curve that takes them through those two left-hand sweepers. But they have the Gulf Racing UK Porsche in front of them, and in fact blocking Tom Kimber-Smith a little bit. This is a chance for Christian Klein, but there are still a trio of GT class cars ahead of them as they go down, and Tom Kimber-Smith passes one, nearly trips over another as they go into Worth, the second of the left-handers. Now he dives up the inside of that car as they turn right through the kink behind the pits and enter that final sequence of corner. But another lap in which Greaves Motorsport with Tom Kimber-Smith will hold off Christian Klein for 5th place.
Just trying to work out what this provisional result will mean to the championship, because coming into this race, if you add the point that Jota Sport will have got from their pole position, they had 28 points and will get 18 points from a second place finish. That will give them 46 in total. And then Signatech Alpine, Nelson Pansy-Ticci, Oliver Ware, Paul-Luc Chatin, 25 points coming into this race. They'll get another 25, that'll give them 50, and actually the championship lead by 4 points. So it all is boding very nicely indeed for a close championship fight, with only 2 more rounds to go, remember, at Paul Ricard, and the final race in Portugal this year, isn't it, 2014 championship?
18th and 19th of October for that final round at Estoril.
That's
Paul
right.
Ricard, September 13th, with the race on the 14th for round 4. The gap between Oliver Webb in the race-leading Signatech Alpine and Simon Dolan went out to 12 seconds last time around. We're just waiting for another lap to be completed. Meanwhile, it's out to 13.4 as they cross the start-finish line, and catching both of them that time around is Michel Frey. Too little, too late from race performance. They had their problems, and it cost them dear.
Really important here that Simon Dolan keeps the pressure on, so that Signatech can't fuel save. They've got to keep pushing them and try to keep them on full rich at the moment. And also Simon Dolan's got to keep his pace up, because he's been caught.
Well, I'm afraid, just while you were saying that, I just want to cut to that battle for 5th place, if I will, because we've just had the order change. Christian Klein got past Tom Kimber-Smith, but it was very much because Tom Kimber-Smith got blocked by a GT car, nearly had to take to the grass, and had to back off a little bit, and that was the moment that Christian Klein had been waiting for. But yes, you're right. Of course, Simon Dolan does have to keep that pressure on.
Just notice a very slow lap for Matteo Cressoni. Did he come in for a stop? No. He still only pitted 3 times, which is comparable to Michele Rugolo and Rob Bell. But
16 seconds off the pace that lap.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Cressoni has actually lost out on second position. Don't know the full margin between Cressoni and Rob Bell before that problem, or error, whichever it was. And we're still waiting for the times to come through. Much more respectable lap that time around, and it would appear that Matteo Cressoni has held on to second place for Kessel Racing, but he did a 1 minute 47 second lap. Compare that to a 1:32.7 he's just done. And Rob Bell about to come through, in fact has come through to complete 144 laps. Still got 5 GTE cars on the lead lap. They are Michele Rugolo for AF Corsa, Matteo Cressoni for Kessel Racing, Rob Bell for JMW Motorsport, Pierre Caffa for AT Racing, and Marco Ciocci for AF Corsa. They are all Ferraris, as is Andrea Bertolini's SMP Racing example. And then the first of the non-Ferraris is Stuart Hall, on board the former race-leading Aston Martin Vantage for Gulf Racing. 12 minutes to go.
Well, Michele Rugolo trying his hardest to pass a GTC SMP Racing entry number 73 with David Markazov, and finding it very hard work indeed. So he'll be losing a little bit of lap time, but on normal pace he does seem to have the speed over Matteo Cressoni. He hunted him down, he passed him, but now he's frustrated. Now he has made the move stick. In the GTE class leader, running 7th overall. He wants to know the gap between first and second in the race. Oliver Webb and Simon Dolan. It was 13.4 seconds. It went down to 13.2. We're just waiting for the timing screens to confirm what it is this time around. But Oliver Webb does seem to be controlling this race as we go towards the final 10 minutes.
And will the final 10 minutes involve a hailstorm or not? That's the question to be answered fairly shortly. 11 minutes and 11 seconds to go.
And your nominations, please, for the Robin Goodman Spirit, I Respect Spirit of the Race Awards. Who do you think deserves honouring from you guys? It's your vote. Gentlemen, some thoughts from you?
Well, I'll lob in Daniel Brown, who did such a storming first 2 stints in the Gulf Racing UK Aston Martin. Didn't put a wheel wrong, gave a huge lead, which unfortunately Raoul Goethe has minimised, has reduced, has lost. And of course Stuart Hall now fighting, but way down in 7th place in the GTE class.
Johnny?
Can I invite to the table Paul-Luc Chatin, who has put in a stellar middle stint and fended off Simon Dolan. In fact, it was Harry Tinknell at the time, I beg your pardon. Tinknell got through, Chatin replied, and I didn't think he was capable of that, but then eventually Harry Tinknell managed to get by the Signatech Alpine. But without that second and third stints from the Frenchman, Ollie Webb wouldn't be in this sort of position, a cracking position to take the race victory. He's now 14 seconds in front, but he wouldn't be in this place had it not been for PLC, I'll call him.
Yeah, that's what I was calling him earlier on. Another 3-letter acronym from me, JMW Motorsport. I think they've just really upped their game this weekend. It hasn't been an easy season for them. Nice to see Rob Bell back with them, sitting in third at the moment. They'll have wanted a bit more than that, but once again they've gone about their motor racing very well. And a word for my near neighbour Matt Griffin, who may well have pulled off the pass of the race, backing a Ferrari into the corner at the top of the hill as if it was a World Superbike or a MotoGP bike. That was just outstanding.
It was precision driving because there was nothing to spare around the outside, but it showed fierce determination. He can't have been able to really place the car inside him. No. By golly, he wasn't going to back off.
And that's what we like to see. So vote for them, vote for someone else in the I Respect Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award at Radio Le Mans on Twitter, and use the hashtag SOTR. Hashtag SOTR to Radio Le Mans. Suggest your own people if you would like, or any of the ones that we've mentioned, and we'll announce the winner towards the end of Audi Post Race Tech, which comes up next. And we've got some pretty interesting questions. Still time for you to submit to that. Again, it's at Radio Le Mans on Twitter. Use the hashtag AudiPRT, or go on to radiolemans.com and have a look at the thread that's building there. Well, 8.5 minutes to go. We've seen odd things happen in European Le Mans Series in the last 10 minutes. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer nod sagely alongside me, and they'll describe the closing stages of round 3 of the ALMS powered by NISMO.
The Pegasus Racing P2 car with John O'Coleman on board now comes out of the final corner to stick another lap on Matteo Grassoni in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and Matteo is at a safe distance from Rob Bell, who is in third place in the 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So it's Rugolo from Grassoni from Bell, first, second and third in GTE. GTC still being headed by SMP Racing, not only first but they're also second. Luca Persiani and David Markazov, first and second cars 71 and 73, from Cedric Spirizzuoli in third position for AF Corsa. And it's the Signatech Alpine of Oliver Webb who continues to edge out that gap. It's up to almost 15 seconds now from car 38, Simon Dolan.
Yes, it does seem that whatever Simon Dolan chucks at this in his third stint in the Jotasport Zytek, he just doesn't have an answer for the pace in these dying laps of the race. 1 minute 29 his last lap, the very best lap of the race, 1 minute 24.9. But even the race leader now lapping in the 1 minute 27s. Their tyres have certainly seen better days. They're on their second stint on this rubber, and they are nursing it to the finish. But it does seem that Oliver Webb has all the answers. In fact, the driver lapping fastest of that top trio is now it's Michel Frey, but no, Marshall Zitsky in fourth place is lapping faster than any of them. But Michel Frey hasn't got enough time left to try and hunt down Simon Dolan, and the race performance team will be ruining their decision to send Frey out at the start of the race with one soft compound tyre. We reckon it cost them about 30 seconds. How far are they off the race leader? About 30 seconds.
No, it's down to 17.2 seconds now, so he's whittling it down. I think he is still going to run out of time. You're quite right, but he has slowly worked away at it. 17.5 seconds between Simon Dolan and Michel Frey.
Yes, but 30 to the lead of the race, because he's about 13-14 seconds down. So there we are. We could have had a really, really good run to the flag. It does look as though Cinetec Alpine does have the speed. Oliver Webb has the speed to go towards this checker. 6 minutes and a little bit more remaining, but Michel Frey, no one's told him it's nearly the end. He is still eating chunks out. He's 1 minute 31.5 seconds off the ultimate at the lead of the race. So a very good, strong run. And that car, apart from the second stint, the race performance Orica has looked so well balanced through this sequence of corners here. And we do have pretty
doing okay to keep still Rob Bell at a safe distance. Managed to find about 0.4 of a second on the British driver last time around. So car 81 on for a second position, and it should be JMW Motorsport to stand on the bottom step of the podium at the end of this third round of the season. Luca Persiani seems to be in the 71 car for an eternity and continues to motor on, just done a 1:33.0, and that's 0.7 of a second quicker than the other SMP racing car of David Markozov. Cedric Spirituoli still third ahead of the two McLarens. They haven't switched places. It's still car 99 ahead of 98.
Well, the reason that Persiani seems to have been in the 71 entry forever is Kirill Ladigan started the race, then Persiani took it over, then he handed it to Basov, and then he took it over again. But they are giving him the lion's share of the driving. Gap between first and second came down to 13 seconds last time around, but we have 3 minutes and 40 until the checker will be waved. The hail hasn't arrived as yet, but the humidity has certainly suggested it can't be that far away.
Hard as possible to get to the end of the race, but also fuel managed to a certain extent as well.
Well, he can back off a little bit with a 14-second advantage over Simon Dolan and the Jota Sport entry. Race performance, Michel Frey has been closing down on them. The gap now 27 seconds between he and race leader Oliver Webb, and Oliver Webb just continues to pick his way through traffic as he comes down towards the end of another lap here at the Red Bull Ring.
GTC still headed by Persiani from Markozov from Spirituoli, and GTE, the unstoppable Michele Rugolo, having to work his way through traffic yet still, but he is building his advantage, if anything, over Matteo Crisoni. And Rob Bell locked into that final podium spot, I reckon, even though Pierre Caffer has been working away at the lead between his AT racing car and the JMW Motorsport entered Ferrari. We had a fabulous mix of marks at the start of this race within GTE, but it's really meant that as a result Ferrari 458 Italians have risen to the surface throughout the last 4 hours, and the top 5 cars, top 6 cars are all the Italian mark from Maranello, and then the best of the rest is the Aston Martin Vantage V8 that promised so much in the early stages. Cracking double stint from Daniel Brown, but the ground was lost when Earl Goethe took the car over for his minimum 45 minutes, and Stuart Hall has done his best, but possibly the best of that Aston Martin had already gone for Daniel Brown, and Stuart Hall just cannot find a rhythm to, well, he's got Andrea Bertolini in front of him, which won't help. He had been matching his lap times in the last few laps. It's dropped away, but of course the Porsche challenge has fallen away even more with the demise of Proton Competition as a competitive runner in this race. They started second. We expected not so much from the Felbermayers, but with Richard Lietz on board, we really thought it would go somewhere in the race, but it hasn't been their day at all in GTE. It's all Ferrari. On to the final lap then for Oliver Webb as he heads over the start and finish line and in towards turn 1. There are 2 Ferraris very close to one another, and that may... I don't think that is a fighting position.
And the McLaren, is it not?
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the MP412Cs, in fact. So I think that's a GTE car 72 of Andrea Bertolini, lapping either Gregoire de Moustier or Ricardo Gonzalez, but they're in 2 separate classes. Is it not Gonzalez on? No, it's not Spirazzoli. I beg your pardon. There we are. 43 seconds remaining. The time is counting down, and the gap was only 14 seconds at the start of the lap. Well, it was 14 seconds, not only between Oliver Webb in the race leading Alpine and Simon Dolan in the
Jota Sport doesn't have the answers this time around, and Alpine going towards their first win in the third round of the ELMS.
Defending champions, let us not forget, of course, Signatech Alpine with the A450B for 2014, but it was the championship winning car in the ELMS in 2013. This is their first win, and with it, my little bit of scribbling on the pad to work out the calculations, with it they should get the championship lead as well, with 2 rounds to go at Paul Ricard, and they head to Portugal for the final race of the year in October. So a cracking run from Oliver Webb to end the stint. It was Paul-Luc Chatin who took the lion's share of the driving in the middle portion, and Nelson Panciatici with a cracking opening stint as well. But Oliver Webb takes the third race of the season in the European Le Mans Series in the Signatech Alpine. It'll be Jota Sport coming home in second position, so a non-finish at Silverstone, a win at Imola, and a second place finish here in Austria for Jota Sport, and Simon Dolan alongside Harry Tinknell and Philippe Albuquerque. Third place should go to the race performance Oreca 03 with its Judd engine. So we've also got 2 power plants on the same podium as well. Nissan from Judd, Michel Frey finishing in that car. And as far as the GTE honours are concerned, Michele Rugolo will bring the AF Corsa Ferrari number 55 home after, as John Hindhaugh said, one of the moves of the race from Matt Griffin a little earlier on in car 55. It was Rugolo, Griffin and Duncan Cameron completing the driver lineup, and Kessel Racing will come home with a second place finish. Matteo Cressoni driving very hard indeed till the very end of the race, sharing that drive with Thomas Caminata. And third place to the JMW Motorsport car, number 66, Rob Bell, taking the car to the checker flag. George Richardson and Daniel Mackenzie, though, also taking their part in the race. And GTC honours, well, very much going the way of SMP Racing. There was potential for getting all 3 cars on the podium, I suppose, at the start of the race. The 57 car dropped away, but the 71 and 73 cars were dominant throughout, and Luca Persiani in car 71 will take the race win, but Kirill Ladygin started the car. Alexei Basov also with the stint partway through. David Markosov in car 73 coming home in second position, sharing that drive with Olivier Beretta and Anton Ladygin. And completing the podium in GTC, it'll be Cedric Spirizzuoli in car 95 alongside Adrian Delina, and a 2-driver lineup, bronze and silver. That is no mean feat to get the car onto the GTC podium.
Very impressed with all of that. Pretty clean race, no intervention from the safety car, and Signatech Alpine take the victory. Tactical, yes, but ultimately it did come down to pace. There'll be a lot of what ifs, and I think people looking at telemetry and statistics to see if they could have changed their fortune just a little bit. We'll go through some of the ramifications of that in Audi post-race tech, which comes up in a moment. But let's just going to take Alpine seconds, just third round of some Jota Sport in second and race performance in third, with Gree take off his helmet. The rest of the team alongside him. But certainly you cannot fault all of that team effort as the rest of the cars just come gently into the pit lane. And congratulations to AF Corsa, qualified nowhere in the 55 car, 12th I think from memory, raced up through the field, beating Kessel Racing and JMW Motorsport. Let's get down and have a word with one of our winning drivers down in the pit lane.
Yeah, it was really hard race to the start until the end. We had a big fight with the Jota car, but at the end we win, so it's a really good result for the team, and because they work hard after Le Mans to make a good car, and what they did today, so we are really happy.
Thank you.
Nelson Panciatici talking to us down from the pit lane, the briefest of interviews from NP, but clearly a very happy man indeed. That about wraps it up from this part of the show, and we will announce our I Respect Spirit of the Race Award in Audi Post-Race Tech, which comes next. And don't forget, the only place for full live race coverage of the European Le Mans Series, powered by NISMO, Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, is here on RadioLeMans.com. geo-blocked.com. My thanks to Bruce Jones and to Johnny Palmer, to our responsible editor Eve Hewitt, and to Tim Gray. But stay tuned, it's Audi Post-Race Tech for Austria ELMS next here on RadioLeMans.com.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world. Midweek Motorsport. Wednesday at 8 p.m. News and discussion, comment and debate, and sometimes speculation and argument. Join in with the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at RadioLeMans.com as the team talk through a broad range of topics from throughout motorsport. F1, rallying, NASCAR, bikes, touring cars, sports cars. If it has wheels and they keep score, it's on. Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday at 8 p.m. RadioLeMans.com.
Efficiency, all these things in the last 125 years. But ultimately, we are still pretty much wedded to some form of internal combustion engine. In 125 years' time, what does your futurologist say?
Well, as a petrol head, I mean, I particularly like big V8s, but I realise that I've got to move with the times as well. We at Dunlop, we went out to talk to some experts on this, and looking 125 years ahead, and the reason we're looking 125 years ahead is our introduction to wheeled sport was 125 years ago with a tricycle, and you look at where we've come from tricycle to here with V4, petrol, hybrids, diesels, everything on the track together, electric car racing at Le Mans for the first time, and you think how much progress we've had in those 125 years. Let's get a futurologist to look at what that next period can look like. So we met with a guy called Dr. Ian Pearson. He was the full-time futurologist for BT in the 1980s and 1990s. He invented text messaging. In an area like that, you think of the advances that we've had in the telecoms world over the last 20 or 30 years, with the phone now being the thing that actually you're probably listening to this radio program on now, rather than it even 10 years ago, you'd have thought it's only a telephone. It's important to have a futurologist to predict the trends. So what Dr. Pearson said was in 125 years' time, he thinks it's going to be plasma thruster propulsion that is going to be the main force in motorsport.
This is sci-fi. We're thinking things that we would see on Star Trek: The Next Generation. What does he base his thinking on there?
Basically, he thinks that plasma thrusters are where you bombard a gas with electrons, and then you have these superconducting coils, which basically create a magnetic field that propels the car. It's interesting. That's one opinion, but we'd like to know what the public thinks. We also looked at what could happen in the next few years as well. 125 years is a long way ahead. In 50 years' time, Dr. Pearson's view in the futurology report that we commissioned was that fossil fuel engines would be fully replaced by some form of electric drive. And the big debate would be, where does the energy come from? His view is that with wireless charging, it could be possible that you have points in the track where, when the vehicle runs over that part of the track, it's wirelessly charged. Similar technology to you'd find in an electric toothbrush, where you put your toothbrush and it just charges without there really being any contact or connection. I mean, for me, having that in the track, it feels a bit like Scale Electrics, but that's what the expert thinks. One of the other concepts that Dr. Pearson suggested, which could be interesting for endurance racing, is also the concept of, we talk about energy harvesting and then energy retrieval, but what about bringing that in as an element of strategy between different cars in the same team? So, for example, if you've got a car that round one part of the circuit was braking, could that be storing energy that can then be used by the car that's perhaps further down the straight?
And still accelerating.
Wow. That led me to think, what would you call it? It's a bit like electro-slipstreaming. You see cars going out together in qualifying now to help each other. The team strategist would have to be thinking, at what point of the track do I have the car that's creating the energy, while that's actually donating it to the car that's somewhere else on the circuit that's receiving that energy. Wow. And that's the sort of ideas that our futurologist was coming up with. But again, we'd love to know what the public think about those ideas.
Those concepts, those very high concepts that you were talking about there, have, though, got a basis in some kind of science. Wirelessly transmitting electricity has been around since the days of Nikola Tesla. That's nothing new at all. Do the concepts that we are looking for from the enthusiasts and the fans who are listening to this, do they have to be based in technology that exists now, or are we literally asking people to say, if it doesn't exist now but you can make a case for it, we want to hear about it?
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that have got different views to the futurologists. There's certainly people out there that are far brighter than we are in terms of being able to imagine what the future could look like. This is a place to talk about your ideas. If you've got a great idea, promote that idea, and who knows, it could be in the future of motorsport. Looking at the nearer term, I mean, we've talked about, Dr. Pearson thinks in 50 years' time it's purely electric, and the debate will be how we get that electricity, and in 125 years' time it could be the plasma propulsion. But what about the next 10 years or so? I mean, that's an interesting period. Last year we began a partnership with Green GT. We were hoping that car would be racing by now, but it's a very complex car. It's still testing. That's still a partnership that we have. Green GT is a hydrogen fuel cell. One of our experts on the Dunlop Future Race Car Challenge Facebook page is Jean-Francois Weber, who is the chief engineer on Green GT. His vision for hydrogen is a real advocate of it, as you'd expect. He says it's safe, it's sustainable, it's light, it's clean, it's zero pollution. And what he wants to see is a car where ultimately you put water in it and no pollution comes out of it. And that's the long-term goal.
And again, that's not science fiction. We have seen at the Nürburgring hydrogen going in and water coming out, and a whole lap, in fact a lap and a half of the Nordschleife done by Aston Martin's Rapide race car a few years ago. So this is based in now technology. We don't have to stretch our minds too far for that.
Yeah, it is possible. You can go to some car manufacturers like Honda, who have the FCX Clarity car that's being tested in the market in the USA. That's a hydrogen fuel cell car. It's a fascinating time for automotive technology when it comes to powertrains, because in the 80s and the 90s there was a big move to diesel. Diesel still has its role to play. We're seeing some great petrol engines now being launched that are more efficient than diesel. If you look in the road car market, there's a real downsizing, and some petrol engines like the Ford EcoBoost, the Fiat Multi-Air engine, they're producing high specific power outputs, but very low on emissions too. A lot of this technology comes from motorsport, but the next discussion really is do we go in the next 10 years more down the pure electric route, the hybrid route, the range extender route, or are we going to see hydrogen fuel cells coming in? Or indeed, can petrol and diesel have a bit of a renaissance and still be the dominant one? And
synthetic petrol and diesel, or organic petrol and diesel. There's work being done there as well.
It is, yes, and that's something which could really improve the case for petrol and diesel in the future. And all the work that's gone into internal combustion engines, that means that there's still a very bright future for that technology in those engines. But this is what the experts think. I mean, we've got Jean-Francois Weber, we've got our futurologists, but what we want to know is what do the public think? Again, on our Facebook page, there's the opportunity to upload your own ideas, create the debate there, but there's also the chance on the page about powertrains to vote for what you think the future power of motorsport will be. So in 25 years' time, do you think it's going to be electric, petrol, diesel, hydrogen, or something else? Ask the same question about 50 years and 125 years' time. And we're going to be collating that research. So we really want to know what the fans think. Simply go on there and vote online. And we'll be publishing the results of that survey later on this summer.
And that is a Facebook app, so you kind of need to be logged into Facebook to do it. You can get there through the Dunlop logo on the front page of radiolemans.com. And if you've got a good enough idea, you might see that turned into at least some kind of reality, because ultimately there will be a future race car produced, and not in 125 years' time, sometime towards the back end of 2014.
Yeah, we're going to commission a Dunlop concept this summer, which will be put together by an expert race car designer that we'll announce later.
actually nonsense. The GT500 cars have got about 600, 650 brake horsepower, and the GT300 cars have got about 400.
Not in 125 years.
So, starting with the GT500 cars, these are the premier class. These are the fastest cars. Every single car on the grid is a works car. So you'll have the Lexus, which you'll see on pole position from a Honda, and also you've got Nissan in there with the GTRs. Now, these cars are based on the same technical rulebook as the current DTM cars are. So you have the same chassis, the same gearbox, same suspension, many other similar components, which is why they look quite like a DTM car if you squint a bit. The exception to that is the Honda, which we'll come back to in a lot more detail because there's a lot of stuff to talk about on that car. But these cars, the GT500 cars, all have 2-litre inline-4 turbocharged engines, which, as I said before, kick out about 650 brake horsepower, and they are running on a mix of weight restriction for the whole car and a fuel flow restriction, a bit like WEC, but actually restricting it, not monitoring it.
Which means that this is a tough one. The way I read it, Sam, and tell me if this is right, up to 50 kilos you take the weight penalty. Above 50 kilos they calculate a fuel restriction, which actually slows you down. It physically slows you down. You're not as quick in a straight line. But swapping some text backwards and forwards with the guys at NISMO, the 23 car, which has got 84 kilos, 50 of which is a physical 50 kilo presence in the car, the rest of which is calculated on fuel flow. They're saying they don't know because it's never been done this way at this race, but they think they might be able to save a fuel stop.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because it means they basically can't use as much, physically cannot use as much fuel, like pump as much fuel into the engine as you might like to. And in WEC in Formula 1 you have a fuel flow meter which pings you if you go over a certain amount on an instantaneous amount. This fuel flow restrictor means it's absolutely impossible to do that. So, and it's a Toyota invention, so it's going to be very interesting to see how on this long 6-hour race, or 6-ish hour race, how
173 laps. It is 1,000 kilometres, not 6 hours.
It's a 1,000-kilometre race, so it could be longer than 6, it could be quicker than 6. But knowing this sort of racing, I think we'll see a few safety cars. So,
for those of you heading to Brands Hatch for British GT today, you should be aware by about 10:30 UK time. That includes Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com who joins us. Let's run down the qualifying for you. It was Satoshi Motoyama and Matsutaka Yanagida on pole position for GT500 in the S-Road Mola GT R Nissan ahead of their teammates. That's the 46 car ahead of their teammates in the 23, Sugo Matsuda and Ronnie Quintarelli. Just 0.2 of a second between them, and the weight difference at some 44 kilos. The 46 pole sitting car running on Michelin's, of course, and then there is a tyre battle in GT500. The pole sitting car with the 50 kilo weight, 84 kilos on second place. The first of the Honda Concept GTs for Naoki Yamamoto and Frederick Makaviki. Another 0.3 further back, and that's a difference in kilometres an hour, excuse me, not in time, my apologies. 68 kilos on that. This is the Honda Concept GT car, the HR414E, number 18, of which you said more later. This is completely different to everything else on the grid.
Yeah, the Honda is a funny car. It's the NSX Concept GT officially it's called. It uses the same DTM chassis as all of the other cars, but it's a mid-engined car rather than being front-engined.
They've turned it round.
They've turned it round. They put the engine at the other end, and it's still rear-wheel drive.
Because they can? Or?
Because they can, and on top of that, it's also a hybrid.
Right.
Which makes it completely different as well, the way it delivers its power and the way it works.
Lovely.
And apparently, people tell me who have opinions on these things, I don't, that it sounds so much better. I don't think it sounds much different to any of the others.
In GT300, slightly larger class, and there are some things like Mercedes-Benz SLS AMGs, Audi R8 LMS in there, but at the front of the field it is the specific GT300 cars, the Subaru BRZ GT300 for Kota Sasaki and Taketo Iguchi. They qualified in just on 2 minutes around Suzuka, which is not hanging about. Now, they've got 70 kilos of weight and run on Michelins. Yokohama has second position with a 2 minutes 0.398, 50 kilos for Kazuki Hoshino, Lucas Ordonez and Wolfgang Reip. Yes, they are in Nissan. It is a GT-R GT3. This is a VR38 DETT engined car.
That's correct. It is a Nissan.
Very full some information there. The first of the non-specialist cars is the BMW Z4, I believe, down in 5th position. Akira Aida, Hiroki Yoshimoto and Shinya Sato with 2 minutes 0.6 on Yokohama. Michelin, Yokohama, Bridgestone, Dunlop, all represented in GT3.
Oh, absolutely, I'm gripped. I've just actually had a quick look back here, and it is, isn't it? This is one of those races, it's sick fixture, but not always a 1,000-kilometre race, of course.
No, absolutely not. And in terms of, we should mention as well, in terms of the points positions, driver rankings has Daisuke Ito and Andrea Caldarelli. I want to say Calderari, of course.
You and me both. Yeah.
They lead the championship on a total of 51 points. On 47 points, Hinaro Yasuda and João Paulo Lima de Oliveira, or JPL as he's known to his friends, or he will be this evening. And then the 23 car of Sugo Matsuda, Ronnie Quintarelli in 3rd place on 42 points. That's in 500. In 300... it is, he says, quickly flipping over. Computer doesn't want to do that. As we've just had the driver's start command, and the cars will roll off in a second. It's Bjorn Verdheim and Katsuyuki Hironaka by, 4 points ahead of the 4 car of Nobuteru Taniguchi and Tatsuro Kachioka. There is a team's championship as well, but we'll come to all of that much, much later on, or earlier on in the morning, because the cars are about to roll out. Now, we were promised that we'd get some sound from the track without Japanese commentary interruption. That is not happening at the moment. This is what the Japanese commentators sound like at the moment. Looking down onto the grid, 2 motorcycles and police cars to be the pace cars.
Well, something I need to tell you about the start of a Super GT race, because you probably haven't watched. If you haven't watched one before, there's actually 2 starts.
Yes.
The GT300 and GT500 cars start separately, a bit like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, where you have those batches of cars going.
Well, much like Grandam. Like Grandam used to do. Yeah.
And you will have that here. So you'll see the GT500 cars go, and then almost a minute later, then the GT300 cars will go. And hopefully we can bring that sound to you, because the sound of the 500 and 300s, particularly the 500s, letting off the leaf, sounds like a storm of Mitsubishi A6Ms coming down at you in Hawaii a few years ago.
2 different motorcycle manufacturers represented on the front row there. There was...
Some different police cars as well.
Yes.
Subaru and Honda. Toyota, rather.
Yeah, and it was... it was a Honda, and it looked very much to me like one of those was a Kawasaki. But I could be wrong.
Kawasaki are a sponsor of Super GT, I believe. So.
Oh, well, there you go. It was an older one. I do like the idea of having police cars pacing the field round. There is a Nissan GT-R pace car that takes them around.
And Nissan obviously don't make police cars.
Well, I must admit, guys, we're not going to see it, of course, with this being the start of the race, but one of my absolute favourite things about Super GT, Sam, is the opportunity that fans have in free practice.
Race safari.
Yes, indeed. Which, you want to describe this extraordinary thing?
During free practice, open session, cars can all go banging around trying to get the car set up and the laps in. At the same time, spectators can hop on a bus and go for a tour of the track at the same time. So they're chugging around in their sort of tourist coach as the Super GT cars are flying around and past them. There's a sort of slow zone around the trucks and the buses, so they have to slow down. And it's one of the most spectacular. I've done it. It's one of the most spectacular things you can ever see on a race circuit. And if you sit at the back, it's slightly scary seeing a GT500 car closing down on you like that.
Just over almost 6 kilometres, isn't it? 5.8 kilometres around Suzuka GT with the crossover. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com.
Nissan, the power behind RadioLeMans.com. Nissan, we know sports cars.
Good morning, welcome along to a first on Radio Le Mans as we present exclusive live coverage from Suzuka of the 1000 Ks, the Autobahn 1000 Ks. It is the 6th round of the 2014 Japanese Super GT for 2014. Sam Collins from Race Car Engineering, as well as editor of Daily Sports Car, Graham Goodwin, and myself, John Hindorf, watching on this, and there's a huge crowd there, so it's not quite Grand Prix size, but it's not far away from the sorts of numbers that you see for the Japanese Grand Prix. And sadly, we've still got a connection to the commentary box. Yeah, sort of less if I do it that way, though, isn't there? Kind of only hear them in the background.
Can't hear them at all, actually.
Oh, really?
I can hear them in two different commentaries and two different ears when you do that.
That's really scaring you, isn't it? So, on pole position then, the S-Road Mola GT-R Nissan, the 46 of Satoshi Motoyama and Masaki Yanagida. What we don't have is a set of starting drivers for this, except that we are doing this not exactly as we would choose to, ladies and gentlemen, but we are giving it a shot because we feel it should be done. On the outside of row number 1 will be the 23, Ronnie Quintarelli and Sugo Matsuda in the Motul Nissan. The Veda Modulo NSX concept car is on the inside of row 3, the 18. Then it's the Calsonic 12. Probably easier to go by the sponsors because they are so, if you've ever played Gran Turismo, all of these liveries are so recognisable. Calsonic Impul GTR on the inside, on the outside of row 2. Petronas Tom's Lexus on the inside of row number 3. James Rossiter along with Kazuki Nakajima in that car. The rear brig, fantastic. NSX Concept GT for Kagure and Muto, the number 100 car. They share. They're on the outside of row 3. On row 4, this is all for the 500s. The Arta Honda NSX number 8 for Vincentonio Liuzzi and Kazuki Matsura. Then it's Chukukoshi and Kanishi in the Keihin NXX, the 17. And row 5, the Zenit Lexus from the D-Station Advan Nissan. That's number 1 from number 24. The police cars have pulled off. And we are still warming tyres. I think one more warm-up lap. Yeah. That was a parade lap, rather.
Well, the 300 cars are still quite close to the 500s. So it's one of the things you'll see is if you're looking at timing and scoring on the Super GT website, it's worth flicking over to the English section because some drivers and car names are going to be fully in Japanese if you don't. So you might not be able to see them in English if you don't flick over to the English language in the top right of your screen.
Are we getting a standing start here? No, we're not.
No,
they're just cruising very slowly past the start-finish line. Now, I'm a bit confused here, and it doesn't take much, if I'm honest, because we've got a Petronas Lexus at the front of the GT500 line.
That's not the pole sitter.
And that is not the pole sitter.
No,
I think that's the 5th placed car, the Petronas Tom's Lexus.
Would you like starting drivers, gentlemen?
Oh, you are a star.
Well, I'm going to say thank you very much to RJ O'Connell, who's just dropped those into my inbox this morning. But I can tell you from pole position, which is the number 36 car, it's going to be James Roster to start the race. The number 17.
There was 2
Honda
qualifyings, weren't there?
Yeah, yes, indeed.
And only one of them is on the website.
Indeed.
Not the one that counted, obviously.
And we've got a car in pit lane. It's the number 33 car.
That's one of the GT.
That's Suzuki, Bergmeister and Bergmeister.
So will be Daisuke Ito. Kazuya Oshima will be in the number 6 Toyota. And then rounding out the GT500 field, the number 32 car will be Bertrand Baguette.
Now, Graham, before you dive into GT300 cars, I don't think you're going to have time to get through them all before the race starts, which is why I'm pausing you there. Just a note, we were talking about the pole sitting. That Petronas Tom's Lexus, the pole sitter, Kaz Nakajima actually broke the lap record for the GT500 class yesterday in qualifying in this car, which is why I was on pole. I was wondering why. And that lap time he set was seriously quick. But it was only 0.2 of a second quicker than the second place NSX.
Yeah, and in the GT300, the pole position CRZ will have. Right, do we think that you said that, so it's Takashi Kobayashi will lead off for them. The Zero Mugen is Yuki Nakayama. The 31 Panasonic Prius is Morinita. Kota Sasaki takes the wheel of the fourth place Subaru. In fifth position, it'll be Lucas Ordonez that will start the GTR number 3. The 60 TWS Corsa will have Hiroki Yashimoto. Now, no more time for that, as we see the GTR heading over the top of the crossover bridge and heading back down towards that awesome section of Suzuka that we all get wrong on the games and end up running too far wide and losing our lap times.
130R, but it's not really 130R anymore. They've made it easier in recent years. And if you actually have a look, if you've got the TV pictures in front of you, you can just make out some of the
Nobody's got TV pictures. No, seriously. Unless you're in Japan at the moment or somewhere that's syndicated, but we're working on it.
If you're in Japan or Malaysia,
yes,
Thailand, you can actually see the little extra bit of track, which is now part of the tarmac runoff, as the car's coming into the final chicane, John.
At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, as we are waiting then for the GTR to pull off, and James Rossiter and Kudai Tsukukoshi comes to the start line to begin round 6 of the 2014 Super GT Championship, live here on RadioLeMans.com. 173 is the magic number. The green lights are on, and Super GT500 is racing. Rossiter straight away in the Lexus, dives down to the inside and then pulls out to take the racing line. No chance of a Senna Prost incident there as they go into the first corner. Moderating the throttle, looking for grips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all together, very close together in second down to 6th position, but already Rossiter pulls away as he heads up the hill. Now here comes the GT300s. They go through with the black and red Subaru pulling out to take the correct line into the first corner, and Takeuchi Kobayashi in the Arta CRZ GT is the one who takes the lead and heads down into the first corners. It looked like the Zero Mugen held its position with Nakayama in second place, but the Subaru of Kota Sasaki, it started in fourth, looked to have the best of the starts from the front runners in GT300.
Lucas Ordonez had a flyer off the line there, John. It was he got past the Subaru just going into the wiggly bit after the first corner here at Suzuka.
That is the technical term as well, of course.
The S's, I believe. But wiggly bit is better. But it's a hybrid 1, 2, 3 at the moment in GT300. But that
Ordonez in fourth position.
Ordonez in the GTR is pushing hard to catch up with those 3 hybrids in front.
So that is what we would see. Oh, and already a problem for one of the Hondas. It is the 32 car. This is the Rear Brig NSX Concept GT.
It's not the 32. My mistake. It's the one that looks like the 32.
It's the 100.
The yep.
It's the 100 car.
That's
the
Takashi.
Koguri and Muto car.
And Koguri at the wheel there, John, and it looks like he has gone in. Well, he's backwards there, actually. I think
he's facing the wrong direction, and the little trapped
vehicle.
The
rear brig car.
It is the rear brig car, yes, Graham, thank you. And no, in fact, he's facing the right direction, but the car's going past on the other side of the circuit, of course, such as the dimensions of the circuit here. Well, my worst fears are realised as we don't have any live timing and scoring on the site that we're looking at. But it is, I can tell you, James Rossiter who is leading by around about a second and a half, possibly even 2 seconds as they went across the line. Graham, you have that detail.
It's 1.6 seconds is James's advantage, and it's about the same back between the 17 and 23 car, with Ronnie Quintarelli trying to close down the number 17 car. Satoshi Motoyama dropping a little further back, about second and a half, the gap between the first 2 or 3 cars before you get down to that 4th place battle at the moment, which is down to just a tenth or so. Fast and furious stuff behind, and absolutely no pun intended there about these cars. But certainly a bit of a drag race down the main straight there, John.
Yeah, with positions changed. Now remember, this is going to be at least a 6-hour race, 1,000 kilometres. It is a distance, not a timed race, as the battles down the field rage on in the GT300 class, Graham, just coming across the line now.
Well, there's a great battle in GT500 right now, John, as those Hondas, which have been modified for this race, are having a great ding-dong there.
That's one of the Calsonic cars.
That is the Calsonic GTR battling, swapping every 3 changes of position in Spoon Corner alone there.
Yeah, I think that's the JPL de Oliveira car that was right in the middle of the pack in the first qualifying session. The Hondas, you can really see the difference of those cars. You said they've been modified for this particular race. In what respect?
Both Honda and Nissan have made major aerodynamic updates to their car for this race. They're allowed, each manufacturer is allowed to do it once a year. To do a
and
big
they've chosen to have it this one.
And this is the one that they bought it to Suzuka. They also have a low drag kit, which they use for Fuji, but that's not this. This is something different. Now, the Hondas have been struggling all year a little bit. They're a bit heavier, I think, and the aero hasn't worked so well. But here, looking at that, they're really fighting back through the field here at Suzuka. And that's home ground for them, remember, John. So they are not going to want to lose this.
So you're listening to live coverage of the 6th round of the Japanese Super GT. The Suzuka 1000K is presented by NISMO here on RadioLeMans.com. Good to have your company this evening or this morning, wherever you are in the world. Graham Goodwin already watching this with he's the one with the benefit of the timing app, and I'm already impressed, Graham, by what we're seeing. These are very, very quick cars indeed, and the sort of times that are coming through. BMW versus Subaru coming down the front straight, and how unlikely is that to be able to see it?
That's bad form for the Subaru. They've dropped back now 2 places there, John, against the GT3 cars.
Yeah.
And what we have in GT300, this is going to get a little bit confusing. You have 2 types of GT300 car. You have the European GT3 cars. Now, these are essentially the same as we see in Blancpain or something like that, though there is a tyre war going on, so they can play with dampers and things like that, so it's not quite the same. They're a little bit quicker than the European cars, probably closer in GTE Pro pace than to full GT3 pace. But also you have the JAF GT300 cars. Now, these are cars built using the centre bit of a production car, but everything else is chucked in the bin. So, for example, the Subaru has an old World Rally car engine that's been heavily modified, whilst the Hondas have a LMP2 HPD engine in the back of it, and the Toyota Prius has the same engine as the Rebellion R1 LMP1, John, in the back.
Right, as you do, or as you would if you had the.
Not so much run what you brung, but run what you can. It's fantastic.
What have you got in the back of the? What have you got in the back of the? Of the garage? Right, it's the Epson Honda, with Bertrand Baguette fighting his way through the field at the moment. That is making the headlines, Graham.
Well, that's the car I think we were talking about a little earlier, wasn't it? That was in the wall in practice, Sam.
Yeah, the 32 car was the one that was in the wall actually there, Graham, and he's coming back quite nicely, I think.
Into the top 10 now, and 11 seconds off the lead. What's that? It's 6 cars he's made his way past since the start of the race, and plenty of pace into the wheels of that uniquely Dunlop shod GT500 for this race. And
that Epson car is actually quite famous. That's the Nakajima car, and Daisuke Nakajima, son of the famous Nakajima Honda driver. Whilst it's not a works Honda, it is run by the Dome Racing team.
Yeah.
There is also a works Dome car. But that car is one of the sort of icons of Super GT in the Nakajima Racing team.
And Bertrand Baguette going round the outside into the first corner there of one of the Lexus. I think that was... Well, it wasn't the Petronas one.
There's almost the opportunity for the first baguette sandwich pun of the morning, but we won't do that. Just a quick note, by the way, from Timing and Scoring to say that the number 100 car is back and running again.
Okay, that is the Raybring NSX that we saw Kagure in the wall earlier on. Let's have a look at the battle for fourth and fifth in GT 300 with Lucas Ordonez in the number 3 Nissan. Ahead of Yoshimoto in the number 60 TWS Z4 BMW as they head into Spoon Corner.
That's a it's getting really close there, and what you've got there, John, is a great example of the diversity you've got. You've got this English-built NISMO branded GTR, which has a much wider.
No,
it's not.
No,
it's not.
Built in Japan now.
Is it?
The NISMO cars that run in Japan are all built in Japan. JRM build the cars for Europe.
Yeah, I think that's the official party line.
In fact, we're about to see, I think, in the coming days, I think I've got an invite to come along and have a look at the new 2015 car.
Am I driving that at some stage?
You are going to drive that at some stage, and
Good.
we'll bring that to Radio Le Mans listeners at some point in the near future.
Well, GT4 next weekend for me with Ginetta in the Super Cup at Rockingham. Come along and see that as my continuing driver development course, which is started back in 1997.
Long, hard road.
Well, you know, the Nissan GT Academy, NISMO GT Academy guys do it in 11 weeks. It's taken me since 1997, or it will do to get up to International C. I think I horrified Bernard Cottrell, and happy birthday for yesterday, Bernard, and I know you are feeling a little bit better, so that's very good news. Horrified Bernard Cottrell by telling me I had a National A licence now and was heading towards me NT. I think that proves to him that he needs to be back being in charge of motor racing events for the BRSCC. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com as Lucas
in terms of pace at the front of this race are James Roster, best time of the race of 151.732. Last time around a 151.852. By comparison, the number 17 car behind, 0.02 slower in terms of its best overall time and 0.02 quicker in terms of its time last time around. But they're running about 2.2 seconds apart now. And beginning to pull away from the remainder of the field. They've got a good 5 seconds now over Ronnie Quintarelli, the number 23 car, trying to chase them down, but at the moment failing and dropping it's almost a second slower last time around in pursuit.
Yeah, and if anybody can give me a link to some timing, some English timing and scoring. In has come the number 100 rear brig NSX for attention to the rear end of that car. I'll tell you what's happened, of course. What's happened is it was towed away by the little tracked vehicle that looked like it should be from the villain's lair in a Bond movie. And he hasn't come back into the pits, he's just continued. And now, of course, he's being called back to the pits. What we would call the legality section behind the rear wheels has been damaged. Lamborghini getting a lap put on it by the leader.
I believe that will be the J-Lock team, who are still out there. We saw them at Le Mans a couple of times.
Yeah, very briefly.
Brilliantly. But these guys were actually at one point one of the top GT300 runners. But what we're seeing now is the race leader, who is, that
he's already on the back of the 300s.
Petronas coloured, the Lexus is absolutely flying here. And this is where it gets really exciting, because all the races are all going to get mixed up. And you have two motor races, really hard racing, which we've already seen, and look, it's the Petronas McLaren is holding up the Petronas Lexus.
Goes round the outside into the the left-hander coming onto the back straight, and rides out over the. That's the one. That's another one where you get wrong. You go straight on into gravel there when you're in there, and. Headlamps flashing, the LED headlamps flashing as the leader comes through the pack with the Honda behind. He gets squeezed into the 130R very tightly by another one of the Lamborghinis.
I mean, look at this Honda coming through, John, right up the back behind the Nissan GT R. They're trying to go around the outside of that Lamborghini and the inside all at once.
So 36 Petronas Lexus RCF leads from the 17 Cayenne NSX in second place, and at the moment James Rossiter doing a cracking job through the traffic as he puts one of the Z4s to the sword going down into the first corner. Not sure who got the best of that through the traffic, Graham.
That looked to me eventually as if it was James Rossiter, but that was only because the second place car actually rather struggled. Should make clear, by the way, to confuse listeners, that the repeated mention of Petronas is indeed a petroleum brand and not a Harry Potter spell. That is confusing, I know, for some people out there this morning.
Yeah,
but
what is Harry Potter?
What is this Harry Potter that you speak of?
Spell?
It's the Calsonic Nissan actually making its way through now. This is great stuff, isn't it? And great as well. One other quick thing. we've got James Roster still leading this race. We'll see him in WEC action very soon as well, of course.
Yep.
James will be aboard the brand new Lotus T129, the AER engine car. Will be making its debut at the Circuit of the Americas in just a few weeks' time, John.
The P01/1, isn't it now? They've been
Oh,
rebranded.
good grief. I tell you what, yeah, we'll see it on the entry list and then decide what they're going to call it.
Well, just one note about the pace of these cars. The GT500 cars now working their way through the GT300 field. Now, we've already done the lap time and sector time comparison at Fuji Speedway on these GT300 cars last year. They're slightly quicker than GTE Pro in WEC.
Really?
So look at the speed differential of these GT500s. These GT500s are about mid-grid LMP2 pace.
This is what endurance DTM would look like.
Yeah.
Is what we're seeing for those of you. I'm still trying to get a handle on getting some pictures for you. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility, by the way. I'm hearing that might happen before the race ends.
We do have live camera footage from the Dome Honda pits currently, which I'm trying to post onto the collective at the moment, but because I have some computer issues...
Send it to Eve, if you can.
Which is what I'm doing. I'm sending it to a responsible adult, how to view that. So you can at least view something, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some...
The answer, by the way, in terms of how that panned out in traffic, is it has meant that number 17 car has pulled back better part of 3/4 of a second on the leader, so 1.4 seconds now the gap, as opposed to the 2.2 we had just a lap or so ago. But the pair of them are pulling away substantially from the rest of the pack now. 8.2 seconds now to the good ahead of the number 23 car.
Fantastic battle for 4th, 5th and 6th as the Motoyama-driven S-Road car in 4th position is under pressure from JP Oliveira. 46 from 12 then. And that's another one of the Calsonic cars that's coming through the pack at the moment. Looking through the GT300s, by the way, if you are looking at timings going, yes, that is a Porsche 911. Yes, that is an Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Yes, they are AMG, SLS, Mercedes-Benz. And as you've heard Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering say already, those cars should not be up at the sharp end of things. So anyone who is being passed by a, if you like, European-style GT3 car rather than a GT300 built specifically for this event, you are in trouble, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, the European cars, with the balance of performance they have, sometimes at some tracks have a slight advantage over the JAF GT300 cars, which have more downforce and lower top speed. So this is why you see the racing getting quite frenetic at times.
There's an Autobacks Honda just about to join onto the back of this battle for 4th, 5th, and make it a three-way battle into 6th position. The Calsonic GTR coming under pressure from one of the Autobacks Honda NSX concepts as the leader is still going through traffic.
And John, we're about to get a battle for the lead because that next lap around, yet another 7 tenths taken out of the advantage of James Roster. 0.7 of a second now is the gap, first to second place.
I think something it's worth doing at some point during this race, maybe later on when there is a big battle forming, John, just fade up the Japanese commentary if you can, because it can be quite entertaining to hear how different things are on the far side of the world. See, they're quite calm at the moment, but when a big battle forms, it's worth listening to the commentary in Japan.
You know what? I hope we don't have unseemly bits of enthusiasm from a commentary team, because we don't like that on Radio Le Mans.
There's some enthusiasm.
Since he's hit the back of the traffic, 8 seconds a lap has disappeared from James Rossiter's lap times, whereas the 17 NSX, which was started by Kudai Tsukakoshi, the Keihin NSX concept, he has managed to keep his lap times and his lap average. Trustwell would be loving this. His lap average has only dropped away by about 3 or 4 seconds a lap, and now we are beginning to see the dark blue and silver Keihin car catch the white and teal, and again in the 130R James Rossiter goes down the inside. He's had to lift. He's defending on the inside. He's lost a heck of a lot of momentum. And the NSX comes round the outside. He goes deep into the right-hander. He's defending. This is proper touring car stuff. Wheel to wheel. Wheel arch to wheel arch. There's almost a touch as they come round the final. Right-hander onto the start-finish straight.
Wow.
And Rossiter is down to second. And up to the lead goes the Keihin NXX. Suzuka Koshi, fantastic piece of opportunist driving there, Sam.
Well, there's an interesting thing. One of the things about Super GT is it is a manufacturer war between these big works manufacturers. Which type of car was it in GT300 that held up that Toyota?
Yeah.
That was a works Honda.
Yeah.
Letting another works Honda pass. That was teamwork. That was deliberate. Watch this. He turns
It's the Autobahn car. Oh, he did. He turned in on and put him on the curb.
That was deliberate. That was a works driver having a run at a rival manufacturer. This goes on in Super GT, and it's encouraged.
That was in fact, that was the pole position. In fairness, that was the leading GT300 with Takashi Kobayashi at the wheel, who held him up as Kaz Nakajima looks on. A little nonplussed.
No response to that. It was a replay of that incident. No response.
Well, Rossiter unhappy about that. But the left-hand side wheels, Graham, of that Petronas car, the two Bridgestone tyres on the left side, right up on the curb in one of the fastest corners in motorsport.
Staggering stuff. Absolutely wonderful stuff. That as well, by the way, behind the battle we're watching on the screens that we can see, and I think possibly you might actually be beginning to get some pictures now through NISMO.TV as well, I'm told. But that's also because the GT300 car we saw with that move there, John, that's opened back up the GT300 battle.
Right.
Because that's now back under a second.
So, NISMO.TV, and you will be able to see something similar, I think, to what we're seeing here in the studio, which is the Keihin NSX, leading by just on a second from James Rossiter in second place. Suzuka Koshi from Rossiter, first and second, and now the Honda sets sail, and they head out into lap number 12 of 173. RadioLeMans.com, powered by NISMO for the 6th round of the Super GT Championship. Well, that's just the first, really, guys. You know, we've got 173 laps. These are just the first salvos that are being fired, Graham, in terms of these fantastically sharp, as Sam has explained, manufacturer battles with tactics between GT and 300 and GT 500 that we're not used to seeing, cross-class tactical battles. But a Honda now leads it. Now into the pits. This is one of the Lexus. This is the Wedsport Advan car, the number 19. Segukara.
From 14th position, John. It strikes me it's striking a balance somewhere between really properly frenetic, as we're about to see why the number 19 car. Is that a puncture? I think it is, isn't it?
It is a...
I think that was a Lexus on Lexus.
No. There's fluid out the back of that car.
Right.
Well, they've only gone to the tyres. If it was... I didn't see tyres down with those Yokohama Advans going back onto that car.
No, that was tyres only, John.
Okay. I didn't see any damage, though. That was the point.
No, bits flying off it.
Okay.
But it does strike me as rather kind of...
bit for you. Now, we're watching this, we're enjoying it. Everybody at home now has got the NISMO TV feed as well. Hopefully it's a bit of a test for the guys at NISMO TV, but it's working at the moment.
Yeah, well done, guys. Well done, Jules. Well done.
Now, this sort of racing, now imagine you had this in the Le Mans 24 hours.
Yeah.
Be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, how about the GTA have already put in a request 2 times now to the ACO to have these racing at the Le Mans 24 hours as their own class, within the LMP2 class.
Within LMP2?
Within LMP2.
The problem with these cars, of course, is they're so expensive.
They're not compared to LMP2.
Speak to manufacturers and find out how much they're spending on this.
They won't tell you.
Yes, exactly. Why do you think that is? That's not because they're 3 and 4pence.
No, these cars are actually a similar cost to the DTM cars. We're talking about €880,000 per car in DTM. I think the Japanese might spend a little bit more because they've got a tyre war and a very different engine formula.
Yeah.
So they have open development on the engines, I think.
And that is one of the absolute marvellous things about Super GT. It is probably the premier class in the world in terms of a tyre battle. and that's something we've missed out with most racing across the planet in the last kind of decade or so.
We've got a theoretical tyre battle in WEC, but it hasn't really materialised in any of the classes, has it?
We'll have to get James Bailey on the radio and ask him why he's not got an MP1 tyre.
There you go. LMP2 certainly is there, and you know, watch this space. I feel we're getting back towards battle for LMP2. It's been reasonably quiet at the moment, but Michelin's got the back to the wall. One little kind of bit of teaser for the audience this morning, a little bit of a treat for them. Watch for a third tyre manufacturer in LMP2 into 2015.
SLS on Nissan going down into the first corner, and that was a pass for position.
That's Ordonez,
yeah, he's dropping down the field after a very good start that saw him up into fourth position.
Well, we were talking about tyres, and I think it's the tyres dropping off that's causing that, because the Subaru is also falling back through the field. Those hybrids, though. Now, this is one of the things about this tyre war.
By the way, it was the number 10 Mercedes-Benz, one of the Gainer cars.
One of the things about this tyre war formula is it did get to one point, and I don't know if it's still there now, that the tyre manufacturers were making individual tyre compounds and designs for each driver.
Nice.
Not just each car. Each individual driver had his own particular tyres. So that's how extreme the tyre war has got in Japan. But look at this battle in GT500 right now. This is sensational stuff.
You can't say look at the battle on radio. We have coming into the final corner the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th position. It's the Calsonic GT-R with JP Oliveira who leads that short train of 2 plus 1. It's not really a chain of 3 as we get the first GT500 car coming in without damage. And that was another GTR. Matsura in behind the number 12 Calsonic GTR, JP Oliveira. That's the number 8 Arta NSX. And as they go up through the S's, and it is quite a big climb, in comes this is the S-Roads 46 GTR. And this looks very, very standard.
Satoshi Matayama aboard that car, and that is a name that perhaps listeners tuning in that are more commonly with us for the Le Mans 24 Hours, this is the same as Satoshi Matayama from the famous film trying to fix that stricken Nissan Delta Ring. Oh, lick of flame there from the side exhaust.
Yeah, rather overly policed at the moment. It looks, Despicable Me Fire Brigade have come out for that one. Nina.
It's just a slight bit of unburned fuel overrun. Yeah, a little bit of flame coming out of the exhaust. That is normal with this type of car. The guys are standing there squirting.
Bearing in mind how close it is to the fuel filler.
Yes, it is on fuel filler's side.
That might be a small design issue, perhaps. But that's again. I mean, that's down to the fact that the original DTM car concept wasn't designed for endurance racing.
But they don't use the same monocoque as DTM.
It's an identical design monocoque, but these monocoques are manufactured by Toray Composites in the old Dome building, as the Calsonic GTR is getting as Matsura is having. Oh, he's passed it.
That's fourth position, Matsura going into 130R, and Oliveira had nothing there, as Matsura, who's sharing with Vitantonio Liuzzi in a number 4 car, goes a little bit deep into the chicane at the end of the lap, but now he's got that done, he will pull away. And what's interesting about that, of course, is, again, if we look at the tyre situation, who is doing better on tyres? Well, that was a Bridgestone shod Calsonic GTR being passed by, a Bridgestone shod Arta NSX, except, of course...
Problem for the 46 car, John. There is still quite a lot of smoke coming out of that car, still getting squirted by the extinguishers.
Nina.
But he couldn't get out of the pits for some reason. Now they really are getting serious with those fire extinguishers.
Yeah. A man who seems...
Fire in the cabin is I think that's what we're seeing here. I think the driver has reported fire in the cabin.
And fire in the front end of the car, which is where the engine is. Let me just finish the point on the battle we were just seeing, the Arta versus Calsonic cars. The big difference between JPL's car and Kazuki Matsura's car is 90 kilos. And 90 kilos is 50 kilos of weight and a shed load smaller fuel restrictor, so you cannot get the speed at the quickest parts of the circuit.
And this is an interesting thing with these cars. Each one has different performance windows. which means they race brilliantly, which makes it such entertaining. For those of you sitting at home in front of the internet, I think it would have been posted up on the Collective by now. We have the Dome pit cams
very good.
available, so you can watch everything from the Dome hospitality suite to the Dome pit wall, and also the Dome pit garages for the car. All the Works NSXs, whenever they come in, you'll see some real action quite soon on those.
And
so
thanks very much to Rabin and to Jules from NISMO.TV for getting us the feed, and now for getting it up to you as well, so that we can bring you the words. And Graham Goodwin, I think with 17 laps down, Graham, and just over half an hour gone, probably a good idea to give us just a rundown of the cars in the top half dozen positions in both the classes.
Certainly, absolutely, and beginning to get a gap in the lead now. The number 17 car pulling away now from number 36 car, James Roster, struggling to stay with him, 3.5 seconds back now. But those two still pulling away, albeit at less quicker pace now from the chasing 23 Nissan. And Kid Sorelli has now got a little bit of a gap ahead of the number 8 car in 4th position, but 17.5 seconds now back from the leader, the number 8 car in 4th position, and in reasonably close contention with D'Oliveira in the number 12 car in 5th position, then 3 seconds further back to the number 18 car. They really are the cars in overall contention, because beyond that there's another 16-second gap to the top 6 cars, separated by 22 seconds, almost 40 seconds back now the number 24 car. And GT300, meanwhile, it's the number 55 car, is almost 4 seconds up on the 0, so that's Kobayashi up on Nakayama, 55 from 0 in GT300, and then another gap before we get to Nita in the number 31 car, 10.5 seconds off the leader. Yoshimoto up to 4th position now. The number 60 car is right with the number 31, and then a further 5-second gap before we've got that battle we were talking about just a little while ago for 5th position. Yamauchi in the number 10 car, 16 seconds off the leader, but just 10ths ahead at the moment as Lucas Adones in number 3 Nissan.
Thank you, Graham. And don't forget, we've also got some Nismo Nissan pit cams as well on Twitter, Facebook, and the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum on the website. There's a thread there as well at radiolemans.com. The responsible adults getting across all of the other media that is there. My tweet deck isn't working quite so well at the moment, so apologies if we've slightly neglected what you're saying to us. We'll get back to it. In has come the number 86 Lamborghini. That was brought in, well, that looked like fairly standard stop, and the 86 car was started by Shinji Hosokawa. That's the Crystal Croco Lamborghini GT3.
I have to say, John, I think we've got an awful lot of people listening and watching this race.
The buzz when we announced it earlier on this evening, when we knew for certain, we kind of we couldn't announce this, and apologies for not doing more trailing ahead on this, dear listener. We hinted at it at Midweek Motorsport last Wednesday, 8 o'clock in the UK, but we were waiting for confirmation through from Japan and from our colleagues who've done all the hard work at Nismo.TV, by the way, and Rabin and Jules particularly, who is doing this remotely. I have no idea how he's managed to get all his guys together to do this in Barcelona, the UK and Japan. It's a fantastic effort by all concerned, so thank you to all of those guys. But it did take off, and it set the message boards alight all around the GT and Super GT community. We're getting to grips with it and not having live timing and scoring from the website. Graham's got it, but he's not standing next to us. But you don't need to know that. That's just our little issues.
I think in global terms, I'm standing next to you. Compared to what the NISMO TV guys are doing, we are standing pretty close.
At Radio Le Mans, or at NISMO TV, of course, Aaron Serra, Ryan Verleen, and many others saying thank you very much indeed. Speed Geek as well. Saki, I think with a right front puncture, one of the D station Advan GTR, the black and green car, very striking livery, touring under the bridge and heading towards Spoon Curve. Now, why is that car going so slowly? It looks to be down on the right-hand side. Meantime, on the front straight, the Leon Mercedes-Benz and the BMW behind it having a cracking...
That's the BRZ.
The BRZ, but the BMW and the Porsche behind also having a cracking battle in GT300. The BRZ, which started well up the field, has had an absolute nightmare. Now down to 8th position as Kurosawa goes through in that Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this. The BRZ, since it arrived in GT300, has never quite been as strong as people thought it could be. One of the interesting things about that team study BMW, though, is it's a very works liveried car. And there's a lot of talk about that car that it may actually be a works car. And the rumour is that we may see a 2-litre engined BMW M4 DTM contesting some races in Super GT next year. Now, that's far from confirmed, and when I spoke to BMW, they said it absolutely wasn't going to happen, but the rumour refuses to die. So it's interesting.
Jack, John, it's a front right puncture.
Front right, I thought so.
That Yokohama is peeling off the rim now. That battle we just saw, by the way, on our screens, it's an 8-car battle for 6th place in GT300.
Now, the damaged tyre came just at the start of the lap as well, and he's had to limp round a whole lap in that number 24 car. That is an absolute nightmare. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. The 24 car now in the pit lane. This is the D Station Advan GTR Daiki Sasaki in the pit lane. I think he's done a pretty good job. The carcass of that Yokohama is still on the right front tyre, or right front rim, should I say, down the very long pit lane here.
He's done a fantastic job.
He's done a brilliant job.
The actual outer bit of the tyre, which is the bit that you usually see flying if Lewis Hamilton flies around and thrashes around and ends up on Nico Rosberg's face. Ha. And
you can't say that.
I just did. It's called karma, Nico. That bit hasn't detached from this Advan. The Yokohama Advan tyre, this is actually we're talking about, hasn't come off. But the mechanics now, there are rules about how you can change tyres in Super GT. So you cannot change tyres when you're refueling. So that's why the mechanics are standing back and waiting. Now a little puff of fire extinguisher, standard practice there to stop it catching fire. And now we can see that Yokohama Advan. Yeah, I mean the whole car can stay together there, John.
Yeah, there's no damage in the under wheel arch area whatsoever. That effectively was a standard pit stop. All right, he's lost time on the in-lap. Also in the Epson Honda, the 32 car.
And this is the car that had the problems in qualifying.
That's Bertrand Baguette put that car in.
And he basically, that car's been rebuilt overnight, and it's a slow stop here, but it's just because the refueling's going on. It looks like the door's open, so there may have been a driver change. We didn't see whether that was the case, and
Daisuke Nakajima would be getting in. Grim.
Yeah, he'd made his way back up to 7th position, Bertrand Baguette, from the back of the grid before that pit stop, and
15th he started. There's 15 500 cars in the field. Meantime, out on the circuit, the lappery continues, and off has gone the Zent RCF, piled into one of the Lamborghinis. It's the white one at the Spoon Curve. He's trying to go down the inside, and the number 88 Aoki-driven Lamborghini GT3, the Manpa car, just pulled right in front of him. He's trying to avoid the...
It's very slow RCF on the way there into Spoon Corner there, John.
The RCF was having a battle there with the car behind it, with the Zent car. It's the Denso RCF. That is in a battle for position, 7th and 8th.
And that Lamborghini is still struggling to get back on track. He's been driving around in circles there. I think I was about to say I'd said that was Spoon Curve. I don't think it is. I'm not sure. I'm quite sure which. No, that is Spoon.
That is Spoon. Yeah. It's the uphill hairpin, isn't it? Meantime, more pit callers. I hope you're keeping a note of this, Graham. The pit strategy is all over the place at the moment. In comes the 61 Denso BRZ.
Driver change for them.
Sasaki gets out. Iguchi gets in. This is the 61 car we're talking about in the pit lane at the moment.
And this is a full works Subaru, John. It's run by a team called RD Sport, which is Masawa Ono's company. out of just outside Tokyo. They're the people who built the Maki Formula 1 car years ago in various, and they built some F1 cars for Honda in the past as well, but this is their current product, the Subaru BRZ GT300. That is full works.
Graham?
And they've had work Subarus in this for quite a long time, haven't they, Sam? With variety of Impreza-based cars down through the years.
Well, those weren't works cars, Graham. Those were privateer-built ones, but this is the first full works
Oh,
Subaru.
really?
Yeah, this is the BRZ, which has been around for a couple of years now, is the first full works one. This car, the original BRZ variant, didn't race so well, so the Subaru works guys, the STI guys, put a bit more effort into it, and now the car's performance has increased significantly, but it's still not quite there with the works Honda and works Toyota, of which there is, of course, only one works Toyota out there at the moment.
Yes, a far cry from years gone by.
Yeah, now in
but they're in a sort of rebuilding area, because for so long the Supra and variants thereof was the car with the big wheels and the big wings and the big arches, and of course that for a long time hasn't been their halo car.
But I mean, there is a new halo car for Toyota, which is the GT86. Now, yesterday at Suzuka, the wraps came off a car that I've been waiting for over a year. Is the new GT300 GT86.
Can I just say, it didn't look anything other than a concept.
No, that is a full race car. That will race in the next round of Super GT in Thailand.
Are you kidding me?
There is a
carbon monocoque?
Carbon monocoque car. It's a new rules into Super GT for 2014. In GT300, you have another option for chassis, is that you can build a car up from the carbon fibre mother chassis. So they all have identical cars, a bit like GTM, a bit like GT500, John.
Suga Matsuda, waiting to get into the 23 Nissan in the pit lane, has never won this race in 1,000-kilometre state, has won it here as when it was a 300-kilometre race. I think 15 series victories for him, but
battle
not
third,
here.
Guys, battle third.
Going through the spoon curve.
And I think is that positional change? It is indeed.
It is. It's Matsura going past Quintarelli, and that's Honda again. Honda on Nissan, and that is the 23 car that Matsuda is waiting for in the pit lane, and Matsura has just gone by. And again, that's a little bit of weight difference. He gets balked by the...
That was the CRZ.
It is the CRZ,
that's the Mugen CRZ. I think he was thinking it was the GTR coming up on him and decided to have a little bit of a I'm going to be awkward moment, and then realised, oh no, that one's friendly.
He wasn't that friendly, was he?
But the Intermark battle here is great. But as I was saying about this GT86 GT300, it's a new set of rules where you have what they call the mother chassis, and you have a spec engine if you want it, which is based on a Nissan V8.
And why wouldn't you?
So this car...
So P2 engine?
It's similar. It's more like the GTR engine.
Okay.
You can bolt that in. It's a spec gearbox if you want it, so you can add as much or as little as possible. Put your own body on it. They've sold 4 to 5 of them for next season, so we're going to see some weird stuff appearing. Have they
sold 4 or 5? They can't sell 4 to 5.
Well, no one's sure if the GT86 has been sold or if it's been... The first car may just be a prototype thingy that they're running to show it off. But Mooncraft are coming back, so that will be something Lotus-based.
Matsura in that...
Nearly 7 seconds to the good over James Roster, but both of them still quicker than anybody behind them at the moment as they still struggle through that traffic.
Now, second place battle in GT300 as the Zero Mugen CRZ has the OGT Prius behind it, looking nothing like any Prius you've ever seen. The 31 car as they come down the pit lane. That's Nakayama leading out from Morionita.
That's actually one of my favourite cars in motor racing.
The Prius?
The Prius. For one reason. It does have a Prius centre section of the chassis in. That the roof and the doors and that... Well, not the doors, but the door surrounds and all of those posts. That's the standard car. If you can believe it, it is in there.
And they're going to be joined very shortly by one of the GT500 NSXs as they go up through the S's. And that's going to be an interloper on this. Goes round the outside of the Prius and cuts back into the final, the penultimate left-hander before they sweep into the chicane. And he's gone through actually without disrupting that too badly, I'm pleased to say. But it's been a gradual closing down by that OGT Prius, the 31 car, of Morionita, and he's cut about a second back in the last lap and a half.
All three of those cars, John, that we were just looking at the moment, are hybrids.
Right.
So
how does the hybrid work, and what sort of hybrid? Are we talking about electrical hybrids, flywheel hybrids?
They're all battery electric hybrids.
Right.
But this is where it gets quite interesting. This is what I was going to say about the Prius. As he's going to have a run.
This is for second place, by the way, into Spoon Curve. Keep talking about the tech, Sam, and I'll shout when something happens.
Exactly. I just thought something was about to happen. The Prius
it's going to get him into 130R, I think.
Standard road car hybrid on it. Standard battery, standard management system, standard motor. And they've just tuned it like crazy, but using only standard components. They're doing this on behalf of Toyota, and you're right, John, that run is starting into 130R, but he didn't quite make it stick.
Pace.
But the Toyota guys are using absolutely standard components and throwing it at that car. And it's run by a group called APR, who've got a lovely workshop just outside. It's a proper old-fashioned racing workshop as well, so cars in bits everywhere and stuff going on the whole time. Run by a chain-smoking race car engineer. Brilliant place. Very little English spoken, but really lovely team to go and visit.
Into the pit lane comes the number 18 NSX. That's Naoki Yamamoto handing over the Michelin shod 68 kilogram handicapped car to Fred Makaviki.
Well, and there's a real difference in the hybrid systems on these Works NSXs and the Works CRZs, in that they've just gone to Zytec in England and bought their hybrid systems and bolted them on. So while Toyota are developing technology, Honda's just buying it.
That's very interesting. Graham?
Just saying that's from 6th position.
Yep.
The number 18 car on pit road at the moment. And
huge difference, Graham, in pit strategy, because this, clearly people have fueled differently. I think they're tyre limited. I don't think this is fuel limited. I'm guessing this completely.
Not sure is the honest answer. Just saw as we cut away from there, another puff of extinguishing around the fuel filler on the number 18 car in pit lane. So hopefully no further drama. It was just precautionary. But they did give it a bit of a puff of the extinguisher just before the guys went to work with the wheel hammers there. Number 18 car, no further dramas, and rejoins the race.
But we still haven't seen, by the way.
But
surely if you have a restriction, make it a restriction. You don't say to somebody, we're going to put an airflow meter. They tried that with turbos. It didn't work. People found the way to get around them. Because guess what? They're clever. And when it comes to producing horsepower, they're very clever indeed. And throwing money at it is not necessarily an issue. Battle for second now at the head of the field in GT300. Still the Mugen CRZ and the OGT Prius, the 0 and the 31 car. They've got slower traffic ahead of them as they come into Spoon Curve now. And this is getting tighter and tighter all of the time. Now one car between them at the moment. It's one of the GT500s as they head out on the far, well, I was going to say on the far side of the circuit. It's basically shaped like a safety pin, isn't it? It's so closely matched. Not a lot of ground, but someone had a lot of scale extras when they laid it out.
It's a longer walk than you think. And
from one end to the other.
And there's some very big hills at Suzuka. My feet can attest to that.
An hour's racing's gone, Graham. 28 laps. How does it stand?
Well, it's still the number 17 car, and increasingly so, pulling away at the head of the field. Tsukakoshi in the number 17 car ahead of James Roster, dropping back now 9 seconds back after previously leading the race in the number 36 car, James. The number 8, third position, a further 16 seconds off the leader, Matsuura in the number 8 car, Ronnie Quintarelli in reasonably close proximity there, just a couple of seconds back in the number 23 Nissan, fourth position. Oliveira further 6 seconds back in fifth in the number 12, and Oliver Jarvis now up to sixth position in the Toyota, but over a minute off the lead. In GT300, meanwhile, we've been looking at that fantastic, and still are watching that fantastic battle for second position, but it's led overall by the number 55 car. Kobayashi is 14 seconds ahead of this battle between the two hybrids. Then the 0 and 31 cars, half a second between them, and just a second back, Yoshimoto, the number 60 car in GT300, fourth position. Kurosawa.
That's a BMW, by the way, we should say.
Yeah, and a full 16 seconds back from this battle, a further battle, and that is about a 6-car battle for fifth position. at the moment between the 65.9, the number 3 car, Lucas Adonis, number 57, and the 360 car.
I'm indebted to all of you who've been sending in information as we're learning as we're going along, I have to say. Ginu has said they have a set amount of new tyres, and also for Suzuka it is mandatory to change the driver at least 4 times. That's come in on Twitter, at Radio Le Mans. Join the conversations. The cars that he's battling with, the Panasonic Prius is on Yokohama's, the Mugen is on Bridgestones. They're all very much of a muchness in terms of their success ballast. The Mugen's got 38, the Prius has got 20 kilos this is, and the BMW has got, let me see, 22, and he's having a real look now as they are coming under the bridge, just to the last right-hander before the bridge, and runs up onto the red and white curbing and just puts his 2 left-hand tyres onto the AstroTurf. In has come the second place car, the 36 Toms Petronas Lexus, and think I saw, and the BMW has just ground to a halt coming out of the spoon curve. That looks like a gearbox issue, and is now back up to speed again, but very, very bizarre indeed.
I think that might have been a driver with gearbox interaction issue.
Do you think so?
He forgot to change gear or got the wrong one.
I've got a box full of neutrals.
Let's have a look at that again.
He goes round the outside of the CRZ. He looks like he's in position to do the classic cutback.
No, he was just, and then he's basically just dive bombed, wasn't he, by the Prius, and that's wrong-footed him. I suspect Sam's right. In trying to get by the car ahead, but then avoid the car behind. I think he found himself juggling it with a gear lever and finding the wrong one.
And one thing I can tell you is offline there is a lot of rubber down. There are a lot of marbles, and he got off onto the grey there. I'm pretty certain that I saw a driver change on that Petronas
door was open.
LF. Yeah.
Not shown on screen at the moment, John, but we'll give that a moment.
I think Kazuki Nakajima's in that car now. James Rossiter getting out. Yeah, getting offline here. It's bear in mind that we aren't at the track here, guys, and we are looking at these fantastic pictures that have been provided to us by Nismo.TV, and you can see them too on the Nismo YouTube channel, Nismo.TV YouTube channel. But there is a lot of tyre debris offline. This is a function of what Sam was talking about before, the tyre war between Bridgestone, Michelin, Yokohama and Dunlop in both of the classes. And of course what happens is you tend to get tyres that are optimised for cars, even for drivers, as Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering was explaining before. We are working lap number 31 of the 173, live on RadioLeMans.com, presented by Nismo. Hello to wherever you are in the world. I was going to say good morning there, but of course for Carol Brink and everybody on the left-hand coast of the US who are tuning in probably around about the end of the IndyCar. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. I'm going to watch it when this is finished. It's gone on the DVR.
Just to confirm, John, it was indeed Kazuki Nakajima stepping aboard the number 36 car from James Ross, who started the race in that car and of course led in the early stages. That car is now rejoined in around 8th position.
I was going to say something derogatory about IndyCar, but as the Toyota Prius puts 2 wheels on the grass and is side by side with the CRZ going into 130R,
brilliant,
runs wide, letting the BMW back into it, down to the chicane, and the BMW gets both of them.
Yeah, and that is a jump of 2 positions for that BMW from 4th to 2nd, and Hiroki Yoshimoto is a hero all of a sudden as he comes round the final right-hander onto the start-finish straight now. Has he got the horsepower to hold back that hybrid Honda as they go across the start-finish line? There's barely a car's width behind him. My goodness, how small that BMW looks with the extended bodywork of the CRZ behind it. It just goes, I mean, the BMW Z4 in GT3 form is one of the most bewinged cars that we have, and certainly in GTE spec is right on the edge of legality.
Edge.
And yet it looks tiny compared to these specifically designed and built GT300 cars. It's got plenty of aero and plenty of mechanical grip, as we saw as it went through past two of its competitors up into second position. Then for Hiroki Yashimoto, and one of a similar car, the Steve Yokohama number 7.
That's the Team
BMW, the Studi BMW. Seiji Ara started that car. This has got Augusto Farfus making his debut, I think,
this
in
is
this
the car
championship.
they claim isn't a works car.
No. It's not, of course, because Augusto Farfus and Jörg Müller have never seen the inside of BMW Works.
And that's not a BMW Works paint job on it at
No,
all,
no, it
with
isn't.
that famous M stripe.
Is that Steve, as in Steve Teddy Bears?
Almost certainly.
Yeah, probably is.
It's the Studi BMW Z4. Jörg Müller, Augusto Farfus, the run on Yokohama's. Seiji Ara started that car. Didn't see whether it was Augusto that got into that car.
Yeah,
Can't get away from thinking, guys, as we watch again this battle between...
Which is now for third and fourth.
This is clearly what the Wendy Bull Special Saloon Championship would look like.
Would have been. and finally the prize gets through.
Yeah, not for long. But I mean, it's one of the fun games you can have, actually, is looking at... We've spoken about Autobacks as one of the sponsors. They're a bit like Halfords. But finding out what some of the sponsors and some of these GT300 particularly, but some of the GT500 cars are actually doing. One of the cars, which is running further back in the field, is sponsored by a cartoon character series.
Right. Pitt for the now fourth position Honda in the CRZ in GT300. This looks like it is fairly standard, and the Mugen of Yuki Nakayama will hand over either to Tomoki Najiri or Ryo Michigami. New set of Bridgestones for that car. They are just... the design on these cars and the attention to detail is unbelievable. And the wheel sizes, Sam, as well. They are big wheels in small cars.
It's brilliant. I love these cars.
They look like they've been sort of flattened and dragged out a bit.
Do you know, once, it's only happened once, but these cars can compete in the Le Mans series. They competed in the Asian Le Mans series. They're allowed to run.
Well, ridiculously, the Asian Le Mans series are running this weekend, and they're not running here.
Yes, and nobody in Japan's going to be watching that series because
there's 6 cars in us.
This is the biggest premier event. If they'd run next weekend, they'd have had 30 GT300 cars.
Yeah.
I think it may have been a political move because they perhaps didn't want a Honda CRZ or Subaru BRZ winning a Le Mans series race outright, which might give them an auto entry into Le Mans with the points that are available.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that didn't look like a good getaway for that CRZ. I'm not sure the right rear wheel's attached properly there, John.
Well, let's have a look as he comes out of the pit lane. This is the red, white and black, beautiful metallic, almost a sort of metal flake red on the front of that CRZ as it rejoins. As he gets the... Well, no, he's got a bit of a weave on as he comes out. And Sam, there's not... Sam might be right here. He's having to wait for cars to go through, including the...
Oh, look at the speed the BRZ has gone past him. That's
in
the same class. That's not right with
the
CRZ.
Is he just getting up the speed? I'm looking at the rear wheels to see what's happening. Let's see if he holds his gap. He's beginning to get up the speed.
No.
Tyre warmers, no tyre warmers in this?
No, the BRZ has left him for dead there, John. I think
that's the 61 car we're talking about.
Yeah, they're in the same class, but they're very slow moving 19.
Oh, this is a disaster for the Wed Sport Advan RCF, Yugi Sekiguchi.
And that team
started that car.
That team is run, the Bando team is run by the son of the series manager, as everybody comes into the pits, John.
All the GT300 runners coming in, Graham. Autobacks Honda in.
Absolutely right. So, by the way, this is Michigami's first race action of 2014, semi-retiring to become an advisor at Mugen.
In comes the 23 Nissan. Vidantonio Liuzzi will get in as Matsura gets out.
That little fact you just mentioned.
Excuse me, into that car. Also the 37, and that looks like an issue. That's nosed in to the pit lane. This is the Keepers Tom's RCS. Daisuke Ito and Andrea. See, I'm going to do this again. Caldarelli.
Correct.
He took obviously Andre Lotterer's seat in. That wasn't an issue for the 37 there, John. It's when he came in, the pits were a bit busy. And
with all the GT300 cars. Oh, and he pulls out right in front of the Calsonic, the bright blue Calsonic car, and on its way in the Nissan GT R, and that was the look up unsafe release
I don't know if there's a penalty for that in Japan. I think it's...
That's been a very long pit stop for the leader.
It was a lot of fuel going in, and actually the right front tyre changer was sat on his tyre looking a bit bored and fiddling with his wheel gun while
Over
the fuel was going.
minute stationary. A minute, 1 second, minute and a half, minute 1 second and a half. That car was standing still. This is the Kaishin Blue NSX, which has been leading the race for the most part after it took over the lead from the Petronas.
So that's 35 laps completed. It'll be interesting to see how long it is till we get back.
Must do 4 driver changes, remember.
That's right.
A lot of debate as we watch the number 12 Calsonic of JP Oliveira, who is out. Yatsuda is in.
Second place car, this one, John.
Slightly slow change on the right front. The mechanic went
left
from being...
Left front is having a nightmare as well.
Left front is stuck as well. Yeah, lots of problems with changing tyres here. Now, these guys were chilling out on their wheel, sitting on the new wheel, waiting to come. But yeah, the left front's still stuck there.
Minute and 10, still hasn't got this on. And
Nismo Works expert now coming out to have a look.
I'll tell you what it is. Is it that he can't get the gun off, or he can't get the... I don't think he could get the gun off properly. The gun is stuck on, isn't it?
Hit the jewel with a hammer, it'll come off. It's like a jam jar. Don't hit jam jars with hammers.
A minute and 32 seconds. That's half a minute drop there for the Calsonic GTR, the number 12. So 35 laps seems to be the time then if you're going into it. The debate was whether it was 5 or 6 pit stops. Well, that is an hour... Have you got a running clock on this, Graham? I reckon that's about an hour and 12, an hour and 13 minutes.
I have to say
that's about the only thing we haven't got.
Timing and scoring is not as comprehensive as I think any of us would like. So no, I don't have a running clock on the race time at the moment.
Well, I attempted to use Twitter on my temporary laptop I'm using at the moment, which is actually held together by gaffer tape.
Good man.
And
exactly as it should be.
That seems to have killed the computer rather. So I have absolutely no extra information coming in. So I'm just going on knowledge now a little bit.
So 35 is the laps that we've got. Most of the GT300 seem to want to come in about then as well. What's interesting is that the European-style GT3 cars are going longer.
Yeah, and now that is absolutely fascinating, because bear in mind, those aren't hybrids, so these guys are using hybrid for power, not for fuel economy, and you can do that as the ZRZ in Autobac's colours comes out of the pits.
That was the leader.
Yes, and now it's not, I don't think. And I think the BRZ may have moved
leading.
up
36 is back ahead. Kazuki Nakajima leads the race.
Sorry, I'm talking about GT300, Graham.
Apologies.
Because the BRZ, I think, has actually been out for quite a while, and whilst it was dropping back, hasn't dropped so far back that it is out of contention.
Yeah. It's the 55 car leads GT300 from the 65.
So even after his pit stop, he hasn't dropped the lead?
He's not dropped the lead. In fact, last time around, 30 seconds to the good. 55.
Right. Okay.
And second position now, so it's 36 from 17 overall in the lead of the race. 8.5 seconds is the gap as they complete.
That's pit stop times, Graham. That is pit stop times.
It is.
The Petronas
just confirmed, by the way, and another thanks to one of our tweeters this morning. I have a wonderful picture in pit lane of a massive Steiff bear. So it's certainly either it is the Steiff teddy bear sponsor there, or someone's really taking the mickey. But I think it's probably the former.
A massive Steiff bear.
James, I've got to be careful how you say that.
Yes, exactly.
Particularly after we're talking about regular semis in walking on Midweek Motorsport last week. James Boyle says, is the problem with the wheel gun release to do with heat build-up on the nut? Well, you would normally put a new nut on, wouldn't you?
That's unusual, as we see an interesting replay on the screen. And the dark blue NSX, and that's not the wider car, that is the car that had problems earlier on, going very slowly, again up to spoon and getting...
That was the second place car, guys.
I think that was the second place car, yeah. I think that was the Kane 17 car, Kaheen.
Yeah. Now, all of these NSXs were originally developed and worked on by Dome, but Dome has a change of allegiance coming up, I'm hearing. that they may now be joining the Toyota fold for 2015. And I think that has some very clear implications in Europe, as there's a great battle between two NSXs.
4th and 5th.
The wider card's just taken 4th, that of Freddie Makoiki. That is the Works Dome car, the silver and blue car.
This is the Vida Modulo 18 car, which has just gone past the Autobacks car that we were talking about, leaving the pits not so very long ago.
And the Autobacks cars, of course, are run by Team Aguri, better known in Europe as Super Aguri.
Yeah.
Who have resurfaced in Formula E this year.
And it's, wasn't it Super Aguri, one of the guys racing here, James Rosty, used to be their test driver, did he not?
That's correct, but he's not driving a Honda, of course.
So you're about to say something interesting about Dome, I think.
Yeah, so Dome, it looks like they're going to switch to Toyota next year. And that has some interesting implications as to the wider sort of implications of what that might mean for some of their European programs. So I wonder if we might see a different sticker on the engine cover of that P2 car next year. No information coming to me about that at the moment, but with Dome building a Toyota engined Formula 4 car next year and a GT300 Toyota, it's interesting. And Toyota's just bought the Dome wind tunnel as well.
And the other thing, of course, it's going to be new for the end of this year and into next year, is a new GT3 car for Toyota, and it is the GT3 version of the GT500 car we've got here, the RCF.
That's right, and that will be racing in this championship.
3rd place for the Motul Nissan after the pit stops have shaken out, and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com after that flurry of really GT3 and GT300 and GT500 pit stops. Will give us a rundown in a moment after Fred Makovici and Vitantonio Liuzzi have finished their little scrap as they come through 130R towards the end of their lap number 39, and they head through the final chicane. And for the moment, Fred Mako has just got his NSX, the Vida car, ahead and staying ahead of the Autobacks Arta car driven by Vitantonio Liuzzi as he goes past one of the team cars, in fact, of Vitantonio into the first corner. Grim, how's it shaken out after that first set of, if you like, scheduled pit stops?
Yeah, absolutely. Kazuki Nakajima leads the motor race in number 36 car and is now 10.5 seconds to the good from the number 17 car we saw him passing on screen in that replay just a moment ago. So 10.4 seconds is the lead, first to second, 36 from 17. Matsuda in the Nissan 3rd position in the 23 car, but it's 16 seconds back from the second place car. There's another big gap before we get to the battle we've just been watching on screen there between Fred Makovici in the number 18 and Vitantonio Liuzzi in the number 8 Hondas. They're 43 and 44 seconds off the lead. Is that trouble there, Sam?
It is indeed trouble there, Graham, for one of the
Nissan
GTRs.
It's another right front puncture.
It is, yeah. That's
same car.
Yeah, same car, same problem. It looked like it may have happened in the same place.
This is, by the way, the D Station 24 car. Daiki Sasaki started that car. I think Michael Crum's in this car now.
Yeah.
12 seconds back, so pretty big gaps actually opening up and down the field. And then the number 31 car, the
Prius,
is 25.8 seconds off the lead, 4 seconds off 3rd position.
I'm impressed, Graham, that BMW Z4, the 60 TWS car, which was started by Yoshimoto. Did Aida or Sato get into that car?
That is Aida.
Thank you. Akira Aida is in that Yokohama show. I'm impressed at the pace being shown by that BMW Z4 and outclassing at the moment the non-Works but Works coloured car, allegedly.
And catching fast the leader in the class at the moment, which is the 55 CRZ. So the number 60 car is closing down rapidly, albeit 9 seconds back, but closing down rapidly on the leader.
Well, the carcass of the tyre has disappeared from the right front Yokohama. On the number 24 Nissan. It is in the pit lane with Michael Crum sitting impassively at the wheel as they've had to use
it's gun failure again.
Another gun failure on the right front this time, and the man from the left front was very, very quick to get round to it.
Did they get that on?
Fluid coming from the back of that car?
I saw that. I think it was just overrun. You sometimes see that on cars. They've got a little sort of vent pipe, and I think it's just when you pull out, there's a little
he's
bit
fine. Ray Brigg, NSX into the pit lane. That must be the 100 car, is it?
It is up to 12th position now with the misfortunes for others.
So I'm starting to get used to this now. Give me 2 hours, I'll be fine.
This was the car that we saw. I think was it the very first lap.
Yeah.
Grinding to a halt, but
went backwards. Yeah, left rear damage, wasn't it? Of course, that's why I remember that one. Andy Blackmore, if you're listening, spot this guy, please, for this. If we're going to do this again.
Yeah, if you do it before the end of the race, Andy, that would be just fine.
Yeah, just email it through. So leading then, the 55 Autobacks Arta CRZ concept car, the bright orange machine with the sort of dark grey accents and side blade. At the front, it actually doesn't look much like the NSX at the front because of the colourway, the way that they've got it done. But it's, at the moment, being caught fairly rapidly by this TWS Z4 that Graham was telling us about a little while ago. This is in the GT300 category, of course, and it's Akira Ida at the wheel of the multi-coloured BMW, mostly silver, and it still does have the M Sport stripes, kind of a stylised version thereof, running through the car. It's a nice looking machine. You can see that as a Tamiya model, can't you?
Well, there was one BMW, I think it was last year, it was running in Evangelion colours, which was absolutely fantastic, with all these cartoon characters all over it. And I think there is another car, maybe one of the Porsches. When you look at it, it doesn't have sponsorship, it just has a sort of action scene from some Japanese anime, and it looks brilliant. Looks so foreign and wonderful to see these cars.
It's great, isn't it, to actually see difference?
Loving it.
To see it. Absolutely brilliant to see.
It's a long time, Graham, since I've done a Super GT race. Many years ago, it used to be covered on UK television, although not always live. It was quite often tape delayed, and Mark Cole did a lot of the work on that. Mark couldn't do it for some reason and gave me a 3 feet thick file on everything that he had. This is a few years ago, and I went down to a studio just off Tottenham Court Regina in that car. They are unique, as Graham said earlier on, in the 500 category, in running on Dunlop rubber. That car back out. Huge amount of marbles offline.
Yeah, it's going to make overtaking pretty difficult.
Oh,
but
massively
of course, bear in
so.
mind, this is a multi-class championship. You are going, whatever happens, you're overtaking. Otherwise, you're all going to run around at the speed of the slowest GT300 car, which isn't going to get you anywhere. In the GT300 class, I mean, it's that variety. I mean, GT500, the cars are essentially all the same, as we mentioned, but in GT300, there's just so much different stuff going on. I mean, the Porsche that's run by the Puma KRH team, which is Team KTR, has 4 drivers in it on the entry list. I think only 3 are competing in this race. But teams have got the opportunity to run 2 drivers, 3 drivers, even 4 drivers if they want in this longer race. But there's some really famous names and then some completely not so famous names, and it means there's different abilities of car and driver, different styles of racing. The Europeans drive very differently to the Japanese.
Yes.
And it results in some just absolute action going on.
Well, the full length of the back straight and a bit more between first and second now, as Kaniishi in the Kaihin NSX, the 17 car, in second position, cannot see the leader as he came onto the back straight and headed towards the 130R. Already up the road, bit of carbon fibre debris on driver's right through the second part of the final chicane there, but no safety car has been called for. Unusual that this race would go fully green, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, Super GT does tend to get a safety car at some point because the racing is frenetic, and it doesn't take much for someone to have a little bit of a mistake and run into a GT300.
There you go, John. This is extraordinary. I just had a quick tweet here from Pierre Rebo, who is
just looking at
trackside at Suzuka whilst listening to us. That's absolutely amazing.
Hello, PL. How you doing? And that's a lovely picture that you've just tweeted through. I've retweeted it of the second place NSX, the Kaihin car. Nice speed shot there. Coming in on at Specutainment and at DSC Editor. At Race Car Engineer is alongside me, and of course at Radio Le Mans as well. If you want to have a more people with the Race Car Engineering, James Boyle once again with the Race Car Engineering out there. If you want to have a more involved chat, radiolemans.com, go to the forum tab, to the other endurance races, and you will see that sometime yesterday, I started a tab for this race, and there should be some resources on there as well from Responsible Adult, as well as additive by yourself. I'm sadly a computer down at the moment and a screen down, so I can't get that up, but I am watching, and so it is. I'm watching Twitter, and Responsible Adult is looking after the rest of the social media. Starting to get into battles again as little clumps of traffic. It happens in all endurance racing, and this Japanese GT Round 6 Suzuka 1000 Ks presented by NISMO here on RadioLeMans.com is no different. And we're seeing now a battle for fourth position. Fred Magovicki once again has the bright orange Arta Autobacks NSX of Vitantonio Liuzzi looming large in his mirrors, and it's a train of 4 NSXs that head. There's a Lexus in there as well. 2 that are about to be lapped. The Lexus and the first of the NSXs as they go into the 130R. I think that's the Epson car that's just come out of the pits as they dive down the inside. The battling duo for 4th and 5th position. It was indeed the Epson car that had just come out of the pits. Amazing how quickly you pick up the liveries here because they are so easily recognisable.
And that's one of the things about this championship. The cars have distinct identities.
Yeah, I agree.
It's really important. And they actually have
great for commentary.
And they have teams of grid girls that go around in those, and they're almost as famous as the drivers that go around in those liveries as well. And to give the car this strong identity is something that I think is lacking sometimes a bit in Europe. Where
I agree.
The cars are a little bit corporate. Here they're corporate, but also they like to have fun with them. They like to make the car look cool.
Yeah, and hence the. I mean, this is effectively the championship without which I think Gran Turismo would not have been the success it is, because this is the Gran Turismo Championship.
That's exactly right, yeah.
These are the cars, these are the latest iteration of the cars, and in Gran Turismo 6, all of these cars are in there, accurately reproduced with their liveries. But if you go back through the years, as we've got now a whole gaggle of about half a dozen cars, maybe more, that are getting involved in this battle, and it has been a problem for the 4th place NSX, and Liuzzi in the 5th place car is now having a look around the back of Fred Macko to see if he can take advantage here. They're absolutely side by side, cars battling in front of them as they head out of 130R, and they're passing people left and right, now braking very hard indeed as they come on more traffic. There's a GTR there that has slowed them down in the middle of the last left-hander before they go onto the back straight, and now it looks to me as though Liuzzi in the bright orange Arta Autobacks car has got the momentum. He'll have a look down the inside, but his door is closed as they go into 130R by Fred Magovicki, but Fred at the moment is fighting a fantastic rearguard action, and he's managed to get that's the J-Lock car, isn't it, between him and the J-Lock Lamborghini, him and Liuzzi, and has pulled out all of a sudden from having Liuzzi literally scraping his back bumper. He's pulled out 10, 15 cars lengths across the line.
He's already the back of that Lexus there, John. This is like rush hour on the Yokohama Expressway. It is absolutely crazily close racing. There is nothing between these cars. Yet you see some of these drivers, Aguri Suzuki, their team boss now, Formula 1 driver, just sitting there. They're so used to this here. This racing's fantastic for us in Europe. They're sitting there just going, yeah.
But whatever. How clean is it?
Exactly. There is very little contact in this racing, and that's one of the things that these drivers pride themselves on: close, fair racing.
Pretty much a second taken out of Liuzzi by Macko through the last sector there in that traffic, but already Liuzzi is beginning to close down. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. We've got another one of the Gainer Mercedes-Benz in the pit lane. This, I think, their second stop, Graham.
That is the second stop, and that would be Bjorn Verdheim's car, the number 11 car. But at the head of this race, Kazuki Nakajima is now pulling out pretty convincingly, about a second a lap over the last couple of laps, and waiting now for the 17 car to come to complete their 45th lap to see what the gap is going to be. It's 20 seconds, 20.5 seconds now. I do apologise. It's 15.5 seconds, the Kanishi from Nakajima. But that Makovicki-Liuzzi battle, absolutely stunning through traffic. And not in any way getting in the way, were they, of the GT300 battle making their way through. But a number of occasions there, the opportunity for Vitantonio to get alongside. And here we go again, GT300 now.
Third place has just changed, Graham, and absolutely. It is Saga in the OGT Prius, the 31 car, going past Iguchi. Saga sharing with Nita and Nakayama. And these two guys have been battling like mad all the way through, as gaining on them now. Iguchi, by the way, back in the 4th position in that 61 Subaru BRZ. Gaining on them now is the 3rd place GT500 car, I think that is, the Motul 23 GTR. Excuse me. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by NISMO. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Well, there's been very little sleep in that hashtag for us this evening, but why do you need it when you've got action like this? Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com and Race Car Engineering, Sam Collins, join me as we are describing for you this fantastic action in the 6th round of the Japanese GT Championship, the Suzuka 1000 kilometres, and pictures available for you as well. In most parts of the world, there are some geo-blocking. There is some geo-blocking going on there because of restrictions put on NISMO TV by the series. YouTube channel, NISMO TV YouTube channel, or NISMO.TV. Sam, are you happy with what you're seeing?
I'm very happy with what I'm seeing, but there's something that's going to mess with your head a little bit here, John. The checkered flag is about to fall in yesterday afternoon's IndyCar race, whereas this afternoon's Super GT race is going on, but this morning's British GT race isn't anywhere near starting.
I'm off there later.
That was my head exploding. Hang on, I can't reach it. Probably just as well. I can't reach the fart gun from here.
I don't know about DSC Cat, who is now looking over my laptop expectantly, is completely confused by that.
Right.
Well, something that isn't confusing is the battle in GT300. We have the Prius coming along the start-finish straight now, followed by the BRZ. In the background there is the Works Mugen CRZ, and one of the SLSs is coming out to join the fight as well. So
that was the 11 car, I think. Sam rejoining after
the pit stop.
Yeah. So
because it is a bit slow. Yeah.
We're going to get quite a clump of cars again fighting for that class.
That 11 car well down in 21st position in GT300. 24 runners in the class. Meanwhile, back in the GT300 battle, Fred Makovicky, 4th position in the number 18 car.
And how's his battle with Liuzzi going? They're not obviously nose to tail anymore.
Well, in fact, last time around, Liuzzi took over a second out of Makovicky, so they're very close contention. The number 18 car, the Makovicky car, is of course defending champion of this race. So they'll be looking to make further progress, but they've got a way to go yet. 50 seconds back from the leader. And we've got, we have multiple watchers and listeners trackside.
Well, that's clearly because the PA is in Japanese, and it's a language that is not easy to follow unless you speak Japanese. It's not easy to read either.
Supakuro is probably a Japanese speaker, but nonetheless is listening to us. Hi there, and hope you're enjoying your day trackside. It does look like lovely weather out there, pretty blustery weather, but nice, bright sunshine.
It seems hard not to enjoy this battle, Graham, with the GT500 cars. Now that's the Petronas Lexus, and he's pulling away there from a pair of very tight battling, well, two of his teammates actually. You've got the Keeper Lexus, and I think that is the Zensarumo Lexus as well, just fighting there for 9th and 10th position. That's Tachikawa and Andrea Caldarelli, who is the stand-in for Andre Lotterer, as mentioned before in Super Formula.
Can we not just call him Caldarari? All these two cars battling. This is the blue BRZ, of course, the 61 car, and another one of these beautiful white, red and black CRZs. Najiri having taken over that Mugen Zero car, and he's got a good run coming onto the back straight, and will get in the slipstream of the Subaru. Pulls out the driver's left-hand side to make a challenge towards 130R, maybe getting a little bit of draft from the GTR, the 500 car that went through ahead of him, and that is a change for the position in GT300, and they are now being closed down on by a rejuvenated Michael Krum after 2 punctures on the right front of his Nissan. So that is a battle that has been resolved. However, we've also had a change as well, I think, as Liuzzi has gone past Makovicky.
I think those two are just joined permanently. There's just a bit.
Can you confirm that, Graham?
I can confirm that, John. Liuzzi is up to 4th. Yep. Meantime, by the way, that 4th place battle in GT300, They're catching the third place car pretty quickly at the moment, doing better in traffic than perhaps the third place car is. So we're going to get a 3-car battle in GT300 for a significant place very soon. Sorry, Sam, cut across you there.
No, I was just saying that Tonio Lizzi and the Works Dome car with Makoiki in the driving seat have been absolutely together all race long, and it's showing no signs of stopping really. So these two Hondas are going to be worth watching through to the finish. Actually, as I said at the beginning of the show, they've not had a great season, but the Lexus seems to have the edge here at Honda's home circuit.
I want to
and
see.
Suzuki doesn't look very happy at all.
No, he doesn't look very happy at all. He's got his Autobacks shirt on, his Halford shirt on.
Yeah, well, there was a bit of a shake of the head there as well. So there's something going on in that car that they're not happy with.
Yeah. Well, it's just taking the position. So he can't be that unhappy unless the Utsu is pushing too hard. I can't imagine that Aguri Suzuki would be overly disappointed by that.
Finishing 4th at Suzuka is not good enough for Honda.
No. Why have we not had WEC here? I think immediately looking at the layout of this circuit and thinking how great it would be to see the different categories racing here.
It's a toss-up, isn't it, really? Because Fuji's a great circuit as well.
No, I agree.
It's with Honda not involved heavily currently.
Good point.
In European sports car racing.
Yeah, good point.
That's why I say currently. It's obvious that we go to the
Twitter's about to explode now, so you might as well tell everybody what you know.
Oh, I don't know anything, of course, nothing. The Toyota and Nissan-owned Fuji Speedway is a more logical circuit for WEC to go to. But, a Honda circuit...
Are you still bound by an NDA?
Well, I don't know what the Japanese for NDA is, so I'll probably have it written down somewhere.
Kaz Nakajima continues to lead the 1,000 kilometres, round 6 of the Super GT series for 2014. It is RadioLeMans.com and NISMO.TV and the Nismo YouTube channel together for this production. And considering we've got no live timing and scoring in the studio, and Graham is doing that remotely, thank you very much to Graham Goodwin for that. I'm kind of following this race better than I thought I would. It's helped by the fact that the cars are just absolutely stunning to look at and to listen to. As through to complete another lap goes the first place car, and Kanishi is just coming through in the second place car, the 17 Cayenne NSX.
Little, John.
I was about to say that looked closer,
now. Yeah, there's last couple of laps we've seen that gap closed in on a little, but it's going to and fro in traffic. But fastest of all at the moment out on track is Antonio Liuzzi. He's got to wait to come back. We're going to wait for him to complete 50 laps up, by the way, now for the leaders. And it is a 50-second gap between the top four. Gaps now 13-14 seconds first to second, a further 17 seconds back to Matsuda in Nissan in third, and then a further 20 seconds back before we get to number 8 and the Honda.
Matsuda going past one of the GT3 Nissans there, one of the Snap-on Tools cars, and and it's a left rear pull.
The hybrid a little bit difficult, but in a tight compact car like a Formula 1 car, certainly in these bigger full-bodied GT cars, maybe less so, but a lot of that cooling on those cars is for the hybrid system.
And how much power is that giving, Sam, roughly speaking, as far as we know?
I don't know anyone's ever given out accurate figures.
But it's not the kind of numbers that we see in WEC.
No, we're looking at 60 to 70 to 80 kilowatt systems in GT300. GT500, Zytec won't even talk to me about that system currently because it's Honda.
So is that's about what, a couple of hundred horsepower?
It's 60, 70 kilowatts.
Yeah.
No. It's less than that. It's about a family car. Not even family car. You're talking under 100.
Right. Okay. So. No, sorry, I meant in the GT500.
The GT500, don't know. Who knows?
Really?
Yeah, but because it's only on the Honda. The Honda doesn't seem to have a huge performance advantage, or it doesn't. It's in fact a performance deficit. It's hard to say exactly what, if anything, the hybrid system brings to that party. And indeed, the hybrid system that's under discussion for DTM currently may not be introduced for that reason.
Very interesting. We're coming up to complete the second hour. In fact, we've just gone over the second hour of our broadcast. We will have the archive for you as in comes the number 61 Subaru into the pit lane. This is the R&D Sport Subaru BRZ into the pit lane, Graham.
Indeed it is, and in 7th position overall there. Looking in GT500 though, Liuzzi cracking lap last time around, under 153 for the first time in a long time, taking 5 seconds out the third place car on that last lap, presumably with a little bit of traffic from Matsuda and the Nissan ahead, and indeed improves to 155, but well under 50 seconds now, and it looks like Liuzzi has got the hurry-up call and is looking to close that gap down, and needs to, because a minute too long a gap to the leader.
It's Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. I've got Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering alongside me. You're listening to Radio Le Mans with live and exclusive coverage of the Suzuka 1000K.
Nissan, the power behind RadioLeMans.com. Nissan, we know sports cars.
Well, gentlemen, coming on towards the end of the second hour, impressions so far. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com.
Oh, what a refreshing change it is to see some different race cars on a track we don't see enough racing on. And in particular, I just love the difference. It's great too to see that smattering of European talent, as we always do see in Super GT, in amongst massive variety of Japanese drivers, some of whom we see racing in Europe, many of whom we don't. And it really is a sort of, again, we've said it before, John, old-fashioned 21st century racing. It's guys that we see in multiple formulae and showing what they can do in cars capable of sprint racing, but an endurance race format. Loving it on every level.
Sam?
It's interesting for me. I just, it's similar to what Graham was saying. We know there is a hole in the Le Mans entry list next year, and I know that GTA requested that entry hole be filled by a GT500 car at Le Mans. And I just think, watching this, and I think...
You mean there's no Garage 56?
There's no Garage 56. I think it's a crying shame that we haven't had these GT500 cars in Europe to have a proper crack at it and see what they're really all about. And I think the fans would love it. I think,
but they're too quick as a GT car to go up against GTEs.
Well, that's why you'd put them in Garage 56.
Right.
Run against the LMP2s.
Balance them off against LMP2s.
You just send them off. Send them off. So you're running as LMP2s, off you go. If you get beat, you get beat, but you're fighting yourself.
There's an issue with that, though. There's an issue with Porsche, with Aston Martin, with all of the guys who have committed to GTE cars. Nobody bar us cares that isn't another GT car.
I think the fans would like the GT cars to look like this. I think GTE cars look a bit.
The problem is at the moment they don't. I tend to agree with John. Look, the pure enthusiast of me would love to see what one of these things can do. The problem is that we are talking about a round of the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, it is about the investment that people are actually making in that racing, in those regulations, and to a non-purist fan to actually watch a car regulated to GT regulations be blown away by something like this.
Well, these are prototypes, guys. These are prototypes.
Absolutely, would be wrong. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, isn't it? It's on so many levels. It makes an awful lot of sense to put one of these cars in, particularly, Sam, if they're going to wield some of that advanced technology that we know is here now and coming in GT500. But unfortunately, in terms of the image that actually shows, it's the wrong message for those manufacturers spending an awful lot of money in competing head to head in a regulated GTE class, and that is a shame. But I think it is a reality.
Where the mileage is in this is to look at something along the same kind of concept as what we're seeing here, and make this LMP1.
Yeah.
And LMP1 cars look more like this, because McLaren, probably not Ferrari and Porsche, but certainly McLaren and one or two of the other GT manufacturers, including Honda, would love to have. I'm not even certain that Nissan wouldn't when we talked to Nissan about their LMP1 car, they have already, look, they've called it a GTR, so they want styling cues and they want direct linkage to what they sell on the street. McLaren exactly the same. Whether it's a £1.8 million hypercar or it's a $100,000 GTR, people want a link, manufacturers want a link with what they sell. And if LMP1 cars looked more like this, you would have more manufacturers in LMP1. End of.
I think that's exactly it. And if you, say, use these DTM, I'm going to call them DTM regulations, you instantly get 6 manufacturers. Overnight, you'll have 6 manufacturers. You'll have BMW, Audi, and Mercedes. You'll also have Toyota, Nissan, and Honda. So that's a 6 manufacturer, all with a bunch of works teams, top-line drivers. You've instantly got yourself an amazing championship. And that is actually what they're working on introducing for 2017. Maybe not into WEC or an ACO series, but certainly their own racing class.
A couple of Lexus RCFs battling for 9th and 10th at the moment, with Takikawa in the Zent RCF, the red and white car, the number 1, just ahead, and I mean by the length of his car, of Caldarelli in the Keeper RCF. That's the white and blue. They're going up through the S's now, and the Works not the Works BMW, the Teddy Bear BMW for the moment intervenes, and Caldarelli drops back 3, 4, 5 cars lengths as they head up to the steeper part of the S's, and that wonderful double left-hander before the short blast down to the chicane and the right-hander that passes underneath the bridge.
Here's a possibility for you guys. One of the other talking points I know we'll be talking about in future broadcasts, John, is whether or not we're going to see a change to a winter programme for the FIWEC in future years.
We will see that.
Wouldn't it be great to see at that final race of the year at the Le Mans 24 Hours, where they've got a problem? The big problem they've got there is, how do you differentiate the Le Mans 24 Hours and the end of the WEC championship? Wouldn't it be great to see, perhaps on a Friday, the race of 2 worlds, if you like, future DTM and Super GT invitation race on the Le Mans 24-hour circuit?
There is will for that to happen. Unfortunately, the Japanese are gung-ho for it. Unfortunately, the Germans went and researched it a little bit and realised they'd get slaughtered. The Super GT cars, these GT500 cars, have 100 brake horsepower more and a tyre war.
Yeah.
The DTM cars have slightly more downforce, but they are significantly
you'd have to put them on a
slower.
control tyre.
Then you wouldn't get the GT500 cars.
Right. Because presumably because the tyre companies are paying for a lot of the...
exactly right.
budget.
There's a huge amount of funding from tyre companies into this series. So DTM would have to go open tyre,
should we follow that one under We Can Dream for the time being?
No. It's very, very serious high-level discussions are ongoing about it, I think, now. Today.
Well, I think the great kind of prospect there would be, well, let's let the Japanese guys come and do it as an invitation race. Let's let them do that, and let's then see whether or not we can see a response from the German manufacturers once we see the kind of activation. Sam?
Graham, drive-through penalty for the Zero CRZ GT.
Oh, really? I'm not seeing that on my screen.
That is significant.
Why. And it's
contact.
Avoidable contact with the Denso. Well, that's the Works
RCS.
RCF. Lexus RCF GT500
car.
So, yeah.
The 5th place car.
Oh, a Honda bullying a Toyota. That's never
but
happened.
that was a GT300. That's Tajiri, Tomoko Tajiri, monstering the Denso. That was Ollie Jarvis started that Sard Denso.
That was the 5th place car, John.
And that's why there's a penalty.
And Makovicky is on the pit lane now and changing driver change there for the 18 car.
I do not get the pit strategy of this at all. It is not making any sense to me. Honestly, I think this is tyre and time limited for drivers. You have to have 4 driver changes. We've been told that already. But I think this is much more tyre limited than fuel limited. The amount of fuel that's going into the cars doesn't seem to ever match what you've seen.
No.
And we've seen some cars do 40-odd laps.
I'm at sea on the strategy on it, to be honest, John. I have
obviously it's obligatory to blow a bit of fire extinguishant every time you come in.
Yeah, you have to have a bit of fire extinguishant. Slight admission is when I go to these races, at this point, I tend to write up my notes, go down to the pits, take some pictures of the cars, and eat some sushi.
The next sound you will hear, dear listener, is me slapping the back of Collins's head. We very nearly had sushi, actually. I was going to have sushi for breakfast.
I couldn't find it this morning, but I've got a big bag of the exact green tea that they drink at Suzuka, so I thought I'd bring a lot and we'd have the green tea.
Got some miso?
That'd be
some
nice.
miso at the start?
That'd be, yeah.
We'll have some miso at the end of this, yeah. I'm told it's bacon and sausage sandwiches at half time.
Which that's a
next car made its way down pit lane. Team go to work. It is a driver change. So that will be James Rossiter back aboard the car that he started. Actually, it's the third pit stop, isn't it? Because James stayed aboard for the first time around. So 13.7 seconds the gap as the second place car, the number 17 car of Kanishi, passes the start-finish line. So it's 36 from 17 before this pit stop. 17 will now take the lead of the race. So the NSX, Cayenne Concept GT, will take the lead of the motor race. 23 will, I think, go through to second position. So it will be Honda from Nissan from Lexus. Team still going to work. A little bit of work still in the cockpit. Car off the jacks. Oh, that's a short delay there. I think it was a drinks bottle blocking the door as they tried to shut it on the right-hand side.
I'm actually surprised how, not shoddy or slapdash, but how...
Didn't look very polished, did it?
No, well, it seems to be the story of today, actually. The pit work, certainly on these new GT500 cars, is not fantastic. Now, I wonder if that's down to the fact that the car wasn't originally designed to have pit stops, being a sprint race DTM car.
Interesting.
I'm just surprised how many issues there've been, not just for one car type. I mean, that was a Lexus having a slightly, not being polished is the right phrase, Graham. And with only 2 rounds of this championship left, plus the non-championship Grand Prix meeting, it's quite surprising that they haven't quite got that sorted yet. And something who hasn't got sorted is the one of the GTRs in the gravel.
Right, that's one of the.
So in a brush, wasn't it?
This is the GT300 car, and it's the number 5 car that was having problems earlier on. This is the Transformers car,
and this could transform the race, John, because that's a dangerous spot.
Ka-ching. He's not in an optimal prime position there, is he? For
I think if he could transform himself into a 4-wheel drive car, he could probably get out of there.
Well, obviously it started life as a 4-wheel drive car and transformed into a 2-wheel drive car. So it's a little bit deceptive how...
very good. And
out these GTR.
I really love these little tracked vehicles that come out that look like a skip with tracks on it. And
that 10 seconds ago was actually a Chevy Camaro, and it's transformed itself into that to actually assist the Nissan GT R.
But I think this is we're going to stay green.
Yeah, it looks like it. They don't look like. Well, if it was going to go yellow, we'd see all the guys diving into the pits, and that doesn't seem to be happening.
Race control is obviously saying we can deal with this, fellas.
Race control's drinking green tea.
Yeah, good, excellent. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com and Nismo TV together, as we are watching and describing to you the 6th round of the Japanese GT series. Into the pit lane comes the 39 Denso, sponsored red, white and blue Lexus.
Meantime, John, up to 4th position in GT300 comes Jörg Müller in the number 7 BMW, and that taking advantage, of course, of that penalty stop for the 0 car.
That's in GT300, of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, all this talk of green tea's made me actually want some, and I've now remembered exactly where it is.
We have green tea downstairs.
Ooh.
And Eve, who is listening, will be... I take it you just take it as it is.
Green, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It'll be on its way, even as we speak. And in fact, I've just had a message to say, on it!
On it.
So, Graham, we've started pit stops here, but we've just sort of gone over the 2-hour mark, so it might be worth running down things at the head of both fields there before we start getting the pit stops for the leading runners.
we'll do that. It's still now as a result of the stop we just saw with Jeremy Foster climbing aboard the previous leading 36 car, and that is the one of the one car from the major runners to have made its third stop. It's the 17 car now ahead. Kanishi leads this motor race by 17 seconds from Matsuda in the number 23 Nissan. Vitantonio Liuzzi runs third in the Honda. The number 8 car is now just 8 seconds back from 23 and still closing that gap.
Is that the 39 in trouble there, Graham? Because that's a GT300 BRZ going past the GT500 Lexus. That shouldn't be happening.
Now, I'm just trying to work out whether or not that car may have actually just had a stop.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe it is. Maybe there are no tyre warmers in this, and I don't think there are, and that could just be the tyres coming up through those S's, which is a really tricky section just if you come out of the pit lane. One thing that I had a conversation with Darren Cox at...
Someone's got to.
Yeah, someone has to, and in between mentions of rallycross and various other things, we were talking about where to place the young drivers, shall we say, that they're building up through GT Academy, because fairly soon they're going to have too many of them. I'd quite like to see more of them out here. I know sort of Jan Mardenborough, and we've got O'Donnell's out driving this weekend, and Jan Mardenborough's been out to test. I think a full GT500 crew with GT Academy would go down very well. Something that hasn't gone well is that Lamborghini off in the first corner.
That's right.
Now that might bring out the safety car. If he
no, he's managed to get it running again.
That is the J-Lock Lamborghini, I believe, the 86 car.
Nissan, the power behind RadioLeMans.com. Nissan, we know sports cars.
It is the J-Lock car, the Crystal Croco sponsored car, running way down the field. But car making its way through the field. I think we just saw a move, didn't we, for position up to 9th position in GT300 with Hoshino in the number 3 Nissan GT R.
Well, Graham, as I said, we were going to do a quick rundown, so let's do that before anything else happens.
Certainly.
Yep.
Running at the top of the field in GT300 is Takagi. That's the number 55 Arta CRZ GT. This is the hybrid car. The number 60 car runs second. That is the first of the BMW Z4 runners. That's Aida, and is just 3 seconds back now and closing in fast on the lead car. Saga. That's the driver and not the elderly travel agency. Number 31 car running third. That's the Prius, the OGT Panasonic Prius with Saga at the wheel. And the number 7 is Jörg Müller in the second of the Z4s. And closing in a little at the moment on Saga for third position. But those two cars about 30 seconds back from the lead battle. And then
in GT300.
In GT300.
Yeah.
And then in fifth position in the number 65 car. And that is the Leon, that's the first of the Mercedes SLSs, that's Kurosawa in fifth position. And then the last one within a minute of the lead is the Zero car, that's the CRZ that we saw having to take that penalty for the avoidable contact in GT300 in sixth position. Back to GT500 as things start to settle down there now. It is still the 17 car in the lead of the race from 23, 8, 12, and 36. That's James Rossiter in the car we saw pit just a couple of laps ago. And a car off the road and into the tyre barrier there, guys.
That's a GT500 car.
That is
definitely.
a GT500. It's the 19.
Yeah.
It's Wakisaka, and that's off at the... now, I was going to say it's Spoon, and it's not, is it? I know, it's at the right-hander before the back straight. At the left-hander before the back straight. He's done what everybody does. Yeah, he's done what everybody does on Gran Turismo, missed his braking point. The gravel trap that in Gran Turismo is right at the edge of the track, at least the version of Gran Turismo Ampling, it's an older version, he's pushed a little bit further back here. There's a little bit more tarmac runoff to driver's right.
He's gone in hard, hasn't he?
He's gone in and buried the front of that number 19 into the barriers very hard indeed. The Yokohama tyres on the left-hand side are fully inflated.
Oh, the driver's fine. I mean, he's trying to signal to the marshals about push me back, get me going again. But obviously they're saying, well, your front of your car's buried in the barrier, mate.
And once again, one of those small tracked vehicles has popped out.
So it's front-engined cars, lots of damage when you go in like that.
Yes.
Yep. And the marshal just a few moments ago, the master of the blindingly obvious. You want to go that way? Yes, I think he knows that.
And this, by the way, is the Wed Sports Advan RCF.
And
Wakisaka taking over from Sekiguchi.
Remarkably little damage.
No,
he's been
lucky.
Yeah, what a big nerf there.
Well, that's tyres, you see.
I can't see any damage.
That's tyres. Tyres do that. They deform. And I, for the life of me, don't understand why we still see racetracks around the world. Last weekend, I watched 2 motor races. One from Sydney Motorsport Park, where there was a nasty incident in the start of the Sunday race, with 2 cars going into an unprotected concrete barrier, which was effectively a retaining wall for a bank, and obviously the incident that we saw at VIR. With 2 cars going into unprotected Armco. Now this has got cardboard and foam in front of the Armco, and it has done its job perfectly, Sam.
I'm just surprised at how little, i.e. no damage, there is on that Wedsport Lexus. I mean, you'd think he'd break a little canard wing or something, but it's just nothing. It's just a bit dusty.
It's made of concrete, pretty obviously. Meantime, guys,
they've got all the unobtainium that Audi didn't need after they finished the Audi R8 program.
Keep an eye on the number 8 Honda, because it is reeling in quickly now, the number 23 Nissan, in a battle for second position. Under 5 seconds now, that battle, and when Liuzzi got clear of the traffic ahead of him, it was something like 13 seconds, so he's done extremely well.
And that's is that a Nissan QX45 or something like that?
It's a Nissan. It's a Nissan. I'm sure Darren Cox will be on immediately to tell us exactly which sort of.
Are we sure it's not an Infiniti?
No, it was Nissan.
It was Nissan.
In has come the Autobacks Honda number 0. I think that's the GT300 car, isn't it?
That's the 500.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. In which case, that must be the number 6 car.
It is.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's the 6. Yeah. It says so on the door.
Right. Well, so that is a GT300 car.
No, it's GT500.
That's just definitely a GT500. That's an NSX.
Right. Well, the 6 is an RCF, so it isn't that car. So it must be an 8. It's the 8.
It must be the 8. It must be an 8 because it's got a line through it.
It's the Yuzzi. It's the Yuzzi's car.
Yeah. There's the GT300 car,
yeah,
which is leading the class, but not by much, as he's being hunted relentlessly by the the Mercedes SLS, which has had the gap out at 7 seconds. It's now down to 1.063 as they go through the first sector. It is the BMW. I was right the first time. Sorry, Graham. It's not the SLS.
It's a strange thing that I've been caught by this a number of times. When you see the car from a certain angle from the rear, the BMW and Mercedes do look remarkably similar.
Well,
19 car, meanwhile, is going into the garage. So I think that was cause and effect, wasn't it, there?
I still don't see very much damage on it, though. I mean, it's...
I wonder if it's perhaps not just a puncture, and maybe some suspension damage there.
By the way, we reported earlier on that the S-Road Mola GT-R, the 46 car, retired earlier on. It was an engine problem on that car, coming to us now.
Yeah, the engine was on fire. It's usually a problem. This GT300 battle is going to get very, very toasty imminently, so keep an eye on that one, Graham.
That I am doing, and that battle is 1.1 seconds last time around. It's closer now, isn't it? Because that BMW is dragging up to the rear of the Honda. And here they come again.
There's been the same 4 cars in this battle for a while, and pit strategies interrupted them. But I mean, speaking of interrupted, that's not 1 second, is it, Graham?
No, that's not even 1/10 of a second, is it? We're going to be having kidney grill up the rear of this Honda right now, and let's see what ponies we've got. And
this is for the lead. This is for the lead in GT300 down towards the first corner. The Honda takes the inside line and goes defensive halfway down the straight, but the TWS Z4 Aida goes round the outside imperiously and cuts back onto the racing line. Doesn't even have to take the dirty line round the first double apex right-hander, now heads up the S's and already has a car's length between it and the former leader of the class, the Autobacks sponsored bright orange Honda.
Now the interesting thing there, guys, is that what we know about the GT3 version of the BMW Z4 is known to be one of the better handling cars of the GT3 pack, but certainly not the fastest in a straight line. Known to be down on power, certainly in European GT3 spec, but didn't seem very troubled there, did it, in terms of straight line speed?
No, not at all. But bags of grip on the turning, and we've seen that car do that twice now, when it took second and when it took third. 8th, 9th and 10th hotting up at the overall and in GT 500. Takikawa, Caldarelli and Ollie Jarvis together in respectively the 1, 37 and 39 RCFs. Zent red and white, keeper the purple and white, red and blue of the Denso coloured cars.
Utterly typical, John. You wait all day for a Lexus RCF.
And then 3 come along at once. Very good. And they're catching traffic. Down the inside, Jarvis goes for the position and gets it. So he has moved up 1, and there's traffic. And I still can't get over seeing a 911 and looking at that car and thinking, what is that doing there? Who's just driven out of the car park on the track? And Jarvis goes for 8th and takes it. Fantastic piece of opportunist manoeuvring. 2 positions in 3 corners, and from 10th through to 8th in one swell swoop.
It was
as Jeremy Shaw would say.
2 positions in 1 apex.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Pretty much. He was very, very impressive indeed there. Ollie Jarvis decisive, and took his opportunity and has pulled away from that battle immediately. Clearly has the right tyres for this time of the race. It's the 17 Cayenne NSX that leads, last pitted on lap 34, so they're due to come in soon. The Motul GTR now up to second, because they have only done 1 pit stop apiece. The first of the 2 stoppers is the Petronas RCF, the former leader, the 36 car, came in just 9 laps ago. Then the Calsonic GTR, the number 12 car in 4th position. Again, that stopped on lap 34. We wait for that car's second pit stop, along with the Enos RCF, the number 6 car in 5th position. The Arta NSX is the second of the cars to have made its 2 stops, and that was just 4 laps ago.
That's a very useful graphic. I'd like to see that again, because it makes a lot more sense as the teddy bear BMW is in the pits. And, well, I think this is BMW exploring the Japanese market. The next round of Super GT is in Thailand, an increasingly important market for all major car manufacturers, and Super GT is looking at getting back into Malaysia at some point in the next 2 years, and I think you're going to see that series spread. They have what they call a pan-Asian plan, so Super GT is racing in every single major Asian market. Even India is on the cards, actually.
Wasn't there some talk of them going to the Middle East as well?
They looked at the Middle East, and they've looked at California, and I think they're going to restrict themselves to Asia currently. And some places like the Middle East and the States, it's going to be something down to DTM.
Any thought of going to Australia?
No.
Right.
We did have, didn't we, an invitation race in California for Super GT some years ago.
That's right. It didn't work particularly well, as I remember. It didn't get the fans going in Japan as they did, the Japanese fans in California going as expected. But the idea, I think, for both Super GT and Super Formula is to become a Pacific Rim championship. And that's not giant mechas coming out of the water and attacking each other and people having a fight. I mean, that's
well, geographically.
Exactly.
Pacific Rim, the movie that Transformers dreams it could be. Although I suppose the franchise has done quite well.
There might be a sequel to Pacific Rim, I'm hearing, and that's a film that had no right to be as good as it was.
Can I just knock in and say I thought it was utterly terrible, but that's not important. Right?
In comes the leader.
Leader in the pits, gentlemen.
Yeah.
And that means the Petronas car will be back in the lead.
Will cycle back to the lead. Yeah.
And I'm going to be interested to see how much the advantage the Petronas car has. Look at the helmets there, John. Now, the guys in the Honda cars have... In NASCAR, you have the sort of... the air hose feeding into the back of the helmet.
Corvette drivers do in... I nearly said LMS there, in Tusk as well, yeah.
But in this GT500 Honda class, they have the air hoses coming out the front, which looks very strange, like they've got little tentacles.
At the top.
I tell you what, guys, it's going to depend how much fuel goes in here, because the second place car is just coming onto the back straight now.
And we just saw the red Zent Tsurumo Lexus come in the pits as well, which is one of the other one-stoppers.
So Matsuda will have gone through to the lead
in the Nissan, but that owes us a stop.
Closing.
Oh, no, the tyre's going on now.
quick
They're not
check
doing
of the
all
dubs.
four by the look of
Roster
it.
goes through and goes into second position.
That wasn't 4 tyres, John.
Which ones do you think? Was it just
I
fronts?
think it was just fronts.
Just front, and there's Rossiter going through right now across the start-finish line. And that is very interesting. Front tyres only then, and a little bit of weaving going on to make sure that those fronts are on correctly. So the Nissan leads the Suzuka 1,000 kilometres, round 6 of Japanese GT, but also a pit stop with the 23 Motor Ortec GT R. Sugo Matsuda at the wheel of that car.
That's a 4-tyre stop for the Zensarumo car and a 4-tyre stop for the GT300, second place car now. The Autobac CRZ is in. That's the car that lost the position a few laps ago to the BMW, so maybe his tyres were cooked.
I was just going to say, I wonder if tyre grip was becoming optimised, less than optimised, should I say. And there is the Zent RCF coming back out again.
Just behind the Enios RCF.
What does Zent do?
I have no idea.
It's a lottery,
Sarumos.
isn't it?
It's a lottery.
Isn't it Pachinko?
Yeah.
Pachinko is not a lottery.
No, but I remember being told that when Zent sponsored won the factory Nissan Toyota GT1s, I think it's a lottery.
That would be third now, because I think the
He is
MG
third
liveried Nissan is the old MG touring car liveried Nissan is not.
No, correct.
It's not in contention. But we do have the GT300 leader in for 4 tyres, so that will be interesting to see where he comes out, because the Works CRZ
is just going
leaving.
out now.
And that is. No, that was the NSX. We're just looking for the Autobac CRZ, which should be back there somewhere. And we've also seen the Toyota make it stop and go.
Yeah. So this will all shake out in a moment, and we'll get Graham to give us a rundown as we're watching a very spirited drive by the Zent RCF at the moment, moving around massively in the S's as it climbs the hill. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com with our NISMO coverage of the 1,000 kilometres at Suzuka. And we've gone from full darkness here in the UK to daylight spreading across the meadow in front of Hindhoff Towers. I think headlights can go off now, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's full light now.
In the old days, of course, the little purple light above the pit lane at Le Mans would have gone off by now. The BMW, the TWS BMW, the very pretty livery of the sort of chrome silver with the stylised M stripes coming back out onto the circuit. And in the background is the Honda.
That's the CRZ.
Z.
We're watching, but we also saw the Petronas Lexus go through. So Graham may be able to bring us an update on how that's all shaken out.
So GT300, I think, has gone to the BMW. How has the front of the field gone? Graham Goodwin.
Well, James Rossiter leads the race again now by 30 seconds for number 17 car. So it's 36 from 17 from 23. Quintarelli comes back out, but is 44 seconds back now from James Rossiter as he completes that lap. Then a brake car comes through in 4th position, about 10 seconds back from the number 23 Nissan. And we wait to find out who comes through in 5th. I think it's going to be D'Oliveira. In GT300, it is the 60 car. And now, hang on, we're going to have to wait till this one pans out, aren't we? Because we need to see the BMW coming through to complete that lap. But I think retained the lead there pretty clearly visually.
He definitely has, because he's about 150 to 200 metres in front of the Autobac CRZ. But he's in a big scrap of traffic at the moment, just coming down to 130R.
It's going to be an interesting next 5 or 10 minutes, isn't it, to see on new rubber against fully up to heat rubber how these two are going to compare in terms of pace. But and we got a trouble there for the Nissans, and was that the...
That's another puncture. It's left front this time.
But which Nissan? Was that number 3 car?
No, it's left rear. Left rear. It's one of the GT300 cars. And is this the 5 again?
My screen has frozen, I'm afraid.
It's not. It's a different car, John. We haven't seen this one have punctures before. This isn't the suspension started hopping about.
He turned in too early, clipped the curb on the right front. Active ride not working properly there.
I'm not sure they have it on these, but It wouldn't surprise me.
Something wasn't quite right there.
Yes, and the lights are out on that car. I think that's not a happy little hybrid.
I would concur with that. That was the sort of porpoising you see from a very badly set up Porsche.
I thought at first it was driver error to clip the inside, but he hadn't. That did it all on its own. So coming up to the same corner, turn one again. Let's see.
He's losing time. He's losing time to everybody. Let's see how he attacks turn one this time.
Lap. Oh, we cut away to the BMW.
And the BMW ahead on the circuit at turn one. And heading through the S's now, through that left-right. Love that bit. Just feather the throttle, in and out, balance the car, try not to brake, and then get up the hill.
This track designed by John Hugenholtz, who also designed Zandvoort.
Yeah.
Says something, doesn't it? Why?
Similar.
Did some more tracks, to be honest.
Similar in flow, actually, you can see. And actually, when you think about it, Zandvoort, although it does still go out into the country a little bit, it is quite a small footprint for the amount of circuit that it is, which is something that it shares. Not quite as small as Fuji. It's long and thin Fuji, obviously. Sort of this stretched figure of 8 layout.
When you visit Suzuka, you realise the first thing you see when you get off the train.
Suzuka, sorry.
When you come up to the track, there's 21 Audi having problems.
That's Richard Lyon's car.
You see,
and Christopher Haase.
The geography of Suzuka, you wouldn't build a motor racing circuit there. You just wouldn't do it. It's crazy. There's big hills, valleys, rivers. Just put a race circuit in, because Japan is like that.
Watching the mechanic in the back of that Audi, he wasn't quite sure whether he was taking a close look or just looked really depressed. But he did look like he was distraught in the back of that car. Number 24,
another pit
dropped off the jacks and away. Michael Crum was at the wheel of the car when it came into the pits, but well down the order.
Well, blighted by punctures, that car, right front punctures. But it has had the pace, Graham, when it's been running well. Well, it's a Michael Crum-driven car. You would expect that. Interesting to me as well, Sam, and maybe you can explain this. Not all of the same manufacturer cars, even if they are works cars, necessarily run on the same tyres.
That's right. It's a complete open tyre war, so there aren't a work set of tyres. Each team is free to use whichever tyre company they like in both classes, which means sometimes the balance of performance goes a bit funny with the GT3 cars. Why the Audi perhaps is only an also-ran in this race, which is very unusual to say, because the tyres are different, and you can't really beat BOP tyres, as I was just watching a very tight battle. Well, not really a battle.
That's not a battle.
No. But one of the big runners, the BMW in GT300, just holding up one of the Lexuses slightly.
Is that the Ineos car?
That's the Ineos car.
Yeah, Ineos. Sustina. The bright orange car with the white roof.
But having different tyres is really important, because it gives you so much more performance if you've got it quite right.
Fastest lap of that car, 2:02.776 for the TWS Z4 last time around by Yoshimoto.
And those different tyres mean that you have to run different suspension, you develop hard on the tyres, and you get so much more pace. And that's one of the big reasons why the GT500 cars are so much quicker than DTM cars on their spec Hankooks. Hankook obviously not in this championship currently either.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Is that deliberate?
I suspect that Hankook realises that their DTM product isn't comparable to the Japanese tyre company's product.
But spec tyres never are.
No, exactly. And
because when you've got a spec series, whether it's a spec chassis, a spec engine, or a spec tyre, you can build in more longevity, crash worthiness, damage resistance, whatever it is. You build in that at the expense of performance, because nobody's going to outperform you.
Yeah.
So, that's not necessarily Hankook's fault.
But this is why obviously we're seeing a lot more punctures in this race, because the tyres are a lot more marginal, because they're in a tyre war.
Correct.
And this is why you see Michelin in this race, because Michelin are spoiling for a fight with anybody, anywhere, and so they've had to go all the way to Japan to get a proper fight going on. Dunlop, the same mentality. With Yokohama and Bridgestone, obviously they're on their home territory. There isn't a clear dominant tyre in any of the classes, because some tyres work better with different chassis. So it's an interesting one. As the ZEOD Z4, I mean, the conditions seem to be coming to the BMW Z4s at the moment.
Yeah, it's I'm guessing that they are learning all the way through. They've had a bit of running. They've had a couple of practice sessions, a couple of qualifying sessions. They had warm-up this morning. But there were a lot of unknowns in this, particularly in the GT500s, about how the fuel restrictions were going to work, the fuel restrictors were going to work, and what performance disadvantage those cars would have, and indeed what fuel mileage advantages those cars would have. There's been a lot of toing and froing with tyres as well, but the BMWs, as the track is rubbering in, famed for their nigh on 50-50 balance, of course, between the front and rear with the transaxle on all those GT3 cars, and this would be, of course, a V8 engine car, exactly as we would see in Europe. They are a very well balanced car, they carry a lot of aero, and what it seems to be, Sam, is that as the race goes on, that they are able to extract a little more performance than we've seen earlier on in the race from them.
Yeah, and I think that's down to... One of the things about this BMW is, unlike every other GT3 spec car that's racing anywhere in the world, the BMW doesn't use an engine that appears anywhere in its range.
Well, it appears in a BMW, but not in a Z4.
Exactly, and that's more like a Super GT approach. You can use any engine in GT300, JAF GT300, that is built by that manufacturer, which is why the Toyota you'll see...
So, for example, using that rule, if you had a JAF Audi A4, you could put a V10 in it.
You could put the Audi R18's engine in it if you really wanted to. Because it's still
from the race car,
which is why the Toyota Prius you're seeing there has the Rebellion R1 engine in the back of it.
Of course,
and they've run that for a long time.
In fairness, that Rebellion engine, in the same way as the Nissan LMP2 engine, they do have, going far enough back, they do have links to stock engines, don't they?
But you could run the TS040 engine in it, but you probably wouldn't, because that engine doesn't have the right characteristic really for this sort of racing. It was at one point when the Ford GT was racing in GT300, it had a DFR in the back of it.
Of course.
3.5 litre DFR.
And why wouldn't you? Graham Goodwin, what's happening on timing and scoring?
Just watching a nice little battle there in GT300, John, which is the number 7 BMW bearing down on the number 31 Prius for third position. Those two cars pretty even on pace, but about 30 seconds down on the lead battle. The 60 from the 55 lead the race in GT300.
Graham, sorry to interrupt you. 7th and 8th position, and the Epson, the number 32 Epson Honda is pushed around. That's Daisuke Nakajima, who has been pushed around. This is the car that Bertrand Baguette started from the back of the GT500 field, coming through the final corner. He was turned around comprehensively by, and I have to say I didn't quite pick up the car, but it was the car behind him on the timing and scoring, Graham. And for a moment we seem to have lost Graham Goodwin.
Well, I was just having a look at... I missed that happening until you said it. Here we go.
It was the 12.
It's the
Calsonic. Oh, and he's nailed him there.
Oh dear. There will be consequences, I feel.
Yeah, that was...
he was looking to avoid that pit wall.
It's interesting. That tells you a lot about the rate acceleration of these cars, because they should be both on full noise at that point, and the fact that the GTR was able to shove the NSX out of the way suggests that the non-hybrid GTR has a lot more...
Is that De Oliveira back in that Calsonic car, Graham?
Yes.
I think that was just as... It's always the case, Sam, isn't it, that you've raced, you can't get on the throttle quite when you want to when you're following someone, and the Team Impul car got on it perhaps a little bit early, but as soon as you realise you're going to make contact, all you've got to do is come off and go back on again, and you won't be pushed down. This is the car that Bertrand Baguette started from the back of the GT500 field, coming through the... You can't
really do that in a sports car race. You've got air on front.
You can't do it when you're going around the corner. And I have to say, I didn't quite pick up. I'm never racing against you. But it was the car behind him on the timing and scoring. Epson car has made it to the pit lane.
Here we go again. I'll tell you what, it looks like the Epson car got out of it actually there, John, because the closing time was right.
Here we go.
It was the 12. Was the Epson car heading for the pit lane?
Yeah, I think he might have been made late called into the pits and just got shot. That was
right. Okay, then Oliveira is.
It's interesting. That's he didn't do the acceleration of these cars because he's gone straight back. He's obviously spun it round and into the pits, new tyres onto the Epson car.
Lost the left rear silencer.
Well, that's the car that was... No, there is only one hybrid GTR. Has a turbo.
Is that De Oliveira back in that Calsonic car, Graham?
Yes.
It's interesting because the
I
NSX
think that
here
was just as
is the car that got rebuilt overnight.
It's always the case,
it got
Sam,
smashed
isn't
up
it?
by the
That, you know,
driver.
you've raced,
been smashed up again.
Yeah.
by
someone
you
else.
can't get on the throttle quite when you want to when you following
because
someone.
Koyushi Hoshino not very happy. That's, I believe, the same Hoshino
The
that
Team
used to
Impul
be in
car
Formula 1.
got on it. Perhaps
Well,
a little
there
bit
we
early,
see
but as soon
the
as you
first
realise
bit
you're
of really bad contact that we've seen. It may have been predicated by the car that was hit deciding to come into the pit lane. We'll wait to see what the stewards make of that. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. It's coming up at 7 o'clock in the morning here in the UK, plus the hours
Epson car has made it to the pit lane.
race
Here we go again.
over at
I'll tell you what, it looks like the
Suzuka.
Epson car got out of it actually. There,
Sam
John.
Collins,
It's close to having
Wonderful.
to do it.
Right.
Here we go.
Graham Goodwin and himself, John
Yeah,
Hale.
well, still the rapid
Was
fire
car
heading for the
Oh,
pit
yeah,
lane.
it's
to
really
be
good.
fair.
Just watching
Yeah,
now
I
as
think
the
he might
leader
have
makes
been
his way
made
through
late
traffic
for
and
the
makes his way
pit.
through that
That
battle.
was,
Right,
Looking
okay,
at
so
a
then
little while ago
Oliveira
for third
is,
position in
it's
GT300. That's
He did
extended
really
out
acceleration of
the
these
point
cars
where we have the
because-
BMW closing to within a second or so of the Prius ahead. The BMW has dropped back a little in traffic, but it's the bit I think we're all struggling with is exactly how the pit strategy is working here, because it's simply not got any real pattern to it.
No, there's no rhythm.
No, so
There's no rhyme or reason, actually.
Well, I wonder whether or not it is a matter of them just getting to the stage where, to my mind,
Over the 6 hours of the race, which gives you an idea that they thought they'd be running about an hour on the way through. The early stoppers that we saw, I think, were people getting off kilter deliberately so that they didn't come in at the end of that first hour when, frankly, the pit lane was chaotic because we had GT300s and GT500s in together. And from then on, basically, it's get in when you think you can get in and get out onto some clear track. I think that's far more important because the lap times in traffic are something like 6, 7 and 8 seconds slower than on a clear track.
Well, John, I've just sent an email message to the pit wall to try and answer that question to see if we can find out.
They're going to say, no, Heinou's talking complete nonsense. The 88 Lambo has had another excursion coming up to the bridge area. The 88 being the Manapa Lamborghini GT3 for, well, it was Aoki that started it. Hiramani is in the car now. Kazuki.
a couple of requests actually on Twitter, and I know as we get closer to a kind of sensible time of the morning here in Europe, there's clearly more and more people tuning in this morning, and Sam, you came up with a great rundown of just exactly the differences between the cars and the classes earlier in the race. Just wondered at this stage whether or not it's worth actually going through that again for people catching up with this race for the first time.
I think that's a good idea. So we just head up to the so Super GT, two classes, GT500. Those are the big works cars. They're based on the DTM rulebook. 2-litre engines, turbocharged direct injection, knocking out about 650 brake horsepower rather than the 500 the class name suggests. Open tyres. Do what you like with tyres. So Tyre War, you've got Yokohama, Bridgestone, Dunlop, Michelin, all in that class, all fighting it. Three car manufacturers, Nissan, Toyota is Lexus, and Honda. The Honda is a slightly different case because it's a mid-engined car, so the engine is behind the driver rather than in front, like in every other car. And it's also a hybrid, which means it's a slightly different kettle of fish when you see it racing, and that's why you see sometimes the different performance of the cars. In the GT300 class, you have a mix of GT3 cars as you see in Europe, though running on, again, open tyres and a little bit of aerodynamic development allowed to an extent on those cars. They're not exactly as you see them in Europe, but pretty much. And then the JAF GT300s, which are built to a technical rulebook that means you have to keep the engine, well, have an engine from that car manufacturer's range, but that includes everything up to and including Formula 1, if you were that way inclined. And also you're allowed hybrids, so Honda and Toyota have turned up with works-run hybrid cars in that class. You've also got the Subaru BRZ running with a 2-litre Boxer WRC-based engine in the class as well. So it's a bit of a mishmash of bits of everything, but it's a fantastic mix.
How open are things like aero in GT500 and GT300?
In GT500, the aero is limited in the same way it is in DTM. So you have a line along the side of the car. Everything below that line is free. Everything above that line has to look like the road car.
And Monocoques?
Monocoques in GT500 absolutely identical to DTM. Every car has the same monocoque, same gearbox. They have the same suspension, essentially, same brake.
So this is a carbon fibre centre section. Everything else is hung from it.
Exactly, and it's very. These are essentially DTM cars in GT500. They just have a slightly different engine formula.
So it's a carbon fibre monocoque silhouette formula.
Yeah, with absolutely nothing, not a single part from the road car on the GT500s.
GT300.
GT300
monocoque?
No, not yet.
Right.
We'll come back to the monocoque GT300s because it is happening at the next race.
Right.
But in this race and in every previous race, you have to retain in JAF GT300 the centre bit of the car, so the roof, the door pillars, not the doors, but the door pillars, and a few other bits and bobs. I think the floor pan you have to change slightly. You can keep most of, but the rest of the car essentially tubular, and everything hangs off a tubular chassis you weld into the original one. All the GT300 cars have to be the same width.
What you do is you build the tubular thing and you hang the body panels out, tack them back together again.
That's pretty much basically what they're doing, yeah.
Like you used to do in BTCC in Super 2000 rails.
Yes, it's very similar to that. But the beauty of that class is because you can use any engine that's got the right stamp in the block, it means you've got an LMP2 engine in the Honda, you've got an LMP1 engine in the Toyota, and you've got a WRC engine in the Subaru. So that's a fantastic thing to see. Aero-wise, those cars all have to be a particular width, which is why the Honda looks so much wider than the street car does.
Yeah.
And the Prius doesn't look much wider than the street car, but they are actually exactly the same width as is the BRZ. The GT3 cars essentially have to conform with the FIA GT3 rulebook, but they're balanced, performance balanced differently, and you end up with this great mix of battles throughout the field of completely different car types and styles, which is a wonderful thing to behold. Driver lineups?
Yeah, why have some GT300s got 3 and none of the GT500s have got 3?
By choice.
Right, so you could have 3 drivers in GT500
yes,
here.
Apart from you have 2 or 3 drivers in GT500. You wouldn't have 3 in most of the races because they're
too short.
The last race of the year, you tend to only have 1 driver, which is the Fuji Grand Prix.
Right.
Which is a sprint race, and it's the only sprint race of the year.
So do the driver teams then, both get a car?
That I don't know. I don't think so.
Or do they score points for their partner?
No, it's a non-championship race, last one of the year.
Okay.
But they do...
Big pot of money.
But there's a big pot of money, and I think we may see some DTM cars in it.
I think our TV director back in Japan is giving us a hint that Calsonic Nissan is about to get a drive-through penalty. In fact, it is in the pit lane now, the number 12 car, following its coming together with the Epson Honda about 3 or 4 laps ago. Graham Goodwin.
And it is just a run down pit lane. It is, I think, simply a drive-through. No, he's going to a penalty box at the end of the...
He's got a naughty boy box, and the BRZ's nearly got in his way there.
Yep, so there is a penalty. Well spotted there, John.
1, 2... Yeah, it is just stop and hold. Oh, and he can't get it refired now. And this is...
No.
There's a countdown clock. My apologies.
10 seconds that was, or 15.
So, yeah. Then there is it. Now, how simple is that, by the way, that you have a countdown clock in front of the driver so that he knows how long's left of his penalty?
Although technically speaking, he wasn't at a halt for the last 4 seconds.
No, he
was crawling
forward.
He was
still in the box, though.
Yeah, fair enough.
No?
Yeah.
Hey, he's taking the penalty. We are just on half distance, 83 out of 173. Getting close to. So 500.
37 seconds now, the advantage of the number 36 car. James Roster still at the wheel of that car. And looking to me that on balance at least, he's got a pretty good pace compared to the cars immediately behind him in the train. The odd lap, we'll see tenths fly one way or the other, but in general steady running, it does look to me as if that 36 car has got very good pace indeed.
Well, here's something we haven't really considered yet so far. We're just 84 laps on the board, got a lap and a half, or probably a full lap here from Spoon Corner, to half distance in the race. Now, this is a really long race for the Super GT cars. You normally do 300 to 500 kilometre races, sometimes even down to 250 kilometres. These cars aren't designed to run for 1,000 kilometres, particularly in the GT500 class, so I would expect to see some unreliability in the second half of this race. And I think, actually, if you're just tuning in for the second half of the Super GT race, you're going to see something a bit special, I think, because I can see this race really changing.
Because this is the first year, is it not, with the cars in this spec?
Correct.
That's right. These are brand new cars introduced in 2014. And
that was naughty.
That was
And this is the 12 car again. This is the Calsonic GT-R having a big swerve to driver's left coming into
that was deliberate.
130R to put off the Autobac's Honda that was coming up behind him, and that is very, very naughty for a car that's just come out of the pits. Now he's swerving around on the front straight as well, as if to say, "Oh, I've got a problem with my car.
Yeah.
I didn't actually try to stick that guy in the boonies."
He's going to get on the radio.
Who's in the 12 at the moment?
Yes, but it's not.
In the 12, it's D'Oliveira again.
Oh my goodness!
The Jet Propulsion Laboratory is going. That was naughty.
JPL. And it is the.
And he's gonna get past in a minute, because that Team Study BMW's got right in his way through the S's.
And it is it's the number 8 car, isn't it, that he's been holding up?
Is that Bjorn Wertheim at the wheel of that?
No, it's either Liuzzi or Matsura in that car.
It's Matsura in the number 8 car.
Thank you.
In 4th position.
Well, he's not going to take kindly to that, Graham.
No, he's not. Quite right too.
And this is another Honda.
We're going to see this again.
NISMO battle coming through second half of the long back straight, and it was very, very.
Again, the whole braking concept on this car was designed around DTM sprint races on German tracks. 1,000 kilometres around Suzuka. I think you're right. They might have to change.
Just bear the question whether or not they're allowed to run an endurance braking setup for this race.
I don't think there is one available for the cars. They also currently have complete freedom on brake material. That's changing for 2015, so they're going to have to go to a spec part for the brake pad, which is different to DTM.
So no more cardboard brakes, no?
No more cardboard brakes. But a lot of the teams are sponsored by different braking companies, so you'll see Performance, Friction, AP, Brembos on different cars.
This is just
the
actual car.
This is the final right-hander. This is Bertrand Baguette, and this is a tale of war for this car. They had issues. The car was destroyed in one of the earlier sessions. They start from the back of the GT500 grid in 15th position, fought their way up into the top 6, I think, Graham, at one stage.
Lost the tyre, rear left gone.
Left rear has gone on that car, and after its epic drive through the field with Baguette at the wheel from the start, they've had nothing but bad luck, either being hit. Now, I have to wonder whether something has been rubbing on that left rear tyre. That is the corner that got nailed by the Calsonic Nissan.
I think maybe something's been rubbing, John, but the dramas and number of sort of off-track excursions that 32's had since it was rebuilt suggest to me either it wasn't properly bolted back together, or they didn't have time to get a proper setup on it, and it's catching out the drivers from time to time.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that really was a carbon copy of another off they had.
Yeah, good points, well made there, Sam. But a little way back yet to go for the 32 car. Running now back in 12th position, and, well, really right to the back of the field, and I think all hope of a reasonable result now gone for the 32 car. It's now 3 laps down from the lead, but Roster, meanwhile, is cruising away, edging away 10th by 10th by 10th, lap by lap by lap, and 38.5 seconds now to the good over the number 17 car.
A full stop is about a minute, so that doesn't include in and out of the pit lane. And
another car on the gravel.
That's a Nissan.
That's the GT500 Nissan. That is
it's
300.
It's a 360 car.
It's done a 180, and 360.
This is the Okinawa.
Not at 130.
This is the stop it. This is the Okinawa, fantastically named Okinawa MSA Run-Up GTR, which was started by Hiroki Yoshida, Raiju Fujita, and Atsushi Tanaka, the other 2 drivers, and that was off at the Spoon Curve.
Do we want an update from Fuji Speedway down the road?
Yeah, go on.
In a 3-hour race, which apparently is something to do with the Asian Le Mans series, Team Avalon is leading the CN class.
It's the Wolf.
It's the Wolf, yeah.
It's the Wolf. It's the Wolf.
It's the Wolf. It's the Wolf.
And
local yellows, by the way, only for that Nissan.
Team AAI 91, that's probably a Porsche, is leading the GT class. And Keiko Ihara, this is something you never thought you'd hear, is leading the LMP2 class.
Yeah, when we say classes here, there are only 7 cars, aren't there?
Yeah.
Are there 7 now? Because they were running a couple of single. One of the practice sessions, certainly, they had a couple of single class
additions.
Gallardos in.
All right. Well, I think the first official outing as a pace car for the Lamborghini Huracan, the new Lambo, that was the pace car there. That's the car that, of course, shares its architecture with the new Audi R8 and has already been tested quite some time ago now, actually. It was already being tested as an Audi R8. Monza the week after Silverstone WEC, that new generation Audi R8. To start with, will have the V10 engine, but everything that we're hearing is that the V8 4-litre engine will be the weapon of choice, which currently, of course, is also it's a Bentley concept jointly developed with Audi for their street cars, and it features a very, very clever cylinder on demand system in the road car, and that, of course, is already racing in the Bentley as the leader here at Suzuka is into the pits. James Rossiter in the Petronas sponsored Lexus pops into the pits, the 36 car.
And that is after his 87th lap has been completed. James steps away. Great stint there from James.
Very good indeed. Very consistent lap times, Graham.
Very consistent. Very impressive stuff indeed from this car throughout so far. It's looked pretty rock solid, hasn't it?
Yeah, and if you can see pictures, NISMO.TV or the NISMO YouTube channel, look at the top left-hand side of the windscreen. There's a bright red light there, much the same as you see the flashing blue lights in the VLN races and at the Nürburgring 24. That tells you that the starting driver is back in. And the second, this is drama. This is the second place car.
He's had an off on the right front. He's got grass all over it, and he's not slowing down though, is he, John?
This is the number 17 Honda NSX, and it's under the. Oh my goodness! He's gone a very, very long way off.
Lucky.
I'm trying to work out where that is.
Lucky. That's 130R.
It is 130R.
That's 130R.
Yes, because I could see the canopy, so he's gone a long way off to driver's right at 130R.
But is that two separate incidents, guys?
Well, I didn't see him make any contact to damage the left rear as badly as it has been done, unless that was just bouncing over the curbs. I can't imagine. But this is Tsukashoshi.
It's got a Zerkatech coating on that exhaust.
You are the only person who would notice that once it's been revealed to the world, as in when Anthony Davidson went flying, you said, "Oh, look at the flat bottom of that car. That's really quite interesting."
It's got you got the two vent pipes. They don't let you see this bit of the car, so it's got two vent pipes running down, which are the two outer white pipes for those watching Nismo TV, or three vent pipes. That's the driver cooling. But on the inside, you can actually see the real exhaust pipe, and the bit of gold flapping around. That's thermal protection to stop the carbon fibre catching fire.
I can't imagine he's going to be allowed. He'd get a black and orange flag.
Well, I wonder if has he hit that GTR, because the GTR's behind him has got damage as well.
Well, he's just shed a huge lump of rear valance there and left it on the track in the run-up to 130R.
That car is beginning to self-destruct in that corner.
He's got to come in, surely. Yes, he's in the pit lane behind the Mercedes-Benz, one of the SLSs. They get down to the pit lane speed limit.
That's going to be a very good news indeed for number 23, Nissan GT R behind him.
This is a non-scheduled stop. Let's just make this clear. Non-scheduled stop for the Cayenne number 17 Honda.
I'm not sure they're going to put it into the garage.
I don't think they are. The jollies aren't ready, are they?
No, 4-tyre stop, but fuel going in.
Is this the third stop for this car, or the fourth then, Graham?
Can't tell you.
The dollies are out. He's going in.
No, he's going in the pits. They're going to have to put a new rear bodywork section on that car. He's lucky he hasn't. He actually hasn't damaged the underbody grid, has he?
It's a bit more than bodywork, John. There were bits of the rear of that car beginning to flap around that weren't when we first saw the damage. That was beginning to fall apart.
The official has stepped over and said clearly to the team, "It's not going back out like that. Move the cameraman out the way. This car is going back in to its pit box," and one of the favourites and one indeed of the front runners, and they've got trouble. The Dolly Jacks have got caught on the pit lane and they can't push it back into its pit box. Now they get it moving again. I don't think the rear jacks are holding their pressure, and the back end of that car was grinding on the ground as that went back in. So that will push the Quintarelli driven Motul Ortec Nissan up into second place, the 23 car. In fact, is that shown as the leader at the moment, Graham? Because that hasn't stopped, has it?
It's the 17 car, was shown as the leader at that point. So Quintarelli will now lead the race.
Yeah. And they avoid the shedding or shed carbon fibre. Shown in second place now is the Arta NSX. This is the Matsuura Liuzzi car that we saw having the battle earlier on with the Calsonic Impul car, the JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Remember, this Nissan, though, Graham, does owe us a pit stop. So,
indeed, it's a 36 car on overall pace, albeit that at the moment it's shown running in what will very soon be third position.
Well, we say that. I'm going to throw... here is the back of the hand ball. Here is the googly, because let us just remind ourselves, the 36 car has 44 kilos of ballast, which is physical lead weight. It's not lead weight now, but it's physical weight in the car. The 23 Motul Ortec car, the Matsuda and Quintarelli car, has 84 kilos, of which 50 is physical ballast. The rest is done on a fuel flow restrictor. Not a fuel flow monitor, a fuel flow restrictor. So the car cannot use as much fuel as its rivals. It slows it down in a straight line, but it does give it better fuel economy. And I just wonder, Graham, because I was hearing from Nissan that 23 car would try and go through on 5 rather than on 4 rather than 5 pit stops.
And 4 being the minimum, of course.
4 is the minimum, yes.
Yep, we'll keep an eye.
Everyone else says 5, possibly effectively 5.5, but 6 visits to the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the way that one's going to actually pan out. Good morning, or rather good late evening, by the way, to Mike Perry, who tells us via Twitter that very surreal driving down the 405 in LA, listening to all of us get our chops around the Japanese names.
Well, here's the thing for you. I'm not going to try and name the... In fact, I might have a go at the drivers' names. Actually, I don't know who's in the car, so I won't.
Who are you after?
Well, I'm looking at the battle that we're looking at on the screen, and if you're looking at Nismo TV, you've got this great battle that we've had all race brewing back up again. That CRZ GT, the hybrid-powered GT300 car, is beginning to hunt down
which I
the
think
GT3
is Mishigami.
BMW.
Mishigami.
No, it's not. It's Kobayashi.
What? No, he's not in. He's not in that Mugen.
Sorry, we talking about the 55 car.
Oh, excuse me, Kobayashi.
Yeah.
So, yes,
Kobayashi is pulling. You're absolutely right, Sam, onto the rear end of Yoshimoto, and that's just been interrupted by Kaz Nakajima making his way through the battle.
So Yoshimoto's back in the BMW?
Yes.
Has Shinya Sato not been in that car?
Doesn't look that way.
Interesting.
Right.
So it's these tyres coming in and going off. Yep. That's what's creating this yo-yoing in the race. But it's also, keeping saying, now look at this, Graham. If you can see the screen on this TV, there are lumps of carbon fibre down on that very fast section. It's actually on the approach to 130R, and then on the exit there's even more. Now I wouldn't want to go into 130R on the racing line, hit somebody's broken diffuser, and then go flying into the fastest corner on the track.
And that was from that Honda that we saw. That was when it came out, the Calsonic car.
It's not really anybody's idea of fun, that, is it?
No.
The Epson car.
I'd be on the radio if I was driving saying, this is silly, stop it.
I think they'll leave it like that until there's a full course caution, and if there's a full course caution, they'll pull it in. But you're not going to send someone out to pick that up.
Well, this is Japan, so maybe. The marshals here are very brave.
I'm very impressed with the snatch tractors that whiz out.
They're more like snatch tanks, aren't they? They're light tanks. Mini Panzers.
I still think they just look like a refuse skip with tracks on. They're just brilliant.
That's exactly what they are.
Brilliant idea.
If it was Phoenix Park, you could actually take the skips they use for marshals posts, track them up, and you could have mobile marshals.
Mobile marshals, yeah, very good. This Petronas Lexus is a fine-looking beast. The Petronas colours working well with the coupe body, which we don't get that car. Do we get that car in Europe?
Which one?
The
RCF?
Lexus.
No, you don't yet.
No, no one does, I don't think.
Oh,
because the GT3 is also an RCF. Just to confuse everybody.
Right.
I do struggle slightly with some of the particularly with the Nissans, where you have the GT500 GTR and the GT300 GTR, and next year I believe we'll get new GTRs for both because they've got a new shape coming.
Correct.
And so
presumably, which the GT1 car is going to look like. The LMP1 car will look like the new car.
And maybe that GTE
the
that
concept,
Darren Cox has been teasing for ages.
The concept sketches that I've seen for the new GTR are wild. They are really wild. Same with the new Supra as well, in fairness, which doesn't exist apparently.
No, and it's not a hybrid, apparently.
The BMW Z4 and R2C RZ, the TWS 60 and 55 cars, continue their battle. It's under a second now as they come to the end of their lap and through into the chicane, which really breaks up the flowing nature of the end of the lap. Heavy braking area, squirt of power, then turn left, then balance the car as the camber does not help you coming through the final right-hander. You've got to really hug the edge of the track, and it's only the brave that do that as they head down towards turn number 1. Flash of the left-hand indicator by the Arta driver, which I think we had Kobayashi back in that car last time. Graham mentioned it to me.
Did. Yep.
As through comes the Zent sponsored GT500, which is Pachinko.
Yeah,
Pachinko.
Okay.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Pachinko is a game that I can't understand the rules of, where you press some machines and some balls flap around and it makes lots of noise and bright lights and people play it for
Pachinko palaces.
Yes, they really are palaces.
Which are noise and smoke filled.
Not smoke filled, noise filled. Definitely noise filled. Not so much smoke, but they're very noisy, very bright, very loud, and they'll give you a headache in about 2 seconds.
It's a bit like Bagatelle on acid.
Bagatelle on acid. Which you are betting on effectively as well.
You are.
It's sort of a cross between Bagatelle and what do you call that game with the counters?
I don't know.
That you play for money as well. It's going out of my head.
No. I don't know. Well, Pachinko is very strange, and it's hugely popular in Japan, and everywhere you go there are these giant Pachinko halls, so it's massive business. I mean, it's worth billions of dollars. It's one of Japan's biggest pastime, other than watching,
backgammon. Thank you, Eve. Yes, Bagatelle and backgammon together. Oh, she also said bingo. But
bingo is actually good. Is an equivalent to Pachinko, but it's also interactive, and you can win real money in these Pachinko halls. Quite a lot of it if you win, but no one ever does. And there are these small Pachinko balls and Pachinko sets that you can get, and it's all very confusing.
Still watching the battle at the lead of the GT300. Hello there. We've gone through another hour's worth of running here at Suzuka, and we are over half distance on the laps. 173 is the magic number. 94 is what is on the lap counter at the moment, having been completed, that is. And first and second in GT300 are separated by less than a second, considerably so. The Arta CRZ GT, started by Takashi Kobayashi and shared with Shinichi Takagi, is chasing down the Z4 from TWS, the number 60 car, and again just about 3/4 of a second. Hiroki Yoshimoto and Akira Aida, the two drivers who have done the work at the moment. We've got an intervention vehicle out on the circuit just at the end of the S's. And there's a slow-moving Aston Martin.
Slow Aston Martin, I think. As the cars go by, the car running very slowly on the left-hand side. I wonder if that's just there to protect the back of the Aston.
That's quite. I've not really seen that done much before.
That is a very, very VLN, Nürburgring, Nordschleife type thing, isn't it, Graham?
It's either that or it's an extreme VIP experience.
Which is
Race Safari
wouldn't surprise me.
Race Safari.
The Japanese, not just in motor racing terms, but particularly so at the moment, are very culturally influenced by the Germans, and they like nothing better than seeing how the Germans do it and doing one better, which is what we're about to see in the GT300 battle, John. Yes,
because the R2CRZ is about to take the lead. He's closing up onto the back of that TWS Z4, but into the 130R. The Z4's aerodynamics and grip gives him a little bit of a benefit. He was being closed in on, and now at the chicane there's only a car's length between them as they come round to complete another lap and drop quite steeply downhill actually through that last left-hander. The games and the television shots that you've probably seen, if you haven't been there, don't really do that justice, and the BMW punches out to an 8-car length lead across the line, but it's still only half a second. It was just 3/10 in the third sector as he
punched it back out to 5/10 on the exit of that corner alone. 2/10 on one corner, John.
Kobayashi though has the advantage now in this early part of the lap and begins to close in that very, very orange coloured Autobacks Arta CRZ.
This is one of the beauties, isn't it, of having this mixed kind of standard of regulations in the cars. It's a little like the LMP1 cars at the moment in that they've got broadly similar performance over a single lap, but they deliver those performance completely differently through the lap.
Agreed, Graham. That's a very, very good point. And just noticing as well how little of the apex curbs the BMW is using as to how much the Honda is using. Meantime, on the front straight, side by side battle between two of the Lexus, the Ineos car losing a position to the 39 Denso ZEOD RCF of Europe.
ZEOD, the Toyota-backed team that is being rumoured to be making a Le Mans effort, bring together a Le Mans effort for next year.
ZEOD being a preparation house, effectively.
That's right.
ZEOD like a Pro Driver, an RML, or someone like that.
Now, any kind of clues as to what the ZEOD effort might be as we look again now that on the right?
Yellow flags. Yellow flags are waving. He can't go through, and I haven't seen a green flag again, and that's because of the offending piece of carbon fibre that Sam took against so mightily has been retrieved by that Nissan intervention vehicle, and hence double yellows. But he had to drive around pretty much 3/4 of a lap.
And he will finish the lap by the look of it.
Tell us about ZEOD.
ZEOD is essentially just a racing team. They race in Super Formula and they do some tuning
Not a constructor
parts.
though.
Not really, no. They used to construct some things or have their name on some things, but they didn't really make them.
Right.
All Japanese racing teams do a bit of constructing because that's kind of the culture there.
Right.
Yeah, they raced, didn't they, back in the mid-90s? They had a thing called the MC8R, which was basically a V8 engined, longer wheelbase Toyota MR2, raced at Le Mans, in fact.
I remember that.
Way back when, and back to Group C days as well with ZEOD, if I remember correctly. But you're absolutely right, Sam. Rumoured to be interested in a Le Mans programme, and interesting indeed that who's racing for ZEOD this year?
Tell us.
Oliver Jarvis, isn't it?
Oh yes, you're right. Out comes the number 8.
I'd be very surprised if they came to Le Mans with an Audi.
Oh no, I would tend to agree, but whether or not they would come with an Oliver Jarvis is a different question.
I'd be very surprised if an Oliver Jarvis raced anything but an Audi.
At Le Mans. What's he racing here?
Well, yeah, that's interesting that he's not in Audi, but the Audi customer team isn't really that works back the way the BMW one is.
8, as I said, the 8 Arta, the GT500 Arta NSX, which I think has got Kazuki Matsura at the wheel, as we see that Aston Martin now has ground to a halt, and that has got, now that's a Lexus, I think, that's gone to pick him up, so variety in the, yes it is, variety in the intervention vehicles as much as there is on the track, and all of the manufacturers.
The Beastie Boys there. There's a couple of marshals dressed like the Beastie Boys in the Intergalactic video, waving their hands in a very, they're signalling to the drivers in a very particular way, and it's interesting to see.
Right rear suspension issue, I think, on that Aston Martin. The right rear wheel was at a somewhat jaunty camber angle, and for the moment at least, the gap between the leading GT300 car and its major competition, the 55 Arta CRZ, goes out to a second.
Right, number 8 car, by the way, you're quite right, just leaving the pits there after his last pit stop. Liuzzi back at the wheel of that car.
Oh, it was Liuzzi, was it?
Nakajima back up into second position.
Well, that means that light system's not working, because that should have been blue for Liuzzi and red for Matsura.
And Nakajima closing pretty rapidly now on Quintarelli in the lead. Under 30 seconds the gap now.
Okay, a little bit more information about the ZEOD team. I've just sort of decided to have a look up on it.
Did they do a rally car as well? Am I making that up?
They probably did. They've been involved with Mazda as well, but their first Le Mans participation with a Sigma.
Oh, that was the first.
The
first time we went to Japan with the WEC, my first time in the country, loved it, absolutely loved it. I was amazed by the variety of cars that are basically based on a kind of a standard Toyota or Honda or Nissan road car that feature a badge other than that.
Correct.
Because they've been breathed upon, restyled, retuned by one of these tuning houses, to the extent where they're actually now branded with that tuning house and not with the OEM.
Yeah, think of AMG Mercedes, think of NISMO, that's an obvious one. Think of Alpina, these type of people, except there are loads more. There's not just one for one manufacturer.
No, there's lots of them, lots and lots of them. Just a quick little bit of intelligence via the broadcast media, and again with thanks to one of our avid tweeters, Ginu, who apparently does write a little bit about Super GT, and he says that James Roster has said to Japanese TV they're going flat out, a risky strategy, he believes, while he believes everybody else is trying to save fuel. So watch for that, because that would appear to be the difference in the strategy. Is they are absolutely foot to the floor.
And let me underline again, Graham, what I said before. They have got 44 kilos of success ballast, which is real weight in that car. And for example, the 23 Nissan, the Quintarelli and Matsuda Motel car, has 84, 50 of which is real weight. And if you're just joining us, the rest of that performance is not weight. It is actually a fuel restrictor, not monitoring the fuel, an actual fuel restrictor. The engine cannot make as much power and cannot make it in the same way. So they are saving fuel. They are, by the very nature of the 23 car, which has got Quintarelli at the moment coming to the end of his lap and braking hard for that right-left final chicane, they are saving fuel by the very nature of the fact of their performance balancing is forcing them to, because they are not allowed to use anymore because there is a physical restrictor. Now the question is, can they turn that to their advantage? They don't have the outright pace, and we have seen some of these cars being much slower terminal velocity at the end of the long straights and being fairly easy picking, Sam, for some of the other cars. Can they turn it to their advantage and save a full pit stop? And this is the tactics that we'll see played out in the second half of the race.
Oh yeah, and reliability, as I keep on saying, is going to be an issue. I'm just watching some of the lap times. They seem quite consistent as the Motul GTR. It's
mid-54s for Quintarelli.
It's finding it's not particularly easy to get past a Honda when there's a Honda in second, and well, even though you're not in the lead, they've obviously got the word's gone out, don't let the GTRs have an easy life.
Interesting that battle has gone out again, hasn't it? The BMW is very much to the fore again now. That gap has opened up.
Well, and if you noticed, Graham, watching the CRZ, that's what I was a bit hesitant before. I was just looking at it. We saw it just again there. The CRZ seems to be losing traction on the exit of corners. Can't really get the power down, and is dropping back for that reason. I wonder if it's the tyres.
We've seen this with the CRZ and the GT3. Now, which one of the Hondas only got front tyres at the last stop?
That was GT500.
That was a GT500, okay.
Just another quick point, by the way, guys, in the GT300 battle, coming into the battle, albeit at the back of this group, if you like, and it's an extended group on the lead lap, is Wolfgang Reip in the number 3 car. He's guesting in that car. It's the car that's raced through the season by his NISMO colleague Lucas Adonis. But that car 6th position now, and Wolfie putting in some very competitive times into the 204s last time around. About 2 minutes off the lead, but it's certainly firmly part of that lead group.
Well, that TWS BMW Z4, hugely consistent lap times actually. 204.1, 204.5, 204.4, 204.3 and 204.2. Running nicely, and beginning to open out the gap now to 2.3 seconds back to that CRZ. That's not really down to the BMW, which is consistent. The CRZ, when we see it, if we see its lap times, you'll see it's beginning to drop back. And I think if you watch that car, it seems a little bit harder to drive, and without its headlights on, and we've seen a few little issues for it through the race. I think that's not a fully happy ship there, John.
No, agreed. I'm impressed with this BMW though. Very impressed with the TWS BMW. And this will be causing some consternation, will it not? The 60-car leading GT300, Sam, among the GT300, specific GT300 runners, that this European car can get out there. It has been far kinder on its tyres by the look of the average lap times. It has gone longer on fuel, and there'll be some head scratching going on here in the second half of the race.
Well, the European cars are meant to be just a smidgen slower than the Japanese, but not so much that it would actually affect a long distance race outcome. What has happened here though is in the endurance race the BMW seems to be very consistent on its tyre use, and the JAF GT300s, particularly the Subaru, really hasn't. I mean, that car's it's dropping, but it dropped back at the beginning and doesn't seem to be able to come back on itself at all. It's really hard to judge where we are actually with these GT300 cars at the moment at this point in the race, because I'm not sure we've seen it all yet, actually.
Third place is the OGT Panasonic Prius, your favourite car.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a pretty car, is it?
It used to look a lot nicer.
Only its mother will love it.
It looked a lot nicer in blue, I have to say. Now this orange livery it's running in, I'm not a big fan of.
It does look like a project that somebody has taken on in the mid-70s, where they've decided...
It's Wendy Walls, mate. I'm telling you, I keep looking at that car and thinking...
It's a Skoda Rapide.
Yes. It's very much in that kind of vein.
Augusto Farfus, by the way,
for the lead group in the race overall, because coming right into it now, you recall what doesn't seem that long ago, that group of three Lexus battling away.
Yep.
That 39 car, which was pedalled earlier on by Ollie Jarvis.
Yep.
Now got Ishiura at the wheel, is up into a very strong third position now.
Yeah, well, it drove away from those guys, and that was the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th at the time. Let's keep our eye on the third position in GT300 as Augusto Farfus debuting in the Japanese GT series in the Teddy Bear sponsored BMW, which may or may not be a full works effort. This is the Steve Teddy Bear company with the white and M Sports striped Z4. Closing in on third position, and he's about 3 seconds back by my eye. We don't have timing and scoring here, but Graham does, and he will tell us.
I will tell you, it's no picnic, is it, for the car ahead of it, and that gap is now down to under 2 seconds.
Really?
The gap between the number 31 car and the number 7, and those the top 4 cars in the class pulling away from Kurosawa, and Kurosawa is being reeled in by Wolfie Reap in the number 3 Nissan, catching at the moment of around a second a lap or better over the last 2 or 3 laps from Wolfie. So Wolfie is having a pretty good old time. So he got Wolf catching a teddy bear at the moment. So
stop it. Augusto Farfus is the one in between, and his debut is going very nicely. Thank you very much. He does know the BMW Z4, of course. He's had a crack at that before in VLN in the Nürburgring 24. He's got in that car with him Jörg Müller and Seiji Ara, so hardly a rabbit among them in the teddy bear car. They are being passed at the moment by the keeper Lexus, which has just gone through, and that's just taken the heat out of that battle for a moment. Seiji Ara is sitting in the pit lane, ready to get into that BMW. The question is, when he gets into it, Sam, will it be in 4th place or will it be in 3rd? The Prius seems to be better on its tyres at the end of the last lap than the NSX is.
That's exactly it. Now I've been looking at the championship points in the GT300 class a little bit, and it is actually being led by a Z4 at the moment. That's the Team Ukyo car. Which is one that hasn't really featured. The Good Smile car hasn't really featured in this race too heavily, because they've got probably a big pile of ballast on it, as the teddy bear car is in for its pit lane picnic.
So no chance to see that battle as the number 7 Steve sponsored BMW Z4 comes into the pit lane with Augusto Farfus handing over to Seiji Ara, and that will allow then the 31 OG team Panasonic Prius, which was started by Morio Nita. Is it Nakayama or Saga that was in that car, Graham, the 31 car?
The 31 car, bear with me a second, it was Nakayama aboard the car.
So they now have all been in that car on Yokohama tyres, as is the BMW, and they're very evenly matched, 20 kilos to 22 kilos, as the steam emits from the front of the car. Augusto Farfus has been pushing very hard. He strides away. CGR are already installed. The fuel's going in, so nothing can happen other than the front brakes gently steaming away.
And it looks like somebody stood on the mechanic's foot.
It also looks like... Have they even got front tyres ready for that
I
car?
can't see. No, previously, when we've seen the front tyres done, the chap's been sitting on the tyre waiting. So unless they did it as soon as it came in before they fueled, which I didn't see.
No, they didn't.
Looks like rear tyres only.
Rear tyres only.
Yeah.
And that is a genuine time saving, of course, as in ACO rules racing. The tyres can only go on when the fuel is done, so only rear Yokohamas for the BMW has lost.
I would suggest, John, that is going to be to try to get track position ahead of that other car.
So that is lap number 104. Now, what about the 31 car? Now, we were talking about the NSXs in GT300. Excuse me, the CRZs in GT300. They are mid-engine cars.
The CRZs are mid-engined, yeah.
Right. So they're burning their back tyres a bit, is
That's
what
right.
we think.
All of the
Prius is front engine.
The Prius is mid-engined as well.
Ah, right. Okay. So they seem to have a better balance. The Prius is in the pits. This is from third position.
Four tyres ready. 4 tyres ready for the Prius.
And so Nakayama gets out on rotation. That should be Morionita that gets back in. We haven't had confirmation of that from the pit lane. Right-hand drive car, of course, that one. And in also from...
That is a driver change there. Yoshimoto will be out of that car.
So where is our little the little orange CRZ, which we know was struggling with
It's gone
tyres.
through into the lead, just there now.
Yep.
But is that a mistake to go out to do one lap on rooted tyres rather than stopping a lap early and going out on fresher tyres? It's all going to come down to the final lap of the race, I think, that battle.
Did we notice whether or not they were playing with tyres there too? I'm pretty certain that the Steve car, that was all about giving track position.
That's a very, very smart pit stop for the number 23 Motul.
It was.
The TWS forced the leader in GT300. Now the guy's tapped on the back so they can go to work, and that is going to be
all 4 Yokohamas for the number 60 car.
Was it?
Tear off.
I think
yes, it was.
They did the rears when he came in.
Right. Okay.
And the number 60 car takes a tear off on the windscreen as well. It gives it a bit of a wiggle at the end of the pit lane. Check all is well. Seems satisfied.
Well,
blends in. And away we go again.
Once we get this little run of pit stops through, Graham, we'll do another rundown. It's 10 minutes to 8 here in the UK, and we have done 106 of 173 laps. I reckon that Nissan can... The 23 car, I think the Nissan can do it on one more stop.
That's going to be crucial, because if he can, then it's going to be an on-track fight to the finish with the Petronas Lexus.
If he can get to 100 and... Well, no, he can easily do it on one more stop. He can easily do it on one more stop, and I don't think the Lexus can.
Has he done enough driver changes? Here is the GT300 leader in the pits in the 55 CRZ.
Having just taken over that lead from the 60 BMW, so this is cycling around.
4 Bridgestone tyres ready for that car. Rears have been done already.
I can't
beg the question: Did they do the fronts early on the BMW?
Yeah, may have.
And also in the pits is the Zero car.
Yeah, the CRZs are just running to their own strategy, aren't they?
Yeah. Can you tell the last time that people stopped, Graham, on your timing scoring?
No, I'm afraid not.
Right.
No.
Okay. We need to wait for that graphic to come back up again. It seems a very long time since the Petronas car came in.
Yeah. I think it's got a little wee while to go yet.
I think he can only do about 30 laps, whereas we've seen that Nissan do 40 odd.
And that's going to be fascinating to see. Now, do we know how many driver changes that the...
How many pit stops has the Nissan done, Graham?
What, the 23?
Yes.
I can't tell, I'm afraid. I think it's 4.
So that could be that it needs to make.
No,
four
hang on a minute.
pit
No, it's
stops,
not.
doesn't it?
I think he's only done
It's
three.
Ah,
I think he can do this on 4 stops.
So they need to make another driver change, which means it's a longer stop perhaps than the Petronas car has to make. I think these two cars are going to be pretty close on track at the end of the race.
There goes the Petronas car through to complete the lap.
But crucially, there goes the BRZ in GT300
Yeah.
and the BMW. So the TWS BMW has lost a lot there in terms of track position to the CRZ, which has just jumped it by about 500 or 600 metres. Or has it? Because there they are together for position.
And the cold tyres. So there's a touch.
Yeah.
Left front of the Honda to right rear of the BMW. Now, there are protrusions from the front end of that car. Has that caused a problem for the right rear tyre of the TWS, the 60 car? This was the leader and is now again confirmed as the TWS Corsa BMW leading GT300. That was very close indeed. Oh, and another left rear puncture for a Nissan, and it's Wolfie Reeb.
Yeah,
and that has
was,
shredded
that
it.
was from, it was something like about 4th or 5th position.
He was certainly in the top 6.
Well, look where he is on the exit of 130R, shredding bits of tyre all over the road, and that may ultimate. Here we see it again.
He's already gone there.
It's
He's
gone,
already gone there.
It went a long time before.
Right, Graham, write this down. Thanks to GNU. The Petronas RC came in on laps 30, 58 and 88. So 30 lap stints bar the middle one, which was only 28. The GTR came on 34, 69 and 105. So again, round about 34, 35 laps.
Well, John, the BMAX run Nissan GT-R is absolutely shredding itself on the way into
it's balking 2 GT500s as it comes in.
Exactly, the Calsonic GT-R, which won't go down well, and the NSX from, I think it's the dark blue one.
So I reckon if the number 23 can get to somewhere near 140 laps, he's home, because he can do 34 laps. 34 and 35 laps, so he's got to get somewhere near lap 140, where
so he's done 34, 35 and 36 laps
correct
in succession on stints.
Whereas
the
Petronas car has done 30.
The Calsonic car goes into the garage, guys.
That's a car that was running reasonably well, that GT-R.
7th.
Yeah, it's had a lot of it had an impact, didn't it? It had a couple of contacts and a penalty, I believe.
No, I was under the understanding that the Keihin NSX was out of the race with damage, but I think I just saw it rolling down the pit lane behind that GT-R.
We've just heard from Racing in Japan that is the...
that was an hour ago.
Well, 52 seconds ago I got that.
Ah.
Not 52 minutes.
I got it 1 hour ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about that because it was rolling down the pit lane a second ago. Oh, look, John. It's the Wizard of the Pit Lane.
Yes. Well, you've done that, haven't you? You did it on your own.
Yeah.
Right, and here's another problem for a Nissan. This is the number 3.
That's Wolfie's car that's got huge damage on one side from where the tyres has been flailing around. So it needs
Such
to
a
change the
shame.
panels.
Great run from them.
BMAX and the Nissan GT Academy. The Nissan Sony PlayStation GT Academy. Is Nissan on there, not NISMO?
Nissan NISMO.
Yeah, but it was Nissan GT Academy. They haven't got the NISMO stickers yet, clearly. Now, here is coming through to complete another lap. Here's Kaz Nakajima in the 36 Petronas Lexus.
28 seconds the good before that lap was the lead, 36 from 23.
So they're last stopped on lap number 88. They're going to stop
now.
They've got to stop now. This is already their longest run.
Yeah, good looking cars, aren't they?
So he will be in next time around, and the problem for this car is at 110, 140, 170, he could be a couple of laps short. He might not be able to go full bore, full rich for the last run, but he has got another stop after this one. So they both will have one remaining stop.
I'm just thinking, how far back is the furthest back Honda in this race? Because I wonder if they've got their hybrid set to fuel save. And could just bring a little
the
bit
number
of
8 car is the first one, isn't it? And that car is still on the lead lap.
Yeah. They're
Here's Matsuda coming round the final corner in the Motul 23 Nissan. I think they're playing a canny game here, because we know they've only got one stop to go. And how far are they back from the leader now, Graham?
Which, sorry, the 23 car?
Yes, sir.
I think it's 1 minute and 21 seconds, you know.
Yeah. That's going to make life very...
by the way, down to Sam's question, is 1 minute and 43 back.
Who's 1 minute and 43 back, sorry?
Liuzzi, the first of the Hondas.
Thank you. We've also...
Yes.
Now, the joker in the pack here is the number 38, Denzo Kobelko, who's best off in all of GT500, is the Liuzzi Matsuda Arta NSX concept. The 8 car, it has 8 kilos. So it has the least weight of everybody and no fuel restriction.
And yet they're still behind. The Honda is having a very bad
I think it's too warm for them here.
Yeah.
The sun's come out again and the temperature's gone up, as out goes the number 11 Mercedes. In GT300, of course, and this is an AMG Mercedes SLS, which rejoins.
Yeah, don't count either number 18 car. 5th position now, Fred Makovicky is on it, and about 5 seconds back from Liuzzi. So that battle, which we saw earlier, back on again.
Still going.
He has 68 kilos on board, so 18 of that kilos is a fuel restriction. I know that doesn't sound like it might how it works. The 2 guys, by the way, who were worse off, 84 kilos for the Motul car is the best placed of the heavy cars. The Calsonic car that we saw getting pushed very hard by JPL earlier on, that had 94 kilos on it. So you can understand why he was getting cheesed off and getting passed by all comers at the end of the straight. And the other one with 100 kilos, it doesn't come any worse, is the keeper's Tom's RCF, the 37 car of Daisuke Ito and Andrea Caldarelli.
I mean, these success ballasts is a long-standing thing of Super GT, and they use it a bit in DTM now as well. It's sort of they've redone it in DTM to make it a bit fairer this year, and it's working so well when the heaviest of the BMWs manages to be nearly a second quicker than the rest of the field, mysteriously.
A question for Sam from Nick Holland. Good morning, Nick. Nice to have your company this very fine Sunday morning as it is in the UK. The 50 kilos of ballast, do you get the choice of where to put it?
Don't know. The technical regulations aren't published in English. I genuinely don't know the answer to that.
It's a good question because, as Nick well knows, and this I'm sure is why he's asked, is the Leon Mercedes-Benz is in the pit lane as well. There are some championships that says stick it where you want, and there are some that says you have to put it in this box here.
In the DTM, the technical regulations specify that the ballast must be located in the area of the floor, basically directly above the plank. As that's the same chassis, I'm guessing, and it is very much a guess, that they use the same area of the car. But I really don't know on these cars. They deliberately don't publish the technical regulations in English to stop British engineers coming in and taking over.
Russell Webb has tweeted at Specutainment, I love this. The Epson NSX pit crew currently 3D printing new parts for their NSX as it crawls back to the pits. I want to retweet that. I like that one.
That's brilliant.
Very good. I think what you need to do is borrow a 3D printer from somebody, 3D print a 3D printer, and then give it them back.
Yeah, exactly. I might have been done. I wrote a thing for Race Car Engineering and Dunlop in that 3D printing is going to go away, actually, but the technology will stay the same in racing. So when a car comes in, like Wolfie's did, covered in damage, it'll drive through a special beam and the bodywork will repair itself and the car will just drive out again. And that technology is real world and being developed
I
for
have
military
that. It's
vehicles.
Called a body shop.
Yes, but it happens instantly. You don't touch it. You don't get out the car. The body regrows itself.
I have someone that does that. They come and pick up the car and they bring it back when it's tidy again.
And how long does that take?
I have no idea. I always have another car brought to me. There's no interruption in service. Speaking of service interruption, Doug Bonham tweets from Japan. He says, on Japanese broadcast TV now, variety shows, the annual 24-hour charity special, drama and horse racing. So thanks to radiolemans.com and NISMO.TV.
Is that the only channels he's got? Super GT will be on one of the channels, I guarantee you. I think every time I've been to Japan, whenever I've switched on a TV and cycled through the 70,000 channels there are, I will find Super GT on one of them at any given point.
So the number 60, the number 55 Autobacks Arta CRZ then in second position by a tad under 13 seconds on his lap 102. And we've been green, by the way, all the way through this race. And the leading... Graham, how far back are the leading GT300s then on the leaders of the race?
What, in terms of laps?
Yeah.
Well, 112 laps just completed by Nakajima. 10 laps back is the number 60 car.
Right.
So about they're losing about 1 lap in 10.
Right. Okay, that's not too bad. And but it's interesting that there is enough. Oh, hello. Prius being passed by. No, that's all right. It's a GT300 car. There is enough differential in the performance between GT300 and 500 that what we haven't seen is people having to dive bomb into corners.
And they don't really do it either. There was a problem at the end of the last era of Super GT, so the end of last season, where you had the GT300 cars were beginning to make inroads on the GT500 because they were getting up to 450 horsepower, and the GT500 was only about 550, and in some cases the GT3 cars could get a run on them going down the straights because the GT500 cars back then were all about downforce, not top speed. Similar to the situation now, as you see actually a nice illustration for those watching Nismo TV of the straight line differential between the 500 and the 300 cars. The 300 cars there in JAF GT300 spec isn't that huge, but look at the corner exit speed. The 500 cars have gone. In fact, they've gone into Casio chicane quite close together. I didn't see how it came out.
The Honda looked like it was getting by there, actually.
I didn't quite. They cut to the wrong thing there.
Yeah, the Honda looked like it not only had gone by the Prius, but was taking the Toyota, the Lexus rather, under braking and getting through to take that position.
You're listening to Radio Le Mans just after 8:05 in the morning. Hello there. I hope you're feeling fit and well. This is what we're calling an experimental, a bonus broadcast coverage of the 6th round of the Japanese GT. It is the Suzuka 6 hours. It's actually not. It's the Suzuka 1000 Ks. I knew I'd make that mistake. And 114 of 173 laps. This the brainchild of NISMO and NISMO TV. And we're happy to step up to the plate and try and make this work as a little proof of concept, if you will, with apologies that we can't quite bring you the normal full service that we would do. We don't have full timing and scoring, and we haven't obviously got access to pit lane interviews and such like. The Calsonic number 12 GTR back out after a long period in the pits. Graham will tell us in a moment how many laps it's dropped. A bit of a wiggle on the circuit is going up through the S's there as they find out if all the wheels are still pointing in the right direction. I hope, notwithstanding our lack of facilities, you're still enjoying what we're bringing to you, and big credit to the guys at NISMO TV for getting us at least getting us some pictures to watch and talk about, and also rebroadcasting those pictures on NISMO TV and on their YouTube channel. I know that has taken an inordinate amount of organisation and negotiation from those guys. Big lock up from there. He's off. And I reckon he's dropped. I think he's dropped a right front tyre there, Graham, because he got an odd lock up there, as if the car had dropped on one side.
There was smoke from the right-hand side of the car. I was just about to tell you, John, that it already lost 12 minutes in that stop.
Right.
And my guess is that's game over.
Let's have a look. Just if those of you can see the replay, just watch the right-hand side of this car. It just seems to drop. And
well, certainly, something.
I don't think it's. I'm not sure that's a tyre.
That might be
the right front tyre is sitting too far off the ground, but it could be suspension at the back. Yeah, you might be right. So well done to Rabin and to Jules, two of many people who have put in a lot of work and burned the midnight oil, quite literally, to get this going on, as well as the team out in Japan for getting us the pictures back here in Europe by a somewhat unconventional and unproven route, which has thus far, he says, touching Formica rather than wood, thus far pretty robust. So let's hope we can do a few more of these in the future. And you're watching on the NISMO channel, which is a little bit behind the pictures that we've got here.
Well, yeah, but our voices aren't.
So we're ahead.
No, we're at the same time as they're seeing.
No, well, that's exactly right. Yes, that's the way it should be.
But if you're watching on Nismo TV and watching this replay of the Calsonic, I keep on calling it a Skyline. It's a GTR.
Yeah.
Going off. It does look like a suspension failure, I think. Actually.
Yeah.
I really like this, and it's long been a bane of those on 10 Tenths and a few other forums I'm a member of.
GT Planet.
Yeah, who want to watch Super GT races and haven't been able to, and it's something I've discussed with the GTA people over the last few years, saying, look, give us something, because people ask us how to watch the racing. There is, until now, no legal way to do it.
Well,
we used to have it, didn't we?
We did used to have it.
Yeah, but
not very often live, Graham, as I was saying earlier on, you know, but it would be tape delayed full races, you know, so it would be, you know, 200k races that were tape delayed, sort of a couple of hours of a race.
Wouldn't it be nice if, you know, there's nice people at NISMO doing a great job here, we sort of realise that there's quite a few people who want to watch this sort of racing that Nissan do very well at, and manage to show the rest of the year. Next race in Thailand, and then final round, I believe, in Matagan, and the shootout in Fuji.
Well, we'll check the dates, and this one has fallen nicely when there is nothing else endurance-wise. I mean, we've already got an issue with the Fuji FIA WEC clashing with the Bathurst 1000 Ks, two events that we covered last year, and not only clashing on the same day, but over the same time period. So that makes life very difficult. Means I certainly can't do the commentary for the 1000k, which I'm very disappointed at, because I thoroughly enjoyed doing that with Haven last year. For those who haven't caught up with our WEC plans, I've been Radio Show Limited have been co-opted into helping out with the TV on a more formal basis, and thanks to Eve for putting that together. So Graham Goodwin and myself will be doing the TV commentary for the rest of the WEC season, whereas those of you who don't have access to that, don't worry, there will still be a dedicated radio stream with radiolemans.com not being geo-blocked anywhere in the world, still being free at the point of use, and still bringing you full 6 hours of race coverage uninterrupted at radiolemans.com. Just means that Graham and I will be at all of the events, and hopefully being able to add a little bit to the radio coverage as well, potentially as well at the early part of the week when there's no TV duties to do. Now this is absolutely dead.
Well, it's a lap early, John.
Well, this is super important, Graham.
2 laps, sorry.
117 is this.
6.
116. We think this car can do about 30 laps, and there's 173 to do.
28 this time, John.
Now that's interesting, because the last time that Nakajima was in the car, he only did 28 laps.
Correct.
So Nakajima
28, 30, 28.
Correct. So let's assume they get another 30. That takes them to.
They can do this with one more stop.
It's tight though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a lap in hand, even with 28 laps. 173 laps, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So another 30 would take them to 146. Another 28 would take them to 174.
Yeah. All right. But it is tight. You're right. And I wonder how much of that they're running to full rich at the end. Now the question is and how much fuel they're loading in as well, of course. And that, because that is at time. Now he comes out, look down the track. Let's see if we can see the Nissan. We're looking for the 23, and here it comes, crossing the line now. That is considerably closer than it was. That was 30 odd seconds, and now with one stop to go each, the gap on cold tyres for James Rossiter down the long back straight, coming to the 130R. They've also got another Lexus in behind him, and as they go side by side into the Casio chicane, as they come down side by side, but on the inside, Rossiter overcooks it. They've both got off. They've both got off the circuit and come back on. And now the Nissan gets better grip and tries round the outside, and Rossiter again closes the door, and the Lexus behind is not battling for position, but he's going to get a lap back. The stewards are going to look at this.
Do you know what? That would be a very difficult one to judge. They were both off.
Senna and Prost all over again. Except these aren't teammates.
Well, you know, that's...
Well, they both completely misjudged their braking into the final chicane.
And then they both tried to get a run on each other on the exit. I'd put that down to a racing inside. I didn't see anything unfair there. And I think just let this go on. It's a good battle, and why change it?
The point I was trying to make before this got ridiculous, Graham, was in the past they've been on different pit strategies, and depending on where the cars were taking their pit stops, one or other has led. Rossiter normally, the 36 car, is the car that has been at the front for the longest time and has been putting the biggest pace up. Now they've both only got one stop to go, and they are effectively together.
Yeah.
And
also,
I believe
should point
the
out, fellas, that the third place car, the 39 car, is less than 5 seconds back now. In fact,
he's just come in the pit lane. Yeah. So he can now go with one more stop as well. But the point for him is that last stop there takes him away from this battle, whereas the last stop for the 36 car has pulled him back towards, or the previous stop, should I say, has pulled him back towards the Nissan, who is not getting the best of traffic here.
Well, I think the Nissan will have to stop first.
Yes, and does have to stop first.
Which means the Petronas Lexus will stop later.
So could
run on a lighter fuel load on newer tyres. But
no,
it depends on the tyre curve whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Because they're using more fuel, I don't think that's true.
However, the other point here is that on the pace that they're running at the moment, for the final stop, the Nissan will have to put far less fuel in.
That's true.
Yep.
If he can stay with him. And that'll be the key. That will be the key thing at the moment.
It was the NSX.
It was the 8 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the orange Autobacks NSX that's gone off into the gravel.
That was the earlier one that we saw.
To Degner.
Yeah.
Was that the 8 car?
Degner 1.
Yes, it's the 8, yeah.
So that is the 4th place car?
Yeah.
And the top Honda.
Yes.
And it was in a close fight with its sister car, I seem to remember.
And Liuzzi going round the outside of one of the GT300 Nissans there.
And drops it off the lead lap as well.
Oh, now that is key. So, all of a sudden, from being nothing at all and nose to tail, it's 1.2 seconds first to second. Rossiter beginning to put the hammer down. Now, let's just remind ourselves, the Nissan stopped at lap 107, did it not? Oh, you don't know that, do you?
116.
116.
No, the Nissan 105.
105. Okay, so it has less fuel in at the moment.
So it's going to go for at least another 20 laps.
Correct. Yeah. They're going to be in the pits at the same time.
We've seen 40 laps on it.
We have seen 40. But it doesn't need to do 40. It doesn't need to do 2 40-lap stints now to get it home. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but by doing a 40-lap stint, it means it's got that lightweight finals.
Correct.
Splash and dash.
But what they can't do is turn up the power because they're being fuel restricted.
Just to briefly correct, guys, it's done 34, then 35, then 36 laps.
Yes.
34,
the Nissan,
okay.
Whereas the Lexus has done 30, 28, 30, 28.
So following that, it needs to get to 28 laps from the end, which is 146 laps, 47, 45.
So let's put it this way: if the car basically the difference, I guess, here is that we know it can easily do 34 laps. If it does 35, that'll take it through to lap 140. That means it only has to do 33 to finish.
Yeah. Which
means a marginally lighter fuel load. If it does 36. Clearly it saves another lap.
And the point for that car that I was trying to make before, guys, is that it doesn't matter how much fuel it puts in in terms of pace because it can't use any more fuel than it's using. It can't be turned up. It has a physical fuel restrictor as part of its success ballast. So it's all very. We heard James Rossiter.
Oh, sorry, I thought the tyre had gone on.
No. James Rossiter telling Japanese TV earlier on that they were going full rich flat out, which he could do, but they can only do 28 or 30 laps. Now there has been side-by-side action, but I don't think there was contact between these two as they went off at the final chicane.
Well, are we going to see a steward's decision now? We're getting a replay.
Well, that's what I was just wondering.
Both of them are going to be pulled in for a stop and go.
That'd be fun.
Who's in third?
Oliver Jarvis.
Yep. And he's not that far back. Well, this is encouraging for the Nissan because although they are losing ground to the Lexus, he's keeping him in sight, and with the addition of traffic, he might just be able to keep him there for the next 20 laps or so.
Well, I forecast that the Nissan is going to be in the pits on lap 140 or lap 141.
Right.
With the Lexus coming in about 4 or 5 laps after that, probably 3 to 5 laps after that.
Yeah, it'll be about those last 3 or 4 laps that Rossiter puts in.
Those are the ones to watch and see where
and the first laps out by whoever jumps into the Nissan one. It's going to be the Nissan at the moment has got Masuda, so it'll be Quintarelli in that car. Graham, can you give us a quick rundown, please?
Certainly. Right, leader of the race at the moment is James Rotter, the number 36 Lexus. We've just been watching going toe-to-toe with the second-placed number 23 Nissan. The gap now with them after 120 laps of the 173 completed is just a smidge over 3 seconds. Still on the lead lap, having just made its last pit stop. Its previous pit stop was number 39 Lexus. Oliver Jarvis at the wheel of that car. Some little way back, but potentially still in the mix. Fallen off, I think, the lead lap now as a result of that off. Vitantonio Liuzzi is the first of the Hondas. 4th position for the number 8 car still though. And then in 5th position and 15 seconds back from Liuzzi is Yamamoto in the number 18 car. This is the second of the NSXs. This is the car that Yamamoto shares with Fred Makovicky. In GT300, and the lead cars there having completed 111 laps now. The leader of the class is the number 60 car. This is the TWS LM Corsa BMW Z4. It's Aida at the lead in the lead car at the moment, 10 seconds ahead of the 55 car. That's the Timaguri CRZ, first of the JAF regulated cars, which Sam was explaining a little earlier. 31 is the second one of those cars. It's the Prius, the APR Prius, and it is Nita at the wheel of that car. That car about 35 seconds back from second place, but still in contention for 3rd position overall is the number 7 car, second of the Z4s, and its previous Le Mans winner, Siciara, the winner of that car, 12 seconds back now from the 31 car. The number 4 car is in 5th position overall, I think still on the lead lap for the class. The number 4 car is the 3rd of the BMW Z4s. I think this is the one with the manga paint job.
Correct. From
memory. And then 6th, and not too far back from that car is the 0 car, the 3rd of the JF spec hybrids, another CRZ. So it is BMW from Prius, from CRZ from Prius, from BMW from Prius.
Yeah, and that has been a closely fought battle all the way through. Thank you to Graham Goodwin.
Nissan, the power behind RadioLeMans.com. Nissan, we know sports cars.
So that is 4 hours of racing already gone. We've got 100.
No official confirmation
God
on
last
that.
and gone, I think, fellas.
Yeah.
It is 62 laps down, so I think that is out. Looked to me like it might well have been some engine trouble for that car. Some very downbeat looking mechanics, as we've got a real battle here, though, between the number 4 BMW and the challenging...
I'm not sure that's for position, Graham.
Is that the 0 car?
No, that's the 55 Mugen CRZ, so it's just putting a lap on the number 4, the championship leader. Speaking of the Autobacks cars, here's the slightly troubled 4th position NSX, driven by Vitatolio Lizzi, probably in his disco slippers as usual. That car was having a fantastic scrap with a near identical but different paint job NSX, but that seems to have calmed down with Tonio Lizzi's off-track excursion, so he seems to have lost that position. But still running in 4th, so that we had lost a bit of pace from one of those Hondas, Graham.
Well, the one basically what's happened with that off for Vitantonio was he's dropped off the lead lap. I think he didn't lose his position, but he has lost an awful lot of ground to the cars ahead of him. So what it's done is made it far less likely that he can actually challenge for the overall position, as he tries to get by the CRZ and does that with no real issue around the outside. Buffalo Girls. And but still, you're absolutely right, up in 4th position overall, lapping pretty quickly. But further ahead, Rossiter again has got the hammer down. They're clearly sticking with that strategy of full rich. 153.2 last time around for James Rossiter against a 154.
You've got to do it. I think it's the same as saving fuel, Graham. You can't make your mind up to do it halfway through. The 23 car knew right at the very outset that they were going to be hobbled for pace because of the weight, the 50 kilos, but also of this physical fuel restrictor that would kill their top speed. And we've seen it quite clearly in the way that the VMAX has been affected on the cars that have got the fuel restrictors. They still make decent lap times, but particularly in traffic, and when they have to fight, they've got nothing to give. And that 1/2 second, 0.8 of a second, full second a lap, obviously over a 1000k race, that is going to add up. So they realised right from the start that they had but one option, and that was to save a pit stop. They will have done that by the end of the race. I'm not sure it's going to be enough for them to win, but they are going to be solidly on the podium.
It's been impressive stuff, and actually reeling back to something that Sam was saying earlier, I think we're way beyond 2/3 distance now, aren't we? And actually still pretty solid reliability from these new spec cars so far. There's no sign of the pace dropping off for the cars. I mean, 153s, 154s is the solid pace at the moment. We've seen them into the 150, well, one of them at least, two of them into 151s earlier in the race. But the race pace does not seem to be kind of slacking off any, despite the fact we're getting into brave new world territory in race terms with these cars.
We've only lost two of the GT500 cars there, Graham. It's the S-Road GT-R and I think it was the WEC Sports Lexus, and both of them have had off-track excursions. I think the 32 Epson NSX is just barely clinging on to being in the race. It's had quite a lot of off-track.
Just back into the race after another pit stop, Sam.
Yeah, and then one of the GTRs in GT300, Wolfie's car, that had a tyre go down and did some pretty big damage to that car, but I think he's got back going now. I thought I saw it on track a little while ago, but maybe I'm wrong. You have the timing in front of you.
I will have a quick deco and see whether or not we've got that car rolling still. That's the number...
Was that 3?
Yeah.
3 car, way down now.
Yes. Hoshino and Ordonez in the wheel. The Yokohama tyre failed on it, and
I think
the BMAX team...
I don't think it's back out yet, guys.
Ah, right, okay. So we may have lost that one, but that wasn't a reliability problem, unless it was a Yokohama tyre reliability problem, and that smashed up the bodywork a little bit.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, and if you are so equipped, you can watch NISMO TV either on their YouTube live stream or via NISMO.TV on this experimental broadcast of the Japanese GT series from their really blue ribbon race of the year, the 1,000 kilometres at Suzuka. And it's race car engineering Sam Collins and editor of dailysportscar.com Graham Goodwin alongside me, John Hindhoff, as we watch the less than 50 laps now to go. 126 of 173, and the number 6 is the Ineos Sustina RCF of Kazuya Oshima and Yuji Kunimoto.
It's Kunimoto at the wheel, John, and we're seeing a lot of this car on screen at the moment. Just looking to see whether any of the data that I can get track of gives us any clue as to why, other than the fact it is in 6th position. Not quite sure.
Yeah, but, now we nip back to the 7th position car of Caldarelli, the keeper's Tom RCF. This is the car that has
on the grid the Tokai Dream McLaren is also in Petronas branding. That's the car that used to be the purple Evangelion sponsored Shiden, the Riley Daytona prototype that was used to race in this series up until last year when it was banned.
Running 13th in the GT300 category at the moment, the McLaren. Takahashi at the wheel, and a couple of laps off the lead lap for that McLaren. Although it did lead just very briefly, didn't it, on pit stop?
For a moment, yeah.
Early on.
Well, one car that appears to be limping round the track, I don't think it's headed to the pits, but is limping round, is the old MG British touring car livery GTR. That car hasn't... Yeah, the Michael Krum car has had some problems throughout the race, and I think those problems are continuing, John.
Yeah, just looking at the points as they stand at the moment, Masuda and Quintarelli will take the championship lead as it stands right now. In second place, Ito and Caldarelli will drop down from first to second. And in third, it will be JP Oliveira and Yasuda. They will drop down from second, if I read that graphic properly.
And I think it's a double points race looking at the...
Yeah, and I'm pretty certain... Again, tweet me, at Specutainment. I'm sure I read something about interim points being awarded at 750 clicks.
Ah, okay, well that maybe is what that is telling us, because we're near enough that mark at the moment. So,
yeah. So I think those were... with those points added.
Well, that's interesting, because that would have affected your pit strategy if you thought you were going to...
Kerr and indeed Jing. It could have affected your pit strategy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was in the window, certainly at the front of the field, where that would have made a difference. Maybe lower down, but who fighting for the lower points is not really the way to go. Well, elsewhere in Europe, this morning, while we watched this afternoon's race, as the D-Station NSX, the green and black car, is indeed in the pits for...
you're right, Sam, that was a very slow lap, at 2 minutes 32 seconds lap, so problems there, whether or not it was a puncture or something more.
It didn't look to me to be a puncture, Graham. It looked to be a bit more serious than that. It was rather limping around the track.
Sorry, Sam, I interrupted you there. Elsewhere in Europe.
Elsewhere in Europe, the start of the Formula Renault 2.0 Northern European Cup has been delayed for some reason. I don't even know where they're racing, to be honest.
Oh, we'll have a look at that. But later this morning, as soon as I'm done here, it'll be quick pit stop and shower and off to the British GT Championship at Brands Hatch later.
I've got the IndyCar to watch, and then I'll be settling down. Actually, do you know, I really should get on the bike and go to Silverstone for MotoGP today.
I think you should take the push bike.
Yeah. That's not going to happen. Mrs. H did say we should jump on the bike and cruise across. I have seen that in black and white, Graham.
Yeah, I don't often dive in these circumstances for obvious reasons, but I can confirm that I've read that in black and white.
Well, for those, I've got some friends going to the MotoGP. For me, I don't really understand two wheels unless it's going round a far-flung Celtic origin bit of the UK. Like the Northwest 200. That would certainly get my attention. But
we'll do that one, yeah.
Bunch of guys going around Silverstone. Afraid not for me. Bike's quite interesting technically, though.
Yeah, lead gap, by the way, is beginning to eke out again now. It's been around the 4 or 5 second mark for a little wee while, but all of a sudden we're seeing James Roster find a little bit of clear air and down into the 153s again. 8 seconds now the gap.
And it's still a good 10 laps to go for the GTR to make its pit stop. I wonder if their tyre strategy isn't quite there for this event. And a little bit, didn't look so great coming out of their hairpin, that spoon there for the Petronas.
Yeah.
the car wasn't quite right. But it's a long race, and a little mistake like that when you're already quicker than everybody else.
He was going to, I think, almost force the outside to take it, wasn't he, there? And we know just how many marbles there are there. It's just a bit slippy. He's going to take a part of the lap here to clear off the tyres again, I'm sure.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of marbles down, and once you get onto these sort of little bits of balled up rubber that have come off these very soft tyre war tyres, you end up
with Fred Macco.
And the GT300 car, John, has a LMP2 rear end essentially, whereas the GT500 car has something different with a 2-litre inline 4.
Yeah, this doesn't appear to be brakes, guys, because if it's brakes, I can't understand why they'd be changing the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. So it's strange, unless they had a soft warn from the TPMS, tyre pressure monitoring system.
Yeah.
But the tyres were certainly all pumped up when they came in.
Correct. Yeah.
So, well.
But he lost 10 seconds in a sector there.
It's a strange one, this. It just looks like a routine stop, and maybe must have had a tyre pressure warning.
Or they pressed reset, Control-Alt-Delete and sent them back out again.
That car certainly wasn't happy when it came in. Bit confused by that one.
Just to tell you, by the way, if you're listening to us, well, even if you're watching the pictures, at the end of the race, there will be no post-race tech after this race, because of the experimental nature of what we've been doing, and also because Graham's got to run. But what we will do is we'll replay for you this week's Midweek Motorsport, which included Paul Tarsi, the Baron, as well as Graham Goodwin, Marshall Pruitt, and also Nick Damon, of course. And straight away after that, that's 2 hours long, so gives you a chance to get your breakfast. If you haven't heard that already, stay tuned for that. Then we'll replay this race. Sport, and then so if you're joining the first hours or so of this race on a number of occasions, particularly for this car, and that hasn't been the case for their competition, Sam.
From the lead battle, James Roster continues to romp away now, more than a second a lap of late, so over 13 seconds now to the good. 153.8 for James last time around, Matsuda 155.3, and Ollie Jarvis is beginning to make inroads into the advantage of the Nissan ahead. So we have Lexus leads the race from Nissan from another Lexus, and then the first of the Hondas. But first the Hondas is a lap down.
Yeah, I think that 23 car is doing the best it can with 84 kilos, Graham, if I'm honest. I think their strategy has been set from before the off. They knew what they would do. They will have by the end of the race saved a pit stop.
Yes,
and that has kept them. I mean, that effectively is over a minute. It's a minute standing still, plus acceleration and deceleration, and plus actually a very, very slow outlap on new tyres. And one of the reasons I think people are trying to get, nobody has double stinted a set of tyres yet, by the way. We think we've seen people just putting a set of fronts on or a set of rears on, but we're not sure about that. And actually, the more I think about that, the more I perhaps think that hasn't happened. We just haven't seen the other pair of tyres going on, because the difference in performance between the cold tyres and the way through his rehabilitation.
Indeed, and the car running very competitively today in the Suzuka 1,000 kilometres. James Roster, meanwhile, continues that stretching away, but almost a second and a half up last time. Nearly 16 seconds now to the good. And this pendulum that was already, I think, swinging their way seems to be doing so increasingly as this race draws on.
Well, I think the only potential... Oh, we got Nissan problems. This is the MSA run-up GTR, the 360 number car. And he's just gone past the pits, and it's another left rear... No, yes, it is a left rear tyre that's gone on that car, and then Yokohama's again and out. And the ultimate ignominy, of course, is it's a Honda that comes out to pull him back into the pit lane. I will give the organisers some huge credit for their use of all of the manufacturers that are represented, or the Japanese manufacturers that are represented in the championship. All of their kit is being used around the circuit.
We haven't had a Subaru Justy yet.
No, we haven't had a Subaru Justy.
Just point out here, guys, Kaz Nakajima is suiting up.
Yes.
That's very early.
Yes. I wonder...
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Right, well, do you know what I was about to say when I was starting that thought? The only issue, he's flashed his lights there at... This is Rossiter flashing his lights at the...
That's just the Prius.
At the Prius in the GT300 that he's catching up to. I don't think that means anything. I just wonder how many driver changes they've had. We believe, don't we, that they've been swapping at every turn and turnabout.
Yeah,
and
the only thing is, John, it's too early in that counting back, he needs to go another 8 or 9 laps before
this would be
get in.
Yeah, I think that's just preparatory. I don't think he's getting in.
Well, no, I think the same thought's going through Ronnie Quintarelli's head right now, looking at the pictures on NISMO.TV at the moment there, John. I think he's thinking, why is Kaz getting ready now?
He got ready early before, I seem to remember.
That's 25 minutes early.
Well, that's about right, half an hour before you due in the car, be in the pits.
But Quintarelli's not getting ready, and he's due in the car, I think, as well.
He's due in the car in about 5 or 6 laps' time.
And he's not ready, and he's having a drink.
Yeah, he's looking... Well, maybe there's more fuel in that car than we think there is.
Indeed. Well, one thing I have noticed...
That's the 23 we're talking about that. Sorry, let me finish the thought, otherwise it'll go, because I'm getting old. The only and older by the moment, the only chance I think that the 23 car might have had is had there been some just the right amount of safety car so that they could have got a bigger fuel advantage and not lost the thing that the safety car does, whereas everybody saves a bit of fuel, but they would have not lost the time to the leaders. They would have still, I think, saved a lap, a pit stop rather, but they would have been closer to the leaders, and therefore that 1 minute and 30 odd seconds would have been more important.
I'm actually shocked that we've been clean and green so long for this race.
I
was
not
expecting safety cars. No, it wasn't. It's not usual at all. One thing I have noticed and just been looking into, we were commenting on the paint job on the Prius that being a bit ugly, and I couldn't really work out what it was. It's actually a circuit board. The whole car is painted as a circuit board in deference to their sponsor Freescale, who make computer chips. So the whole thing is a computer chip inside of a computer chip or a circuit board, and that's why it's got that weird orangey sort of nasty...
Do you think it's one of those ones that felt like a good idea at the time?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. The previous paint job was quite nice. It was all blue and sparks, but electric blue, but this version not so good.
It looked great on the PowerPoint. It really looked great on the presentation.
Like the Porsche LMP1 livery. Great idea, great concept, but maybe just for the one race, boys.
I still think we should have the pink pig. That would have looked
brilliant. I think they should have raced for their comeback. The two cars, every race should have raced in a different classic Porsche
that would have been good. That would have been great.
And then have a fan vote at the end of the season with all the proceeds going to charity to pick the livery for the following year.
Yeah, it would have to be the hippie all the way through. DMG Mori livery done into the hippie. It would look brilliant.
That would work for me. That really would work for me. Are you listening to RadioLeMans.com? It's coming to 10 to 9 on a Sunday morning. Beautiful summer, late summer, early autumn morning here in the central part of the UK at our broadcast facilities at Hindhoff Towers. Graham Goodwin a little further south than us, ready to go to British GT at Brands Hatch. Tommy Erdos back in the British GT paddock this weekend, previewing his 2016 effort with the new 15 efforts, sorry, with the 2 new GTC cars. And you please shake Tommy's hands for us, will you, Graham, when you see him down there? One of my very, very favourite people.
He's lovely, and the cars look great. Lovely livery aboard. It's a Lamborghini and a Ferrari for GTC at the moment. It may be different.
We have got a slow-moving Nissan.
GT-R,
I think, is that the 23 car?
No, I think it might be a 300 spec.
Oh, no.
Nope, they've gone. Should we have a listen to some GT500 cars then? Because we haven't had a proper listen to those yet.
That's great. We'll have the next time they come back. They're bound to break in as soon as we get excited. That is the sound of a BMW V8.
Just to let you know, it's 58 minutes for the first sector for the number 3 car. Lucas Ordonez is at the wheel. So that's it'll be just about 58 minutes, won't it? The car's been in the pits after that rear end damage. As we've got on pit lane, That would be is that the number 7 car?
That is the multicoloured number 4 Manga BMW, which is a championship leader, but not really in contention.
In that car.
Yeah,
that's Taniguchi, not Tamagotchi, obviously.
But it's sponsored by Hatsune Miku, which is apparently something to do with cartoons. I have no idea.
An Anime Low Live,
yeah,
which is a TV channel, isn't it?
I have no idea.
I've done some. Listen, we haven't had a lot of time to put this together, but I have done a little bit of research. Not obviously into the pronunciations of Hatsune Miku's Z4.
That's an easy one.
So, Kataoka gets into that car in the pit lane. And meantime, dear listener,
as neither Lewis Beals or Nick Damon is here, I'd like you to pronounce the name of the number 9 car.
Number 9 car. The Otto Nokiatsa Kizaka, sorry.
I could do it. It's Porsche.
It's Porsche. Yeah. Pacific Direction Racing, obviously.
Yeah.
Andre Couto in that car.
Indeed.
Wow. We haven't seen that car, have we, to talk about that much?
He's been in Japan forever.
Richard Lyons as well, by the way, is in the Audi, which has had the issues, and we haven't seen much of that car either. That's the number 21 Audi team, Hitosuyama.
Now that high-pitched whine you can hear in the background there, that is a Honda. And that, going slowly, it might it's still that old GT3 one. Let's see if we can hear this. That was the Honda flashing past on the way to 130.
So GT500s are all 4 cylinders?
They're all 4 cylinders, but they do sound slightly different because of the different exhaust positioning.
GT300 55 Autobacks
position car in the pits.
That's the black and orange Autobacks Honda.
It's a good-looking livery, isn't it?
Do you know? It's again though, isn't it? It's one of those. You've played Gran Turismo. You've had the NSX in those colours, and you know it is just one of those classic Japanese racing liveries.
Yep.
Simple as that.
It's a shame Takata still doesn't have a livery car. That was always my favourite, the green and white Takata Dome NSX.
Yes, very, very pretty.
Takata's still going concern. They make seatbelts for various formulas, including the Mercedes GP F1 car.
23 seconds now, the lead gap rather. James Rossiter. As we
how many laps do you think he's got? I think he's only got 1 or 2 laps left in that car.
Well, we're now turning lap 139. That means we're going to be seeing the Nissan first.
Of course,
and that could be as early as now.
Yes, sorry, it's the Nissan first. You're right.
I had that sort of maximum limited to 142, and it's 139 now, as the Zensarumo car is in, as an indication of...
This is the number 1 car. Oh, and a huge group of cars coming out of the final chicane, and 1, 2, 3 peeling, including the GT300 leader for its last stop, Graham.
1 lap after the second position car, so this will be really interesting to see them come out the pits again.
Yeah. And we know, don't we, that Honda is quicker in the early part of the stint.
Exactly.
So this will be the chance for the Honda. This is smart moving. Even if they didn't need to pit now, bring it in so they don't get what Formula 1 commentators inexplicably call the undercut, which actually doesn't mean anything. But what they've done is they've covered what their nearest rival has done.
Well, that crippled GTR's just returning back to in front of the BMW. Again, though, when that BMW came in, there was one of the mechanics holding what you'd call the lollipop normally, but it's a board here in Japan. The guy dropped it and it went clattering across the pit lane. The pit drill this season in Super GT really doesn't seem to be there that well. I'm surprised how slack it is, really.
What was it? I think you said slapdash earlier on, didn't you? And it does just look a little bit less than organised. Keeper Lexus in the 37 car and out, and that was in front of the Prius, which is that was third, I think, or fourth.
Third, I think.
In GT300. Oh, and huge amount of brake dust coming off the front of this BMW.
Well, we know these BMWs can go the distance. We've seen that in Spa and Nürburgring and various other circuits, but...
It's nice stop, 112 for a full stop.
It's the bespoke GT 500 and 300.
Was the gap, so it's going to be that, plus this stop, less the stop for the Lexus. And I have to say, guys, I can't see, short of a problem for the 36 car, what Nissan's got. Any cars that Nissan have got to play here.
Well, they need to be pulling out the fuel probe right about now to have any chance of it, and it's still in there. Mind that, the guys are getting ready. Anything under a minute will be good. We've seen those sort of times. Still no sign of the fuel probe. Now it's out. That came out at 49 seconds. Front tyres on. Car.
Oh, that's gone wrong.
They can't get the jacks down. Wait. They're clearing out rubbish from the front. That was an extra, 10 seconds there, I would have thought.
Yeah, I lost time there, but there was a reason for it. Don't forget, though...
It was being held by one of the crew.
Yeah, Nissan has Ricardo Davila down there, and he will have something if there is anything to have. But look at this battle in GT300.
They go past the end of the pit lane
That
just
was
as the...
36 going by. That was 36 going by to put a lap on him.
To put a lap, yes, but he'll get that back when the 36 car pits.
In 4 laps' time by our calculations.
Yes, but how much difference? 10 seconds would have made a difference there. He could have held him up for a couple of corners. At least he would have been out back ahead of him.
Yeah.
And now, of course, what he doesn't want to see, the 23 Nissan do not want to see a safety car at this point. So the battle in GT300 continues the same pattern as we've seen before, with the R to CRZ, Kobayashi at the wheel, by the way, of that car, going through Degner 1 and 2 now, and they are much stronger at the start of the stint than that car is at the end. The BMW seems to be more consistent throughout the stint, leaning towards being slightly better at the end as the fuel comes out of it. And at the moment, I don't think that Honda, in a run to the flag from here, has got enough to hold that BMW back in the second half, or at least the last third, perhaps, of the stint.
I don't think so on lap time, John, but I think this is Super GT in the GT300 class. I think the Honda's going to be very wide, even wider than it is with that body kit on.
Very well observed. I think in terms of pace, you're absolutely right, but you're absolutely right as well there, Sam, that from what we've actually seen in terms of their ability, the willingness to actually give it a little bit of a weave, we might see a bit more of that, but straight back onto the pace now with the tyres warmed is the BMW.
And I think we're about to see some of that wide driving right now, John.
Yeah, and the BMW is clearly already all over it. It's Yoshimoto back at the wheel of the BMW and going through the final Casio chicane at the end of the lap and dropping downhill now towards the start-finish line. This is where the BMW was punching above its weight, but it loses out in overall top speed. But can he get round the outside into turn 1? That's where he's done the overtaking before. He comes out wide. They're side by side. He's not quite got the overlap. He's pushing him very, very wide indeed. He's out onto the grey, onto the marbles, and has to come back in and fall back in. And now he's got one of the Honda's big brothers alongside him, one of the NSX 50.
It's Grendel's mother. It's the teammate.
It's
the big brothers come in and said, "Oi,
get
off my mate," and he's slowing down. The GT500 backs off mid-corner.
He did indeed.
Yeah.
He absolutely did indeed. Have to mention, by the way, that Hatsune Miku is neither an anime or nor a manga. It's a Vocaloid,
a what?
Singing software.
Sam, shame on you.
For not
I'm sorry.
Shame on you.
That's what she does.
As you should well know, Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid.
Miku fans,
software,
Miku
and she's
fans.
apparently very good at it.
And Miku fans are fanatical.
Oh,
so
really?
if you ever want to go back to Japan and stay alive, you need to know that Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid.
A Vocaloid?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry. Come on.
I'm very sorry to all Vocaloid fans out there in the world.
Miku fans.
Miku fans and Vocaloid fans, frankly.
Okay. There is, to Miku fans, there is only one Vocaloid.
Yes, of course, yes.
Stepping back from the brink there, Mr. Collins.
Yeah,
Stepping back from the brink.
Just remember, I saved you.
From Death by Teeny Bopper.
Yeah. Let's get back to what's going on at the head of the field. And
well, look at that gap, though, John, that
yeah.
the big brother created.
That really was a sort of Jurassic Park style, you get off my little one, wasn't it? I'm going to just stick my nose in here. Also in GT300, we've got Now, what car was that in the pit lane?
That was the other CRZ, which is interesting
Zero.
because
The
they
Zero,
stopped
thank
on
you.
the same lap previously. So that shows that the CRZ had a bit more mileage in it, but they felt they'd stop to get track position and put up a good fight.
Just a note, by the way, guys, we've actually at the moment, courtesy of that Nissan pit stop, we have got a Lexus 1-2 because Ollie Jarvis is up in second position just at the moment.
And now the BMW closes into the back of the CRZ. And then we're at the start of the lap here, heading through the S's, this serpentine strip of tarmac, which climbs gently to start with, and then in the last couple of left-handers really goes quite steeply uphill. You don't want to get the wrong side of the camber. Tuck it in tight to the red and white curves. You can let it breathe in the middle, and then it's a very late apex at the top of the hill as it all flattens out, heading down towards the chicane and the Degner curve. In terms of CRZ fans, this is what we've seen before. While the tyres are good, it can match the BMW down to the first corner, and this time Yoshimoto will not be denied. He goes round, he's got to get the nose of that BMW tucked in, and big break in an unusual position there, but that was smart driving by Yoshimoto, and he takes the lead. The smiles in the BMW pit, and they now have the lead back in GT300, and surely now this is going to be about managing the car to the end of the race. Lap 145 out of 173 for the leaders. These guys some 12-13 laps away from the lead, but battling, and the Honda has not given up.
No, I think this is what I expected to see. The Honda is actually, when it's working properly, is quicker in the corners than the BMW is quicker on the straights, but overall it looks like the BMW is quicker, and I was about to say I didn't think the Honda really had a response to that, but it might do in the first sector. Sectors 2 and 3 on the straight bits at Suzuka, I don't think it really does, and indeed just seeing that as it drops back a little bit on the approach to Spoon and isn't close enough. But well, I think that GT300 Honda's sitting there hoping its big brother reappears at some point soon.
yeah, but it needs to gobble it up this time.
The rules of playground justice at any point now. Somebody in the BMW X5s from the car park should be taking out that Honda.
Graham, you are predicting the 36 car in this lap, and it's come in this lap with almost Trustwell-like precision. Graham Goodwin sent me the note on our chat system, and in comes the 36 of James Rossiter for it is he at the wheel. He has done another 30-lap stint on the nosy, and that leaves
29, John, 29,
which is one lap further than his Japanese colleague has gone, and Kazuki Nakajima then has to have a slightly less leaden right foot. Or is there just enough to get another 6 kilometres in the tank of that Lexus to take a famous victory here at round 6 of Super GT 2014? Now what we're waiting to see now, of course, is where the 23 NISMO GT R is on the circuit. It's Ronnie Quintarelli who is finishing off the race. He started it and he will finish in a Magnus Magnussen type of way. That's Magnus Magnussen, not Jan Magnussen.
Or Kev Magnussen.
Special K, as I like to call him.
K-Mag?
No. That's a super quick stop, 50.7 seconds. And remember, it was 1 minute and 10 for the Nissan. So no disadvantage at all to the Petronas-sponsored cars. It goes back out, and I doubt we'll see anything like
nowhere close.
The Nissan being there. Graham's got GPS. I'm guessing he's still halfway up the back straight.
Well, yeah, just reminded me of GPS, and I'm looking right now. And
oh, he's not. He's just coming on to the back straight now.
It's just going down towards 130 now.
Yeah.
There you go. Long way ahead.
So there, the cast is the die is cast, or the cast is die, if you prefer. And Quintarelli has not been able to get anywhere near, even on new tyres, closing that gap. But you've got to say, a good 10 or 15 seconds of that, Sam, was in the pit stop.
It really was. They lost a chunk of time just at the end when they were looking around at something on the front of the car. But to be honest, Nakajima in that Petronas Tom's car has been absolutely mighty all weekend. And they've led from lights to flag, and not a surprise when you look at how they've been running here.
What they haven't done, what Nakajima hasn't been able to do, is get those extra 2 laps that James Rossiter seems to
hang on a minute.
Bring out the car.
Nakajima didn't get it. Nakajima wasn't in the car for that stint, was he? It was just seen.
That's a good point. We saw him getting ready, and Nakajima's still sat in the pit box. How many
Rossiter stayed in the car.
How many pit stops have they done? That's
they've
why
done
there's a big
1,
gap.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, they've done enough as well. So
Yeah. They've left Rossiter in because he gets the better mileage.
Well, there was clearly there must be, because there was a change of decision there, because they had Nakajima was getting ready to go, and that's why he looks a little bit put out, I think.
Yeah, put the cap back on.
Yeah, not allowed to go out to play.
That's a very good point. Well spotted, gentlemen. So James Rossiter will close out this run. The gap, by the way, is to the 39 car in second place, which is the Saad Ollie Jarvis car, but that owes us a pit stop as well, I think, Graham, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely, and the gap between the first and third place cars we'll see as they come through, but it's about 1 minute and 49 seconds back to Jarvis and before they stopped.
Yeah, and the question for me now then, Graham, is whether Ollie Jarvis can get in, out and have the pace to take second place.
No, he can't. He can't. He's going to be, I'd have thought, 30 or 40 seconds back by the look of the gaps I was looking at. Ollie is 30 seconds back from the leader now. We're going to see the 23 car come through 10 seconds behind him, so no, he's going to be about 40 seconds off.
No, agreed. So not perhaps then the grandstand finish that we were hoping for. You know, we've said this before though, gents, haven't we? We've been spoiled over the last few years with endurance races that have gone down to almost fractions of a second, but certainly handfuls of seconds even at Le Mans.
That long in a solid race, and yeah, you wonder how much further they could go. Could they do that Magic 24?
I think the 12.
Yeah,
give them a 12 first.
They can certainly do a VLN race.
Yes.
Looking at you, Jens Marquardt.
Ooh. And you can do a VLN race on an EU National A. You don't even need an Int C, but you've got to pass your rookie test.
Yeah, there you go. Hindy there trying to find himself a GT500 car. Somebody else who's found a different route for a GT500 car.
That is the 39.
Is a very bent 39 car with a left rear is down. I think it's either off or he's hit something.
He's just come out of the pits and the left rear tyre
is gone. It's not there, look.
Can't see over the top of the barriers, but the third place car in the race, who have thus far provided a wonderful run, is out. That car is not going any further. And when Ollie Jarvis in the pits, looking at the same pictures as we are, shakes his head in hand, sits down, all of his hard work, and he's just literally got out of the car moments ago and handed that 39 over to Hiroki Ishira.
It's got no left rear wheel drum. Look.
Do you know, when he came out of the pits, he had a little bit of a wobble as he came onto the acceleration.
They all do that. They all do the little wobble coming out, and it's just to check that all four wheels are on. Well, this one got down to the Degmas and realised that only three wheels were wrong in his wagon. Again, we've seen this pit stop, it's not polished. I think there's huge advantages to be made in Super GT by practising pit stops.
Well, we've also seen a lot. Now, that is a left-hand drive car, interestingly enough, in a right-hand drive marketplace.
I think they might all be, because they're the DTM chassis.
Ah, right. Well, some of the other ones have been right-hand drive. They might have been
the GT300s will be right-hand drive.
What's interesting to me, though, Sam, is how many times we've seen wheel gun, wheel nut, wheel mounting issues.
Yes.
And if you remember a few years ago, and I'm sure Graham will remember this as well, we had a spate of issues in GTE and GT racing, and people started redesigning wheel nuts and things like that. And I think Risi were the first people to do it and do those sort of, instead of having an hexagonal shaped wheel nut, to have something that looked more akin to a big version of a Star Drive. And Jesus Pereira-like, the head in hands of Hiroki Ishira, just not even looking back at the car as he walked away from it and is behind the barriers now. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're not of an age, go back and look up. Well, now, was it 89 or 90 at Le Mans that Perez's gargantuan drive overnight came to naught in the last 15 minutes of Le Mans in the Repsol sponsored car?
For my time, unfortunately, I will look that one up Just looking at that the wheel has gone, the wheel has fallen off. It is shoddy pickwork. But one of the things that this race highlights more so than any other Super GT race that we've had, it's a long distance race with these new cars.
Yeah.
These new cars use the same upright and wheel nut assemblies as DTM cars.
Yeah.
DTM cars make one pit stop during a race.
No. They have mandatory 2.
Or 2 pit stops for no apparent DTM
for no apparent reason.
Yeah, DTM sporting regulations don't make
they
sense
have
anyway.
67 pit stops for no apparent reason. I don't know.
Nobody understands DTM, including the teams. But they decided to make 2 pit stops in without work and change and new wheel nuts and stuff going on. These cars have done 5 or 6 back to back on hot wheels and tyres, and I'm just wondering if there are issues with the wheel nut and hub assembly.
Graham Goodwin has rejoined us. He's been drinking far too much coffee. What year was Jesus Pereira?
What the last minute at Le Mans was it? Was it 90?
You say I thought it was 89 or 90. Yeah, okay, good stuff. The 39 has fallen out then on its out lap. So who does that promote into third position, Graham?
It's number 3. The number 8 car is actually up into third position with Fred Macco. Don't think that far behind now. So we'll keep an eye on that gap between the 8 and the 18 cars. So that 8 car that we saw in the gravel a little wee while ago is now back up into third position.
Competing in Japanese GT, it's the GT300s, which aren't ACO, which isn't an ACO class, but they were given a dispensation to race in the Asian Le Mans Series.
And you'd have to say, I mean, you're looking at the kind of quality of racing we've seen through the last several hours here, metaphorically down the road. We've got the Asian Le Mans Series there with 2 LMP2s. What's in it for Super GT to play the other way at the moment, other than a bit of politics with the ACO and the potential to see whether or not they might try to get a GT500 car in as a Garage 56 car with a whistle or a bell added.
Any ideas on number of retirements so far, says Russell Webb? I think now 4 from GT, 4 in total. Is all I've seen the last time I saw them go through, Russell. I'll get Graham to check that for me. Joseph Montemperez says, are GT300 GT3s restricted in the same way, are restricted in some way, or are they exactly like the ones that race in Blancpain and FIA GT?
They're pretty much exactly the same. They have different tyres, which means there's some changes of dampers and stuff like that, and that changes of brake pad and brake material. And there's a few little aero differences because it's a different balance of performance, but all of the GT300 cars are still an air-restricted formula, so they still all have air restrictors, not the fuel flow stuff you have in GT500. But generally they are... You could take one of these cars and take it out in Blancpain, and I think with a sort of 15-20 minutes of fiddling, it'll be in Blancpain spec rather than sort of 2 days of fiddling to put it into Blancpain spec.
And we should mention as well that the Otono Kizaka 911 is another Vocaloid.
Yes, there is another Vocaloid out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're learning fast, aren't you, Sam?
I am.
Any speculation, says Russell Webb, that the Hondas might be using a 2015 F1 engine that might find its way into the back of a McLaren?
No.
There's no speculation?
Not for these Hondas, no.
Right.
These Hondas are running a 2-litre inline turbo.
Right. 4-cylinder.
4-cylinder. Yeah.
Not a 1.6
new
V6.
No speculation about these cars running that engine.
What other cars might be running that engine?
Well, it fit nicely into a prototype, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'd heard it had already done that.
I'd heard that as well.
And we've had this conversation before. That was quite some time ago. In fact, didn't we have this conversation at Fuji last year?
We did.
Yeah. That the Honda McLaren F1 engine, or Honda engine as it is, had already run by the time we were in, that was last October, wasn't it, that we were in Fuji for the rain event. Hopefully no repeat. Are you going to that again this year?
I am.
I could give you an answer on the retirements, I think, John.
Yeah.
I think the answer at the moment is officially 6 retirements.
Okay.
Although there are others, I think, that have stopped. They're still in a classified position.
Yes.
So in GT500, we've lost the 19, the 17 and the 46 cars. In GT300, we've lost 67, 50 and 21. There are others that are running around 30 laps down that I think are still, technically speaking, going to be classified.
And I think you can add the 39 car to that because it isn't going to move from its position under the crossover bridge after the wheel came off there attempt to get onto the podium.
It may have done enough to be classified, though.
Right. The Petronas 36 car with James Rossiter still on board, correctly identified by my co-commentators, with a rather chased off Kazuki Nakajima sitting in the pit lane, looking as inscrutable as he possibly can, but his face, I tell you what, he doesn't ever want to play professional poker. His face betrays the fact that he's not happy that Rossiter is still in that car, albeit pulling away and over now 40 seconds ahead of second place.
And Rossiter is, of course, the hired help, whereas Kaz Nakajima is Tom's regular driver. He races not only in the WEC for Toyota, he also races in Super GT for the Toyota as Lexus, and as well in Super Formula, where he's having a championship fight with Andre Lotterer, who is his teammate in the Super Formula, Tom's team.
Atono Kizaka is the anime about Love Live, a group of school pop idols. A number of people have told us.
Oh, right, okay.
So it is a cross between a Vocaloid and an anime.
Oh, right, that's
I don't
of
know,
course.
I'm now making it up. The school Love Live school idol, long in terms of years but short in terms of experience racing career. I have raced on that circuit and it's mega.
I've never even driven it.
Have you not? I've never driven on it until I raced on it.
I've raced at Brands Hatch so many times. I've never even driven that circuit.
RS31 Capri, mate, in the historic GT. Third and fourth pretty much all the way. Third round Druid, so yeah, third and fourth pretty much all the way around.
I've never enjoyed Brands Hatch. Even though it was my local circuit when I was growing up, I never enjoyed Brands Hatch. I've always felt more comfortable at Silverstone or Snetterton. Old proper Snetterton.
I was going to say, have you driven the new Snetterton?
No, I think I'm kind of refusing. I don't.
We drove the 300 circuit in the 6 hours. I was driving the Ricky Carnes Aston Martin, the 5.3, just the 550 horsepower, 600 foot-pounds of torque. And it's interesting, but the new sort of hairpin onto the back straight ruins the flow of the circuit. I would quite like to drive the 360 or the 300 circuit rather, but that I think that looks better for bikes, if I'm honest. But I do like Snet. It's a nice feel to the place, a proper old-fashioned circuit, in the best possible way. Let's get back to what's going on here. Third and fourth now is where the action seems to be, with the Vida NSX just on 26 seconds. Between itself and a position on the podium, and that is the number 8 Arta NSX. The 8 car being the Tonio Liuzzi car, and taking 3/10 off it there in that last sector, so that could end up being a bit of a battle.
40 seconds now the gap, first to second. Quintarelli is 39.3 seconds back from the 36 car, but we're now, I guess, into the kind of realms where they can manage that gap from the front. So what you might see is a little less of the ultimate pace we'd seen from the 36 car thus far.
Can you tell us who respectively are in those two cars battling for third place overall? The number 8 Arta, is it Vitantonio? Is it Kazuki?
No, it's Matsura.
Right, Kazuki Matsura.
It's Fred Mako actually attacking from behind with some success, but certainly not quickly enough to be putting under major pressure at this stage.
Graham, I'm interested to see the lap times on the GT300 leaders. So it looks to me there's only a 2.2 second gap between the first two in
Correct.
GT300 again. So is that the Honda coming back at the BMW?
Only 10ths in it, really. But interestingly, it's where we've actually seen it this lap. You're going to see that come down dramatically again, because by the look of this, there's about a second and a half come out of that lead in the first two sectors. 4-sector lap, of course, here.
Well, 3 wide going down towards 130R, 2 GT300s and a GT500. Typical Super GT on-track action there. None of those cars really in contention for much. But that, interesting, is the keeper, the number 37 car. Now, is that not the one that lost the wheel?
37.
No, 39 was the one that
lost the wheel.
Yes, 39 was the one that lost the wheel, the Denso car.
Zito's car, 6th position overall.
Well, here we get a championship points update with the Matsuda Quintarelli 23 Nissan that will take the lead of the championship if it all ends like it does at the moment, with the 37 of Caldarelli and Ito losing the championship lead. And that's jumping from third to first for the Matsuda Quintarelli car. Big loser in that, of course, is the JP Jet Propulsion Laboratories number 47 car. The number 12 car, and that has dropped back to third in the championship.
Remember, interim points have been awarded at 750 kilometres. I'm not sure if there's another award as well before the end of the race, but it does seem, as from that we've just seen on screen, that Matsuda and Quintarelli are leading the championship in the 23 Nissan. So the plan to get that car up at the front at various stages may well be not just about its overall position, but its point-paying positions at various stages. Certainly there were interim points awarded at 750 kilometres. It may be that there was another one at, what will that be, 900?
We need to be seeing the GT300 lead battle here because the 55 car is reeling in the BMW.
And here it is coming into Spoon Corner right now, and he's right with him. The BMW goes very, very wide indeed, trying to get out the way of a GT500 car, and all of a sudden, and fine work by the TV truck, being very, very aware of that, as Graham Goodwin spoke about it, so we were directed to it. Couldn't be that they're listening to RadioLeMans.com there. Down from 4 seconds on lap 139 for them to under 2 in 5 laps around, and now they head onto that long club straight, the back straight here at Suzuka, and heading towards 130R. Graham,
it's every sector. It's been the last 2 laps where Sam spotted it, I think, and ever since I've looked at it when Sam pointed this out, the second place car has been taking tenths out of that gap per sector, and at times several tenths out of it. So it's reeled it in over the last 2.5 laps from what had been an extending lead to one that's been cut back dramatically, and I think you're going to see a move very rapidly here.
Is the BMW fuel saving, do you think?
He was in first, wasn't he?
No, the Honda came in first.
No, the Honda came in first, you're right.
The Honda will have to run longer, but...
Is he saving tyres?
They are, he could be saving tyres, but these are substantially different cars. In fact, those are the conversations that the Team Aguri guys are having on the pit wall right now.
Well, and here's the thing, of course, these guys don't have to do 173 laps. But what they don't know is how many they do have to do. Because when you're in the secondary class and it's an exact lap length, race length, that is race length for the leader, not for you. If it's a timed race, you know you've got to do 6 hours. But they don't know how many laps fewer than 173 they've got to do. They were already, 12, 13 laps back on the leader. So they're counting back to a number that they don't know yet.
They'll have an idea because you can calculate the pace of the leader, particularly now, as you know how far the leader's got to go and how fast he's going. And safety car aside, and the safety car will obviously make it much easier for everybody. They should know exactly how far they have to go, and if Graham got his if we had Trustwell here, he'd actually be able to calculate how
they've
many
got 13 laps fewer at the moment, and they've it's around 10% difference, so I guess you think about it, you're looking at 173 less 17, broadly speaking. There'll be one in it one way or the other if it stays green, and it looks like it's going to. So that would be 156. They've got another 12 laps to go.
I'm not liking the body language of that lead BMW. The TWS Z4 is snaking around under acceleration, and the normally rock-solid rear end of that BMW Z4 is not playing ball with the driver at the moment, and the R to CRZ was making some ground coming onto the back straight, but all of a sudden it settles down again and into the braking area for the final chicane. All looks good. Now, let's see when the power goes down. Out of the left-hander and through onto the final right-hander of the lap. This is where the BMW has been strong. No, he's losing time, and he hasn't got the car underneath him. There's a tighter arc traced by the R to CRZ. He can't quite make that work at the moment, but absolutely certain that the pendulum of performance has swung back to the second-place car, Sam.
I'm wondering if he's saved up all of his curves. I mean, it was hot earlier, and the temperature's come down. It might allow him to use his hybrid system to boost back up the field to the back of the BMW. I mean, I'm a bit baffled as to what's wrong with the BMW, frankly.
Well, lap times for the BMW relatively consistent, so it is the CRZ that's speeding up.
Do we have an actual lap time for that BMW? Is it a 54 or slower?
Hang on a second, I will tell you in a moment. It is...
about
no, it's 204s. 204.
204s.
They're both doing 204s. I wonder whether it's as simple as having been caught with traffic, being forced out to the dirty part of the circuit, and having got literally got the tyres covered.
Yeah.
And in the place. Oh, and off right in front of the BMW, the Lambo, the white Lambo.
That is the
car. Oh, and problem for the Honda.
The
Honda is, yeah.
The Honda's dumped. In RC terms, you would say the Honda's dumped. He's run out of batteries. That just stopped dead. He was dead stick for a moment there.
I wonder sorry, Sam.
We haven't seen his lights all race, and he started flashing his lights coming down the start-finish straight. And with the complex electronics on that car, I wonder if he just pressed the button to do it, forgot he'd been told not to, and he essentially deleted his car, and it's now going.
Graham Goodwin.
So it's back up to speed.
I'm wondering whether or not that was linked in some way as the guy's going to the garage for what is a rapid conflab. He was coming across, wasn't he, that recovering Lamborghini, and I wonder whether or not there was a bit of minor avoidance in play there, and Sam may well be right that there was a little bit of driver input that was not the button required.
Don't touch that button. Which button? No, not that one.
No,
he's got problems coming out of all of the corners.
It's
transmission. He's got a gear selection problem. I would say he's got no second gear.
Oh, and his big brother's in the pits as well.
This looks like fuel only. There's no tyres out. This is the 13-lap dash to the finish for the. That's the 8 car, isn't it?
It's going to be worse still for them because, of course, the car that's now most likely to profit from his misfortune is the Prius. Its biggest rival out there in technological and industry terms, I guess.
Oh my goodness, this is the 31 car Graham's talking about, the Nitasaga and Nakayama OGT Panasonic Toyota Prius.
And let's not forget which circuit we are at.
Honda's home track.
Yeah, this is Honda's own circuit. There's a Honda factory next door. Probably half the people at this circuit are Honda employees, and some of the journalists writing about the series they grew up in Suzuka. Suzuka is really the home of Japanese motor racing, even though many teams are based actually near Fuji these days.
Fred Makaviki in the Vida Modulo NSX concept, the 18 car carves its way through traffic, and the 55 is in the pit lane. And, well, fuel goes in. That is expected. I think this car's going into the box.
I don't know that it is, John.
Is that fuel? Don't tell me.
I'm just thinking that. Is that why the BMW suddenly slowed down?
Oh my goodness. Is that all? And there goes the Prius. The Prius goes through into second place in GT300.
They're just fueling it, John.
They're just fueling it. It was a cough. It was fuel coughing. Oh.
Well, let's not be.
It's 12 laps short.
It could be fuel pickup, not fuel load.
True, that's true. They're putting a lot of fuel in that car, which suggests to me that they've got a pickup issue.
Yeah.
No, it's not going.
Something more.
No, it's going. He pressed the wrong button.
Again, still no lights on the front of that car, though. Sam's right. Sorry that we haven't got anybody in the pits that can tell us what's happening here. So apologies for having to make these broad, speculative statements, but frankly, it is something that we're pretty good at.
Well, we don't have a Japanese speaker either, so it'd be quite difficult even if we were in the pit.
That's brought the 55 car out of the top 3 because through to third position now is going to go the number 7 BMW. That's less than 5 seconds behind the Prius.
Oh wow! So we could yet have a BMW 1-2. Who's in the steady BMW?
There is the Prius. Where is the BMW?
Through Spoon Curve. It's Saga that is at the wheel of the Prius, the OGT Panasonic circuit board.
And you can hear that RV8. That's the same RV8K engine. That is the same sound you'll get out of the back of a Rebellion R1.
He's not at speed either because he's just passed an AMG Mercedes-Benz, which isn't. And there's the BMW at the end. There's 4 cars between second and third, and Jörg Müller is on full attack mode now. One of them is a Z4, albeit a Japanese Z4, so he shouldn't really be getting in the way, and indeed isn't. Pulls off to driver's right to let him go through. Then there's Jörg Bergmeister in the Porsche. No, it's not. He
hasn't. He's not pulled over.
No, he hasn't.
He's dragging up behind him.
And the teddy bear BMW is maybe trying to get a toe off.
Yeah, there he goes.
Ready, Teddy, go. There you go. Oh, trouble still for the Honda.
Yeah, the Honda's back out. It's Kobayashi behind the wheel now of the 55 Honda. Well, what a shame. Maybe we spoke too soon about the reliability issues. That car is fine, punching out of the car. They're in points mode now.
Well, they're not going to get many at this rate. The BLZ, okay, it's a lap behind, but it won't stay that way at this space. And the BLZ is the next car. He's really just struggling to make this work.
BMW have taken a 1-2 already this season in the first race of the year. The Miku first and the Müller BMW second.
That was the cartoons ahead of the teddy bears.
Yep. Vocaloid.
The Vocaloids ahead of the head of.
You know, you try and help them.
You try and help them.
Well, Tony, I think that was Tony Litzy didn't look too happy either. So
Are we expecting the Thailand race at Buriram next race? Are we expecting that to go ahead, Sam?
I haven't heard any reason why it wouldn't.
Right.
Though I haven't also seen any evidence the circuit's been built or finished or anything.
No. Well, there you go. That's why I'm asking that question, as is the fabulously named Jeff Trousers.
AMR.
Yeah. So now we are back looking at a healthy Honda, this being the 8 car, which is back out into the fray, coming up on Jörg Bergmeister's 911.
That's the Team Aguri car, what we're calling the Big Brother. They have Aguri has one GT500 Honda and one GT300 Honda. Both works back. Always bring along a big group of fans who wave along their flags every time the car goes past.
When we were at Fuji, did we not see every manufacturer had a group of fans, and every time one of their cars went by, whether it was Audi, whether it was Toyota, whether it was one of the GT manufacturers, there were flags aplenty being waved.
I felt sorry for the Ferrari guy because they, of course, had turned up with obviously half the field.
Yeah, so they were sensible though. Did you notice how they started working in shifts? I thought that was very clever. Yeah. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We're in league with Nismo.TV, and thanks to them for giving us some pictures that we can describe for you, and you can watch as well now that we've established the veracity and robust nature of this stream coming to us from Japan. Well done once again to Rabin, to Jules and everyone from Nismo TV, whether you're watching on YouTube live or via Nismo.TV, listening here on RadioLeMans.com. Carry us around with you. We have got 10 laps to go for James Rossiter, who has remained to do a double stint to finish off, although he got a new set of Bridgestone tyres as the 55 car back in the pits.
Yeah, that's the end of the day. Well, not quite the end of the day
it's
for
in the
box. Brother, but it might come out and do a glory lap at the end just to get some points. But
inglorious lap, I think, at the end of the day for this one.
Well, I think this is. I think the upshot from this for this race is another bad day for Honda this year. It's not been good.
But a very good day, guys, for BMW, because that's going to be 3 BMWs in the top 4.
Yeah, that's been an incredible.
We might yet get a 1-2 because Jörg Müller is still chasing very, very hard in that 7 car, trying to catch up the Subaru.
Not quite making it at the moment, John.
Right. Who's at the wheel of the
Subaru? But at the moment, it's the Prius that's actually getting better of the fight.
Yeah. Who's at the wheel of the Prius, did we say?
Saga.
Right.
So Yoshimoto's from Saga, Müller, Kobayashi, Katioka. But Kobayashi, as we've just seen in the picture.
Hamstrung with 84 kilos of weight penalty applied to it, 50 of which was actual weight, and a punitive fuel flow restrictor, a physical fuel flow restrictor. They set their stall out early, gentlemen, and I think this was a real tactical run for these guys. They knew they couldn't challenge on overall pace, so right from the off, Sam, what they've decided to do is, right, what can we do? We can save fuel. We've got a small restrictor, therefore that will happen for us.
And it's grabbed in the championship lead, John.
Yes, at the moment. We'll have to see how it goes at the end of the race. Still battles out on the track, though.
Well, as 4th and 5th. So
4th and 5th.
So it might not be 3 BMWs in the top 4. It might be 1 or 2.
And the number 4, Hatsune Miku Z4, is being hassled by the RN Sports SLS. That's Kataoka versus Yamuchi. And they are nose to tail as they go under the crossover and down into Spoon Corner. Defensive line taken by Kataoka. Oh, it's not got the bite off the corner, and here comes the Benz right underneath the rear wing. Goes to the inside through that downhill right-hander, and it has taken the position. 4th position with just 8 laps to go for the leaders has changed in GT300, and a Mercedes-Benz and the AMG cars have not really featured at all at the sharp end of the GT300 rankings until now, and 4th position then has been stolen away at the death. And the good smile Hatsune Miku Z4 drops back to 5th position, and how safe is it in 5th position, Graham Goodwin?
About 20 seconds to the good, John, at the moment.
So the top 3 in GT300 separated by just over 51 seconds, and it's 3.5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd at the moment.
He's coming there, the trains are coming.
It was 5 seconds not so very long ago, and Jörg Müller has got target acquired. He can see his prey down the front straight.
He's got time to do it. The teddy bear is coming for the circuit board.
There's something I never expected to hear today, but then again, that wouldn't be the first.
Well, I was looking up some of the drivers I've not heard of. Hideki Yamuchi, who we saw in, who we just saw in one of those in the Mercedes, making the move on the BMW for 4th position. He's a bit of a Formula 3 hot shoe from Japan. Has only done Japanese F3, 3rd in 2012 championship. I haven't got any results for him for 2013 or even 2014, but he's been doing Super GT in that time, so could well be in Super Formula as well.
The CRZs suffered a failure in Fuji in round 2 when leading the GT300, so it has not, as Sam said earlier on, and thanks to Robert Wilshire for underlining that, it's not been Honda's year, but the interest at the moment is in GT300. TWS Z4 is 47 seconds ahead, and that BMW looks to be going to another victory for the Bavarian mark. Yoshimoto just pacing himself, but very, very impressive times. 204.8, 205.1, 204.7, 204.1, 204.8 on a 5.8 kilometre circuit with traffic around you, both to pass and to be passed. That is pretty damn consistent. Now
quite
the
consistent the way it's the gap to the Prius. The Prius is making no inroads on that BMW.
But the BMW is making inroads on the Prius. Graham Goodwin.
43 seconds or so is the gap, 1st to 2nd. 47 seconds now, in fact, the gap 1st to 2nd. But it is about 3 to 4 seconds, the 7 BMW back to the Prius for 2nd position. So 2nd is the one that's up for grabs in GT300 at the moment.
And the Prius has
a big twitch and off the track.
Misses the chicane. Now watch for the white BMW then. How close was it? Well, that was good car control, but takes a bit of a shortcut. We've seen those kind of antics penalised in the past. Question is, did he gain an advantage by it? And the answer may well be yes.
Well, the BMW, the teddy bear car, wasn't that close, but he does seem to be running quite slowly there in that Prius, and well, would have been a lot slower if he'd hit that Nissan, which he nearly did.
It's back up to 4 seconds again, gents. The battle from 2nd to 3rd. Jörg Müller just unable to close that gap enough to put any more. Well,
even with the Prius off track, John, that's interesting. Where's the BMW gone?
Well, I think you don't lose that much time when you drive straight across the AstroTurf at the chicane. That might have been a judicious loss of control. In that, if I wiggle my wheels a bit,
Muller's catching him here, guys. Muller's taking seconds out of him. For the last two sectors, there's a second and a half come off that lap, off that gap.
The problem for Müller is the intervention of GT500 cars, and Muller's times 204, 204, 204, 205, 204, 204. So he is definitely doing his part. It's still about 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, but there's almost clear air there now, John. There's no slower cars.
He's going to run out of laps, is the issue. It's all going to. I think this could all depend on where the leaders are when Müller gets to the back of this Prius.
I think you could be.
Müller appears to have the pace in the car at the moment, rather than Saga, but it's a matter of whether or not he can actually profit from that. There's just tenths coming out of that, but it's tenths every sector, and here we go. It's going to be nose to tail by the end of the lap.
Well, one thing on
2 seconds now.
I think I know what this is about. I think these JAF GT300 cars generate more downforce, and they're hammering the tyres on a stint.
Could be.
Whereas the GT3 cars, which make their speed in a different way, aren't taking so much life out of the tyres. One thing I did just notice, and it might just be the car position with the track, but where's the 4th position car right now?
It's falling back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about 4th position overall?
No, 4th position
in GT300.
GT300. I think it might be sneaking up behind the Bears.
And into the pit lane for a very late
pit.
He's a
lap down.
Okay, that's fine.
A drive-through penalty for the keeper Tom's RCF Lexus, the 37 car.
That's the teammate of the leader, driven by, I think at the moment, Caldarelli.
Not sure why they've got that. Didn't get that information through, so sorry about that. Again, experimental coverage, not quite giving us all the information that we need, but we are making notes as we go along. The battle for 2nd position then, and a potential 1-2 for BMW. 1.8 seconds at the line. I don't think he's going to be.
The gap's yo-yoing a bit, John. I think the Prius has still got a little bit left in that hybrid system where he's pressed burn the battery out button. Do everything you can to just keep in front.
The Prius hasn't got the tyres on it for sure, because the lines that Jörg Müller is taking are far more aggressive than what we've seen the OGT Panasonic Prius run.
And you look through this first sector with all the corners in it, John, the BMW is just reeling him in.
But that's not what the timing is saying. The timing is saying he's actually lost a 100th to the BMW. I agree with you. It looks far more the more aggressive stance at the moment for the BMW,
seconds.
but it's not quite translating in that first sector into the overall pace. It grabs the 10th back in the second sector, and now we get into the longer sector 3, and this is going to be an interesting one, because I think this is where the BMW is really reeling him in, on handling through these tighter turns, and we'll see that in about the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, the slower corners, Graham, and certainly the hard braking area for Spoon Corner, but again, the Prius has seemingly found a little more speed and is holding the gap, at least in terms of real estate, and visually that gap is not coming down as it was before. Jörg Müller, you know he will leave absolutely nothing. There's a resigned shake of the head from Augusto Farfus, who is standing down in the pit lane with Sergio Ara. Sergio Ara still believes. I think Ara still believes, but I think Farfus is thinking it's beginning to slip away from them.
He's lost almost a second as the BMW in that sector where he's been stronger to this point. So maybe that was the big push for the BMW. Maybe their tyres are going.
Sector 3, Graham, the Prius is quicker.
Yeah,
that's exactly the point.
But I think it might have more top end.
It hasn't been the last couple of laps, Sam.
It was the previous lap.
Yeah. Well, at this time, overall on the lap, he's made 0.3 of a second. But that's not going to be enough. He closes up and then it moves out towards the end.
Unless,
now
of course,
he's lost 0.3 this lap, John.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he encounters some traffic, a GT500 battle or something like that. That could cost him, a GT500 leader catching him at Spoon as we look at the 6th position car.
This is the
Braybrick.
This is the car that went off the track on the first lap, if you remember, and damaged the rear bodywork on the left-hand side.
I was about to call it SC430. That's last year's car, of course. Lexus GT500 car, the GTM-based car. It's been untouchable here at Suzuka. And the Hondas have been really disappointing, and Nissan, they've been strong, but not as strong as this.
This has been a 1,000-kilometre sprint race, Graham Goodwin, because they knew, James Rossiter said it in that early TV interview, they knew that they were going to have to take one more pit stop than the 23 Nissan because of the Nissan's fuel flow restrictor for their success penalty, and they've played the cards that they were given, and they have driven flat out, and that's the danger is, Graham, that when you drive flat out, that you could make more mistakes.
Yeah, but it's been pretty clinical, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I've been very impressed indeed by the Petronas team. Suddenly realised, by the way, what car it is that thing reminds me of. And aside from the front end, which is very aggressive Lexus styling, looks awfully like a BMW 6 Series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. BMW 6 from the B pillars back.
Yeah.
I think it looks very similar to BMW M4 DTM.
Well, yes. Oddly enough, it probably does look very similar to a M4 DTM. I'd forgotten about the fact that the 4s are now the 3s and the... Yes, but you're right, it does look very BMW-ish from the B pillar backwards. James Rossiter has come in and done a splendid job
best race I've ever seen James drive, I have to tell you. I think.
But Kaz Nakajima has been great as well. Kaz listening to us on the radio in the pit lane. Just better say that in case he thinks we're picking on him.
It does look like Kaz is about to pick up that walkie-talkie and throw it at somebody, doesn't it? He's not a happy boy.
The Japanese culture, as anyone who follows it knows, that it is built very much on honour and loyalty. And the honour of bringing the car home will not be lost on Kaz Nakajima. And he was denied that honour, and he'll be smarting a bit from that.
And that would have been a decision made by the Tom's team rather than the Toyota, as Graham pointed out, we're going on to the final lap. Yeah, they do sound different, don't they?
Yeah, they really whistle through those little 4-cylinder, 2-litre, highly tuned engines. For how many horsepower?
650-ish.
Yeah, that's bonkers, isn't it? How big are the turbochargers?
My head.
Yeah. Your head with the hat?
With the hat.
Yeah, that's big. Just hear that whistle. Normally a turbocharger quiets an engine down, not in this case. They're revving to... Nobody tells you. Right. I'm thinking that's about 9.5, 10,000 rows.
Yeah, could be. We have absolutely no information on the internals of these engines.
Let's listen to James Rossiter on his final lap of the 6th round of the Japanese GT at Suzuka. Isn't that a great way to wake up on a Sunday morning? Less than half a lap to go now, and the 6th round of the Japanese GT covered live and exclusively here on RadioLeMans.com with pictorial assistance from Nismo TV, and thank you again to those guys. It will be the number 36 pole sitting Tom's Petronas RCF Lexus, Kaz Nakajima. James Rossiter started and will finish with a double stint, and hear the applause for the winner. And that is a very, very impressive drive. Through in 5th position comes the Ineos RCF. They have finished laps down as well. We're waiting for the Nissan to come through in 2nd place. It's been a drive of strategic importance for the Nissan. The TWS Z4's gone through, and it will be, well, I'm not sure they've finished their lap yet, to be honest. Petronas Lexus from 23, Nissan in 2nd place. Graham Goodwin.
Great race, and a particularly great race from the Petronas guys. Great battle between some very different cars indeed in GT300. That for me was the race within the race. But you've got to say that I thought that was clinically done in an entertaining way from the number 36 squad, and big kudos there to James Rossiter. You're right, Kaz Nakajima did look like someone had stolen his toys at the end of it, but yeah. but a great run from both drivers, from the whole team, and they thoroughly deserve that.
Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering.
Well, it's been a fantastic race. It's been fantastic to be able to do this for the first time.
Yeah.
Hopefully not the last time. And it's been really good racing. It's good to see the GT500 racing is over a long distance still as good as it was, but for me the thing I take away from this is at Honda's home track, what a terrible day they've had, and what will be the repercussions of that.
It will not, and you may think we're overplaying this, dear listener and viewer, but this it cannot be overplayed, because again, talk about that honour and loyalty a mentality that goes on in Japan. This is Honda's home ground. They will have expected to put on a show here.
Yeah, and it's
does this mean that people will lose their jobs over this?
It could mean people lose their jobs. It could mean an increase in their racing budget. I think certainly with the GT500 car, with people like Dome leaving the Honda fold at the end of the year, from the sound of it, Honda are really going to have to be looking quite hard at their GT500 project, and what they're achieving with it at the moment.
There potentially, therefore, other repercussions, because Sam's absolutely right. They'll have to look at their performance against the other Japanese opposition. But, of course, strategic decisions have got to be made where that budget's going to be spent. So does that mean that the potential for other racing programs outside of Super GT have to go a little bit further down the list? And, there's all sorts of rumours about GT projects for wider rule sets, and indeed LMP projects that might be around for Honda. Does this mean not only potentially good things for Super GT in the future for Honda, but perhaps less good things for other budgets?
What do we take away from this, gentlemen? We've got about another 7 minutes before I'm going to call a halt to this. We'll have a look at the podium if it comes on, and of course the guys at NISMO TV, again, thank you to Rabin and to Jules for all their hard work over the last few days, and the guys over in Japan who have put the technicals together, to the guys in Barcelona who've been doing the video encoding for NISMO TV. This experimental broadcast has worked rather well. What have we learned from this in terms of the racing, Graham? We've said for a long time, have we not, that this has been a rather too well-kept secret in terms of GT racing, and this was a proper endurance race.
A proper endurance race, proper factory teams, proper cars. A rather happier Kaz Nakajima there, greeting James Rossiter. Just proper. And, okay, fair enough, this is the long race for the season. It's not a regular Super GT race distance, but I think some hugely positive things to take from this. I'd love to see this getting a wider audience. It's certainly taken a step back in terms of the ability for people to actually follow it. We were talking, weren't we, earlier this week, John, about a group across in the United States that actually now does English language subtitles for YouTube, broadcasts of these races, and it's needed. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. By the look of what's been going on Twitter and Facebook while we've been talking about the race, there's an awful lot of other people who have been enjoying it around the world, and there must surely be lessons there for particularly the Japanese manufacturers to stop treating this like a domestic championship and to realise this has got significance to a rather wider audience.
And I think that point, Sam Collins from Race Car Engineering, is the one that I'll take away from this. I've had conversations with you on Make Motorsport and on some of our special programmes about the potential for international versions of a DTM Japanese GT style series. I've talked with you about that, I've asked you questions about that without having seen the cars and seeing the racing. What I take away from this is that this is great racing and this does have an international potential.
Yeah, it really does. If you think, when you add in the GT500 style cars from the DTM, we run to the same rulebook, which is, this is looking like it's going to
with big V8s.
Yes, but they're going away in 2017. New engines coming in 2017, which should be exactly the same spec as Super GT.
Right.
Then you've got a series with manufacturer-backed teams, 6 manufacturers in it, possibly a 7th out there. We could hit even an 8th, maybe an American brand in there too. You suddenly have this huge manufacturer championship going on, which essentially will be unbeatable racing.
Let me throw this in as a final thought with, 5 minutes or so to go on the show. Is there any reason that by 2017, when 4-cylinder engines are the norm in this type of racing, both in Japan and Germany, that we are looking to have an absolute sea change
every second of it?
So James Rossiter there speaking to our Japanese colleagues for the PA and for the feed, and it will be Japanese interviews from now. Graham Goodwin, final thoughts. You're off to British GT now. British GT is filmed and shown as a highlights programme. What we don't see is any live coverage, and we've just seen that from the other side of the world. A number of tweeters based in the UK saying, why not?
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm going today. So I know I say this often, but watch this space. There's a lot of moves going on with race organisers and the teams and others, including more than one person who's been on this broadcast today, to see whether or not that might change in the future. I'm keen that it changes. It deserves a wider audience than it currently gets.
Graham, just a quick second word from James.
Double stint, so I did it.
Yeah, the question was asked about the double stint at the end there, clearly to Kaz and to James, and James avoiding the potential banana skin there by saying I was asked to do a double stint, so I did it. Graham, thank you very much indeed. Enjoy Brands Hatch today. I'm quite envious, actually, and thanks for getting up early.
Not a problem.
The coffee budget at DSC's just gone up threefold. And at DSC Race Live will be the way to follow the British GT Championship race, which is the 2-hour race from Brands Hatch. Graham Goodwin, thank you very much indeed. I'll let you get away. Thanks to Gooders. And a final word from you, Sam. You've been trumpeting this series for quite some time. The technical side of it, we have been tremendously interested in. There's hybrid technology, there's carbon technology, there's an element of a spec series in terms of the 500s, but you don't really feel that. It's all come together nicely, and what's more, it races well.
Exactly that. I can put my trumpet back in the case now and put it away, because now everybody else has had a chance to see why I like this series so much. It's got everything you want. It's got technology, it's got engineering, it's got close racing, it's got beautiful looking cars. The only thing it lacked until now was a decent coverage outside of Japan.
From Race Car Engineering, Sam Collins, thank you very much. And more features to come in Race Car Engineering about Japanese GT.
Oh, a lot more.
Yeah, that's a lot to come. Let's have a final word from James Rossiter.
I loved it, and I hope you loved it too. And I can't wait to be back here for the next race.
That's James Rossiter, and we echo those sentiments from Radio Show Limited, RadioLeMans.com, and from our colleagues who've done all the hard work, really, at Nismo TV. I'm John Hindorf. Thanks for joining us for this exclusive live broadcast of the Suzuka 1000K, the 6th round of the Japanese GT Series for 2014, won by James Rossiter, who has done an absolutely cracking job with his teammate Kaz Nakajima. Bye for now.
Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world. Midweek Motorsport, your weekly window on the world of racing. Formula One, sports cars, American racing, World Rally, touring cars, karting, off-road and bikes. If it has wheels and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Every Wednesday evening from 8 p.m.
Hello everybody and welcome along to Midweek Motorsports just after 8 o'clock Wednesday evening. It is Series 9 episode 32. It is August the 27th 2014, or some of the time that you're listening to the show. However, we are live from Hindorf Towers. The winter night's already beginning to draw in. It's already quite dark outside looking at the meadow. And up in London, our executive producer is Tim Gray. Good evening, Tim.
Good evening, John. Still quite light here.
Well, you're further south, of course.
Nearer to the sun.
Yes, absolutely. Nick Damon is alongside me, to my right.
That doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
Because until the solstice, the
vernal equinox,
it's actually lighter up north.
Ah.
Isn't it? It's your left and right that affects it at this point, but actually the further north you go, the more light you have.
east and west?
Yes.
Are you in a north-facing room?
No, we're in an east-facing room.
Yeah,
that's wrong. You've got the west-facing light, don't you?
I'm in a south-west-facing room.
Ah, well, there you go. That's why you've got.
And you turn the light on.
And the light is on, yes.
No.
Feel disappointment for the listener.
I think there might be a guest.
Really?
I think he's downstairs talking to the
from
responsible
you?
adult.
I was going to say, what? You've got someone in your basement?
I haven't got a basement. There's a
That's a bit of
floor.
Well, that's very worrying then, isn't it? Don't call the police. We may have an extra voice this evening at the moment, just in.
Is he being paid at extras rates?
I don't know. Background artist, I think you'll find.
Does he like the rates I get? Well, how will he spend it?
How will he spend it? What? Add to his considerable fortune.
Yeah.
We also, hopefully tonight, should have from editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, and Marshall Pruitt from racer.com en route to the
Finale.
Yes, I had to think about that there.
It's finished.
The finale of IndyCar at Fontana at Auto Club Speedway promises that if he's on site in time, we will be able to get him in the second half of the programme, and possibly with a driver who is still in at least with a mathematical chance of the championship. I can't say any more than that because it may not happen, but we're trying our best to bring you all of the motorsport news from around the world. A number of people mentioning last week we don't do enough drag racing or rallying. We will be talking rallying tonight.
Oh,
we have to after the weekend.
Can we not
it
do
was
drag
outstanding.
racing?
We can do drag racing as well.
Please, rather than rallying.
We can do drag racing as well. Really?
Yes, as the home country of Thierry Neuville, who crashed spectacularly in the shakedown for Rally Deutschland on Thursday. Then, after the team spent 20 hours repairing his Hyundai overnight, went on to win the event.
The first time a Belgian has won since? A WRC event since? Come on.
That
don't know,
would
but he was
be
sponsored by Bastos.
Duval.
Very good.
I bet he was sponsored by Bastos.
No,
long past that.
Now, Neuville's win wasn't easy, and it only came about because Sebastien Ogier crashed out of the lead on day one, and then crashed again on day two. Now, that gave the lead to his Volkswagen teammate, Jari-Matti Latvala, who crashed at the end of day two. Now, that gave the overnight lead to Chris Meek, who duly crashed out on the first stage on Sunday morning. So, Neuville took the overall win ahead of his teammate, Danny Sordo.
At what point did Robert Kubica crash?
Several times.
He went off very briefly. He only lost 39 seconds with a little excursion.
And did win a stage.
And he did
win a
come
stage.
back to win a stage.
Yeah. I watched the highlight show, the hour-long highlight show that the guys do from WRC with Kevin Piper and John Desborough. John Desborough, who we've worked with on Rally Radio before.
I've worked with Kevin Piper before.
Where was Kevin Piper before he was doing that, Tim?
He was working on ITV Formula 1.
Was he? Right, okay. I recognised his voice, but I don't know from where.
Where was he on ITV F1?
Well, he was a producer on it.
It was excellent. The programme was excellent. The usual brilliant helicopter flying. And the most bonkers driving from guys who should know better at the front of the field. Now, I'm going to be slightly controversial here.
Can I say some names?
Sorry?
Can I say some names?
Go on, just throw names at me.
Andreas Mikkelsen.
Yep.
What happened to him?
Andreas Mikkelsen.
8 letters begins with C.
Crashed.
Brian Bouffier.
Oh, he really crashed. He almost did the down the hill thing that the Volkswagen did. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Straight off, down a sheer drop, didn't roll it, drove all the way down, bounced through the
vineyard.
red wine vineyards, because you could tell because of the grape marks on the bonnet of the car, got to a road at the bottom and then couldn't find his way out because his co-driver can't read him up.
Martin Prokop.
Crashed.
Elfyn Evans.
Crash.
No.
Well, he won the power stage.
He won the power stage and got 3 extra points.
And that puts him 7th in the championship, ahead of Chris Meek.
Yeah.
It was